When this guy wakes up, 4 bullies are already towering over him, but Kim Sungin doesn't even look at them. Instead, he stares at his hands and the blue sky above like he's seeing them for the first time. The bullies can't stand being ignored like that and prepare to beat all the crap out of him. But the moment a fist gets close to his face, Sungin casually deflects it and counters with a punch so powerful that the bully goes flying. The other 3 freeze in complete disbelief, asking what the hell was that. They immediately run away in fear, yelling that they'll get revenge tomorrow at school and calling him by a name Sungin has never heard before, Kim Soo-hyun. Confused, Sungin picks up a phone and looks at his reflection. And that's when realization hits him. He's actually been reborn. Kim Sungin was the strongest awakener on Earth. Even after humanity was completely wiped out, he was the last man standing. He kept fighting the monsters alone, wave after wave, never getting even a moment to rest. Until finally, when he was completely exhausted, the king of monsters himself appeared. Fafnir had come personally to finish off the human who had resisted for so long. As Sungin faced his final moments, he remembered his childhood. He was once just a little boy, crying that he didn't want to become a hero. But his mother told him that he was the world's only hope, and that if he had to die like a hero. But now, as Sungin lies dying, he realizes how meaningless those words were. He fought until the end and still couldn't protect a single person. But now that Sungin has been given another chance, he isn't planning to die just like that. Now, as Soo-hyun, our boy stands in front of a police officer who asks for his name. He gives the name the bully had been calling him. He is taken aback when the officer asks about his age, because he doesn't know the answer. Looking at a calendar, he realizes that he has gone back 20 years before his death as Sungin. The officer repeats his question, and he guesses he must be 19, so he answers that. The officer doesn't understand what's wrong with him, since he doesn't remember anything besides his age and name. So he again contemplates his situation, vividly remembering dying at the hands of Fafnir. For a moment, he assumes it must be a trick of Fafnir's magic, but he rejects the idea, as the sensation is too real to be an illusion. He has really regressed. At that moment, his thoughts wander to his real self, wondering if there is a way to return to his original body. The officer, tired of his constant silence, informs him that his mother will be picking him up after a while, and warns him not to go near construction areas, as they are dangerous and full of lurking threats. That immediately catches his attention. Soon after, Soo-hyun's mother arrives, sick with worry about him. On their way back, he learns that his new family has just moved into this place. When he politely replies to his mother, she comments on it. For a moment, he doesn't know what to say to this woman who is supposed to be his mother. Instead, she fusses over him, worried about the bruises on his face, asking how he was beaten by those bullies. She even offers to help him if he ever gets in trouble again, which completely baffles him. At that moment, when they pass through the park, she notices how empty it is. He also notices the same thing. Their answer comes with the growl of a monster. Oblivious to it, his mother encourages him to come with her. He agrees to go, then suddenly stiffens as he senses the danger and looks back. He is shocked to see a wolf there, which jumps at them. He pushes his mother to save her and realizes this is not an ordinary animal but a monster called a werewolf. He now understands that those things the officer mentioned are these monsters, because 2022 is a time when the monster outbreak is slowly rising, so spotting one is not a rare occurrence. But now the problem in his hands is how to fight this thing. Looking for a weapon, he finds an umbrella, which becomes his only salvation. His mother doesn't believe there is a monster, since the news claimed it had been handled. He asks his mother not to move while his mind is already alert to tackle the problem, even though he is not yet used to Soo-hyun's body. One of the wolves rushes at him, and he attacks it with the umbrella, managing to injure it. Another comes from behind, and he blocks its attack by shoving the umbrella into its mouth. But even the strength of this low-level monster is too much to handle with Soo-hyun's body, which is a matter of shame for Sungin in his past life. He can't hold on as the wolf overpowers him, and another is already ready to strike, making him wonder if he should awaken in order to handle it. For a moment, he thinks he is about to die. Then his mother comes to his aid and hits one of the wolves away from him, startling him completely. The attack from his mother on the wolf also throws her to the ground. He doesn't understand her motive to save him. Anyway, he kicks the wolf and rushes toward her. He asks her reason for saving him, as it can endanger her. But driven by the love, she asks him to run away as she buys him time. His eyes widen at this, and an aura rises from him as he deadpans that he is going to kill them. The wolves flinch at his words. With that, his aura is enough to scare them away, which only angers him. He tries to challenge them, but collapses from a lack of stamina. He doesn't like this one bit. He gets up anyway and carries his mother on his back, though it protests under the strain. For a moment, he doesn't understand where his new address is, but finally he finds it in her wallet and brings both of them home. He lays her on the couch and is checking the phone when he hears his mother murmur in her sleep for him to run away while she is here. Looking at her, he recalls the moment she saved him and still doesn't understand her motives. Checking his body, he feels frustrated at how frail it is. He doesn't believe he has regressed into such a weak body, only to fail again. Then a crack forms in the air, unnoticed by him. He tries to calm himself down, knowing that is what he needs to assess his situation. Suddenly his eyes catch his system, which confirms him as awakened, and with it, a gate of abyss opens. Now, looking inward, his mind wanders to the fact that this means the original body owner, Soo-hyun, had the potential to become awakened. He wonders whether he now has a chance to start over with this new identity. He consoles himself, remembering that even Sungin was just an ordinary boy 20 years ago. That means he was awakened even earlier in his previous life. Now he jerks away from every thought, deciding he doesn't need to indulge in what-ifs, as the Tower of Trial or Abyss Gate has already opened in front of him. Clearing the first floor will truly mark him as awakened. Clearing other floors will make him stronger. But unlike other people who only want to climb higher floors, he knows the Tower of Trial is more than just its height. His system informs him about the beginning of his trial on the first floor and asks him to choose his difficulty level, which ranges from 1 to 10, from easiest to hardest. He chooses level 10 because he knows that through this method, even the lower floors will have stronger monsters, which will grant him good rewards after clearing them. It's more risk, but it comes with more profit. With that, his system processes his request for level 10 of the first floor. However, he feels nervous about whether he can do it, since it's not something he has ever done before. But then he grows determined, because if he repeats the same pattern of his previous life, he will end up the same way. His system asks him to choose a weapon as a number of options appear before him. He grabs the hilt of a sword just as the monsters begin to appear. A few hours later, Soo-hyun finally emerges as an awakened. He stands before the same werewolves who tried to hurt him before, as they once again target the boy. With a single kick, he attacks, and even his umbrella is enough to tear the monster apart. The other wolf, frightened at seeing its companion's end, faces it the same fate as he promises to kill it too. With that, his notification shows that he has truly cleared the first floor on level 10 and has awakened. Meanwhile, the newscaster is showing statistics about how dungeons have risen since their first appearance in 2019, with a 300% increase. Their first emergence shakes the world, along with the appearance of the Tower of Trial, which is almost the same in nature and arrives at the same time, immediately catching public interest. Another reason people are so interested in them is the Esther Stone, which has massive demand in the market, making its price skyrocket as well. However, the real reason that drives most awakened people to fight the monsters is not a noble motive to help others, but rather the lure of precious rewards and greed. Now, the real debate the newscaster point to is the danger of outbreaks, monsters spilling out from the dungeons. Overall, dungeons have prospered society so far, but this warning catches our boy's attention, as he remembers the outbreaks that increase the appearance of stronger monsters, along with more and more dungeons. By 2028, the rate rises so much that it leads the world to its doom. He remembers the time he killed the monsters, and finally cleared the first floor. Most of the time he relies on his past life experience, but with the passage of time, he gains good stats that help him get through the remaining battles easily. Now he has a number of rewards and points after clearing the first floor. He also secures first place in the achievement ranking. He is amazed to feel his stats increase at such a rapid rate, even on the first floor. Looking at his stats, he knows he can now move to the second floor. At present, he has every intention of using these points to increase his power, so he goes to the skill merchant shop for this purpose. The salesgirl, a dark elf named Belly, asks about his reason for being there and eagerly offers to help him, even though he has no clear idea of what he is looking for. He remembers her from his past life, quite the con artist, but this time, he knows exactly what he wants. He asks for the jump skill and the transmutation skill as well. She haughtily reminds him that these skills are quite expensive. The jump skill costs 150 points, and the transmutation skill costs 1,000 points. Without a word, he pays her, which makes her shout in disbelief. He doesn't understand what the big deal is. She explains how no one should have more than 1,000 points on the second floor. With a casual reply that he is just a normal player, he walks away from there. Then he checks his inventory, also known as his subdimensional pouch, to make sure he has everything, including short spears, a sword, food, and medical aids. Afterward, he uses his appraisal skill on the skill books he bought. Basically, awakeners need a minimum amount of mana grade to learn a particular skill. These two skills are what will help him become stronger as he increases their proficiency. Besides, there are some skills that can level up through proficiency, called leveling skills, which are very hard to obtain, but the transmutation skill can make that possible. In addition to the transmutation skill, the use of mana catalysts is also vital. He checks the status of the low-grade mana catalyst he bought, which cost him 700 points and helps him increase his mana grade and points depending on his current mana stats. This is the best way to increase his mana instead of climbing the tower blindly, and it is easily available in basic item shops, though overlooked by most awakened. These basic shops have many useful items like mana catalysts, which help increase stats from the very beginning. He is thankful for having memories of his past life, because they make him the only person with such knowledge at this stage. Now he is ready to use these two things, but his decision is interrupted by someone who clearly apologizes for startling him. Our boy, however, immediately tenses up at the sight of him because he knows him from his past life. This person is Hakjun Choi. From his past life, our boy knows this person, who is called a genius awakened but later takes a dark path, writing his name in history as a murderer who massacres his entire guild. Now the said murderer looks at him with an annoyed expression, as if wondering whether there is something on his face that makes him stare at him. He explains that he is just shocked, remembering Hakjun's future self, who would turn into a bloodthirsty fighter. Then he asks about his purpose in approaching him. Hakjun answers that it's because he guessed Soo-hyun has an understanding of useful items, having observed him in the store and followed him here. Our boy doesn't like that this future murderer has followed him and anticipates the worst, dreading his motives to approach him. But Hakjun, with a bright and eager expression, wants nothing more than to form a party with him. Now, he is given the second floor level 10 trial, in which he is entrusted with the treasure of the Cheryl race, an item stolen from them. Because of this, he will now be hunted by the Cheryl race. His task is to survive and escape from the forest while safeguarding the stolen treasure. The creatures from the said race are sniffing around, pursuing him. While hiding from them, he thinks about how these creatures are experts in hunting and tracking, which gives him a disadvantage in this trial. Looking at the treasure, he doesn't understand the real worth of this necklace to make the trial so difficult. He uses appraisal on it but finds no effect. He concludes that this thing might serve no purpose other than being the object of his trial to protect it. He contemplates the best way to clear the trial. He thinks about the last part of the objective, which is to survive the forest, and suddenly his eyes widen with realization. Now, instead of hiding, he steps out in front of one of the Cheryl race monsters and strikes it head-on. He knows the best way to survive the forest is to eliminate every danger in his path. Soon he is surrounded by these lizard-like creatures. One of them rushes at him and he slices it down. One by one, he eliminates them, gaining achievement points with every kill. While killing them all, he thinks it would be better to have a party to make it easier to clear them out. His thoughts wander to Hakjun, who explains that he has difficulty finding people to team up with after he cleared level 5, and that he wants to aim for level 8, which he believes is quite high. However, for our boy, that is still a lower level than his true goal. After clearing the small fries, he finally finds the boss monster ready to fight. Using his jump skill, he leaps high into the air and raises his sword. With one swift motion, he kills it in a single slice. With that, he clears the second floor trial, and his reward is the hidden ability of the Cheryl race treasure he holds as a necklace. Its true ability is to heal injuries and clear any stats effects from players. It has 5 uses in total. He feels happy to fight back to earn this reward instead of hiding since his stats are improving rapidly as well. His transmutation ability also helps him obtain a trait from the boss monster, which is Berserker. With this skill, he can boost his physical stats, which will help him overcome dangerous situations. Exhausted but satisfied, he admits that even with the difficulty of the trial, the rewards are worth it. After checking his fatigue level, he sighs and decides to leave the forest. When he comes home, the sight of a delicious meal greets him. He can't believe it at first, but his mother consoles him, saying this is what she can do for him, not only saving him but also working outside as well. Then he tells her she should be resting since she already went to work despite her injuries. But his mother is content cooking for him, which makes him pause, maybe remembering his real mother's selfish behavior from his past life. Anyway, he sits down to eat and thanks her, even though he knows he isn't her real son. The woman is taken aback seeing him eat so vigorously, thinking he must be famished. While eating, he determines to at least protect her at any cost as payback. After a while, news spreads everywhere that the first place of the second floor trial is taken by Soo-hyun with 3,300 points. The internet buzzes with people trying to figure out who he is and whether he's real or just a scam. He checks the feed and doesn't really like people discussing him online. Someone comments that the guilds must be frantic to recruit our boy. Sitting in front of his computer, he curses at the situation. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Aries Guild in Gangnam, Seoul, Hakjun listens to the news about Soo-hyun soaring highest in the rankings. His guildmaster shows interest, wondering if he knows anything about him, since both of them awakened at the same time. Hakjun replies that he has never met him. The guildmaster agrees, saying the tower is a big place, but the mood shifts the next moment when he places a hand on his shoulder, reminding him that even though he aims for level 8 on the 3rd floor, something out of reach for many awakened, he hopes he won't take too long, especially now that competition with Soo-hyun is in the picture. After a pause, he informs this man that he is trying to find party members, but most are unwilling because of the level difficulty. The guildmaster assures him that he will arrange someone if he doesn't find anyone. The most important thing for this man is for Hakjun to climb the tower, and he knows the result that will follow after this feat. Then he casually asks him to send a report after a week while adding that he should try to beat Soo-hyun in the meantime. Hearing this, he curses our dude as he remembers his meeting with him and wonders whether the person he met is Soo-hyun. He doesn't know about the first place, and it doesn't matter anymore. The most important thing for him is to focus on the task at hand. Meanwhile, a year passes, and during this year, our boy is scoring perfectly to clear all of the floors one by one while excusing his mother that he wants to go on trips to the south and keeps exploring them. After a while, he finally completes the 6th floor with a perfect score. His mother permits him to go as he has completed his college entrance exams. During this time, he also completes the 9th floor trial, so he finally leaves home on 7th December 2023. While going ahead with his journey, his thoughts wander to the time during this past year. He gets to know about his original self, Sungin Kim, and realizes that this person doesn't exist in this timeline, not even remembered by his own mother, so he decides to live in this very body. However, he needs to be cautious about becoming a famous person, since it comes with side effects such as difficulty in obtaining information and other issues. Now he is on his journey to clear the 10th floor, which is a milestone as the difficulty increases many folds with every 10 floors. This is why he takes the excuse of going on vacation so that he can clear it regardless of the time limit. He clenches his fist with determination to become stronger in order to ready himself for the Green Dungeon, which will not only appear after a year, but also bring the first large-scale outbreak of its monsters, threatening humanity on Earth. Besides this, he gets to know about many incidents from his past life that he needs to fix in order to protect everyone in the future. With that, he goes on his way to the 10th floor entrance of the trial tower, where he meets the gatekeeper of the 10th floor, who requests some changes before letting him proceed. Unlike some people who ignore the gatekeeper as a beggar, he understands the vitality of his role and donates 5,000 points, which prompts a comment from the gatekeeper on his generosity. He responds that he knows his worth. Recognizing the meaning behind his words, the gatekeeper asks about the information Soo-hyun is seeking. Getting straight to the point, he says he wants to know about the 10th floor. The gatekeeper comments that he is demanding expensive information but doesn't ask for more, as Soo-hyun has already given much. Instead, he warns him to be cautious of the town leader, which sounds ambiguous, but Soo-hyun decides to take what he gets, knowing the gatekeeper never gives wrong information. With that, he steps inside the 10th floor and his trial begins. He is asked to choose a difficulty level. After a pause, he chooses level 10 again. With that, his trial begins, where he needs to find the objective and survive with it. Meanwhile, on the 10th floor, a small boy is happily plucking berries from a tree, glad to fill his basket so he can eat them later. Just as he wants to taste one of them, he hears a crunching sound nearby. Looking down, he shouts in fear as he sees a monster. Next moment, the boy is running from the monster before it can catch him. Soo-hyun grabs him and tells him to get a grip on his body. With that, he uses his berserk skill to boost his physical state and leaps into the air. In the next moment, he defeats the giant salamander with a few swift swings of his sword. Then he asks the child about his well-being, but it backfires when he returns the boy to his mother. She accuses him of kidnapping her son, or at the very least of having ulterior motives for saving him. Sternly, she tells him to get out of the town, as he is getting nothing from her. He feels tense at her strange behavior, while the boy watches him quietly from his window. At that moment, he receives a task, to save this town, which is in peril. Then, noticing the gloomy environment of the town, he doesn't clearly understand the trial's task, which only asks him to save the town while surviving. He realizes he needs information to complete this trial, but he also notices some shady people watching him, and he knows they are trouble. Meanwhile, the townspeople, though just NPCs, act so realistically that he doesn't sense he is inside a program at all. Looking at their wary faces reminds him of the time when the world was falling apart in his past life, when people adopted the same fearful behavior. He remembers that such an atmosphere should never exist inside a trial ground, but the theme of this 10th floor aligns perfectly with the situation he faced during his past life. After a while, as he keeps moving ahead, he grows tired from constantly searching for information, but finds not even the slightest trace of it. Just then, he is called by the same boy he saved earlier. The boy slips some berries into his hand and hides immediately. He starts to thank him. His expression softens when he sees the fear in the boy, and he asks him to come closer. Then he opens his inventory pouch, where a piece of delicious food is peeking out. Without hesitation, the boy takes the bread and starts nibbling. Watching him eat, Soo-hyun subtly asks about the food situation in the town. The boy admits that they are struggling with a shortage, which is why the townspeople are cold to strangers because they fear their food will be stolen. But then the boy reveals that the town leader is the reason they have managed to hold on this long, declaring him their hero. Soo-hyun is taken aback by this. The boy goes on to repeat the guildmaster's words. The town leader has protected the town all his life, which is why the townspeople are supporting him. Now Soo-hyun starts to get a clearer picture of the situation. When the boy asks about his purpose for being there, Soo-hyun subtly tells him that he has come to help the town leader, either by giving him some spare food or by driving away the monsters from the town. He even reminds the boy of the monster that was chasing him earlier. The boy is confident that the monster can't come inside the town because of the town leader. Now Soo-hyun wants to know more about this town leader, but his question is interrupted by the man in discussion, who suddenly appears in front of him and introduces himself. Seeing him, Soo-hyun remembers the gatekeeper's warning. The town leader then subtly threatens him in a polite tone, telling him not to give food to his people as charity, as it can become dangerous for him, especially without the leader's permission. Instead of answering his statement, our boy points out that he himself was planning to meet him, The town leader shows interest in knowing his identity. Soo-hyun answers that he is just an outsider looking for a place to rest for a few days and asks for permission to stay in the town. The town leader bluntly rejects him, making the excuse that the presence of outsiders makes the townspeople uncomfortable. He notices that the town leader is unusually cautious. Then, the town leader reprimands Melly for eating the food without his approval. He feels disappointed hearing his leader scold him, but our guy consoles him, explaining that it was just a gift of food and should not have any negative effect on the town. He then throws his subdimensional pouch on the ground, which the town leader's assistant checks to find it filled with plenty of food. He offers the town leader to share his food with the townsfolk, if he is allowed to stay there. Finally, the town leader relents and leads him to an abandoned house that he is ready to give him. After a while, he comes out and sees people asking for mercy from others. Observing their gestures, Soo-hyun guesses they might be attending some religious sermon. He understands that when people are drowning in despair, they seek hope in any form during difficult situations. He has witnessed similar circumstances when the world was on the verge of destruction. Some sought solace behind religious faith, while others committed heinous crimes to survive, yet in the end, no one was truly saved. However, he feels satisfied that this situation is better, as these people are not harming each other. But how wrong he is when he sees the priest sacrificing someone for the sake of the other people. His face turns pale at the scene, and he concludes that no matter where he goes, it is always the same. The townspeople, even while feeling sorry for the Miller family, don't bother to stop the crime because they believe it is good for their town. From their words, he learns that they not only praise the town leader for saving them, but also know that another sacrifice will be needed in 3 days. Everyone is cautious, fearing it might be their turn. For now, they turn a blind eye, yet their eyes shift towards Soo-hyun, seizing him as a potential sacrifice. Meanwhile, the assistant of the town leader also brings concern about finding the next sacrifice. The town leader asks about Soo-hyun. His assistant understands immediately that he is going to make Soo-hyun the next sacrifice. The town leader believes that Soo-hyun is sent to them by God, and all he needs to do is give him a sleeping potion and sacrifice him on the day of the ritual. To him, it is clear that the town is a precious place that must be protected, and sacrificing a few to save a large number of people is not a big price to pay. With a deadpan expression, he declares that they must save as many people as possible. The story of this town is as simple as this: a mysterious snake that feeds on humans' lives beneath it. The good side is that the town is protected from other monsters, as the snake territory keeps them away. But the townspeople live in constant fear of being attacked by the snakes at any moment. To tackle this problem, the town leader adopts the solution of sacrifice, offering a few lives to save the rest. Assuming this duty as his heroic role, he feels no guilt at all. 3 days later, the villagers drag the sleeping form of Soo-hyun and throw him into the pit with a half-hearted apology, believing he is going to be food for their giant snake. But the truth is revealed a day later, when the town leader comes beneath the town to check whether the snake has digested Soo-hyun, so its territory can be marked again. He also plans to inspect the northern side of the town, the place most frequently attacked by monsters. The next moment, his eyes widen at the sight before him because Soo-hyun is alive, and the monster lies slain by his hand. In a cold voice, Soo-hyun asks about his purpose for being there. Looking at him, the town leader trembles with anger when he learns that the snake is killed by our boy. Soo-hyun asks if the town leader actually wanted the snake to stay alive. The town leader shouts back that he does it for the sake of the town, because when the snake marks the village as its territory, other monsters will not attack them. Soo-hyun questions whether he is really sure it is not for his own gain. Basically, this serpent is actually a predatory feeding snake, lazy by nature, either eating or sleeping. It marks an area until it raises its hatchlings and then moves on, but the town leader deliberately keeps feeding it to prevent it from leaving. Another trait of this monster is that it does not attack or recognize a person as food if that person is feeding it. Knowing this fact, the town leader saves himself and sacrifices the townspeople while playing the role of a hero. With his defeat, the town leader collapses in front of the monster's corpse. After a while, Soo-hyun reveals everything to the townsfolk, who stand in disbelief because the town leader had told them it was a ritual for the earth god. The woman whose husband was sacrificed is furious, but another points out that the snake was somehow protecting them from other monsters, and now there is a danger of those monsters returning. This makes the townspeople angry at Soo-hyun. He, however, calmly states that he will help them, as he has already thought of a solution. He shows them the eggs of the snake and explains that the person who feeds the monster will not be seen as food, which gives them leverage over the infant snakes they can tame. He consoles them further, assuring that they don't need to feed humans to the snakes but monsters instead. The townsfolk raise the question of who will hunt down the monsters. Our boy offers his help, but he adds that he cannot do it for them forever because he is an outsider. They need to learn it themselves. They protest that his suggestion is absurd, but he reminds them that this is their own town, and it is their duty to protect it. They protest again, saying it is not an easy job. Soo-hyun cuts this person off, pointing out how they would rather give their fellow citizens as food to the snakes, which clearly makes them flinch. Looking at them, he realizes how heroes are born out of people who depend on others while lacking the will to protect themselves. He understands further that heroes are nothing but the weak hope of the masses, born from the weakness of their own will. Seeing the people without any resolve, he considers them hopeless and decides to look for another method in the meantime. But suddenly, a voice declares that he will do it. It is none other than Melly. Melly knows he is not much, but he is determined to become stronger like Soo-hyun and protect others. This makes Soo-hyun smile at his bravery. Looking at him, Soo-hyun suggests that everyone's effort can save their town. He taunts the others, pointing out how even a child has a spine while they do not. Finally, one of them decides to step up, admitting it is better to try than to wait for death. Gradually, the rest agree to join. One of them admits that the people of this town are fearful and weak, and they need a hand to learn how to stand on their own. So he asks Soo-hyun to teach them how to fight. At that moment, he completes his trial 60% after the people gain their resolve to fight. He smiles as he prepares to begin training them. Meanwhile, underground, the town leader curses Soo-hyun for ruining his plan, but it seems he has another monster as backup. Time passes, and with the help of our hero, the townsfolk start learning how to hunt. One of them catches a bird, binding it while asking for reassurance that it will be possible to stay safe from the baby snakes if they keep feeding them in turns. Now, watching Soo-hyun fight a giant caterpillar, they stand in awe of his power. The monster attacks, but he leaps back to dodge. With a final strike of his sword, he finishes off the creature. At that moment, the townsfolk address him, warning him to stop playing hero as the sun is setting and they need to return to the town. He assures them he will come back after clearing up. He grows tense when he sees the trial completion rate is still only 90%, despite the infant snakes having already grown. He doubts it is because of the disappearance of the town leader. Determined, he resolves to push it to 100% in order to complete the trial. But he does not understand what is left to complete it fully. Suddenly, he feels the floor tremble, and in the next moment, a new creature soars into the sky. This creature is the only one that can threaten the snakes, known as the Holy Bird of Blue Flame. Looking at it, he finally understands the whole game. The town leader had been thriving on its magnificence. That is why he kept it dormant with the help of sleeping poison. He is determined to play the hero again for the townsfolk because, in his delusion, he hallucinates that he is the only one who can control it. But in reality, as soon as the bird recognizes him, it burns him alive with its blue flames. Watching the scene unfold, Soo-hyun realizes the overwhelming power of the bird, but then panics as he sees it heading toward the town. He runs after it, and after chasing it for a while, he uses a jump skill to leap over the bird and tries to attack it. But the bird soars higher and flies away. Now recognizing the threat from Soo-hyun, it turns toward him instead and attacks, injuring him. As he falls to the ground, his thoughts drift to the townsfolk who have just begun to find the will to fight on their own. Yet now, another threat is already coming for them. Meanwhile, the two companions feel the rumbling of the ground and assume it might be Soo-hyun, still fighting with the monsters. Remembering their own youth, one of them starts talking about his youthful days, but stops when they see Soo-hyun catch himself from falling. With renewed vigor, he rushes toward the bird to stop it. Looking at the majestic creature, they cry out in fear. Ignoring them, our boy tries to bind the bird's beak with a rope. His plan is to somehow send his sword toward the bird even if he cannot reach it. Finally, when he gets higher in the air, he uses transmutation on it in order to steal its skill away. The bird shrieks loudly. Meanwhile, his mother is on the phone with someone, talking about how fine her son is. She says he went immediately to the countryside to explore the nation after finishing his college entrance exams. She can hardly believe how much he has grown up. Sometimes it feels as if he is someone else entirely. At the same time, our boy is fighting the bird with its own skill. But the imitated skill is not up to par with the real one, and the bird holds the upper hand. He understands there must be a limit to transmutation when imitating skills, because a skill needs to level up in order to grow stronger, and his is not high enough to inflict real damage. The next moment, his rope is burned by blue flames, and those same flames engulf him. Still alive but barely holding on, he grips his sword with determination. The heat is unbearable, and it reminds him of his time of death. He knows he cannot just die here. Then he remembers his trial, and suddenly his thoughts wander to the same trial in which he was given a treasure of the Cheryl race. His eyes widen as he recalls the healing effect of the treasure. He finally makes use of it, healing himself while forcing his mind to stay in the fight. Still in the air, he attacks the bird again with all his might, daring it to die. In the next moment, both the bird and Soo-hyun crash to the ground. He opens his eyes for a brief moment before closing them again in exhaustion. When he opens his eyes, Melly is trying to wake him up. He sees the townsfolk gathered around, relieved to find him conscious. They are deeply worried about his survival. He does not remember losing consciousness, only the lingering pain in his body. The townsfolk tell him to relax, assuring him that the bird is dead. Not only that, but the corpse of the great bird also helps them solve their food problem for a while. They thank him sincerely, but still cannot believe how he survived the flames with nothing more than minor external injuries. As they declare him their hero, he grows nervous and explains awkwardly that he feels nothing besides muscle pain. The next moment, Melly hugs him emotionally. At that exact time, his system informs him that he has completed 100% of the 10th floor trial. He smiles, realizing this means there is no longer any life-threatening danger for the townsfolk. However, he also feels nervous, knowing he will once again draw attention because of his high grade. At that moment, the people also declare him their savior, vowing that he will be remembered by the entire town. When he is finally able to leave, Melly catches him and asks whether he is about to save another town. He answers ambiguously, all the while thinking about how he only wants to slip away quietly. Then Melly offers him a parting gift, handing over some berries he picked for him. With a smile, Melly introduces himself properly and bids him goodbye. Our boy returns the greeting before moving on. At the same time, Hakjun sits deep in thought while traveling with the guildmaster. The guildmaster calls him several times to break his reverie before asking whether he is nervous. But then he dismisses his own question, thinking that someone like Hakjun, a rising star among rookies, cannot possibly be nervous. He hopes Hakjun might reach a B rank, since he has already made it to the 15th floor. Perhaps he even thinks his son might achieve an A rank. Then the conversation shifts to our boy, who is about to be ranked soon. Hakjun cannot understand how the guildmaster even knows about him. The guildmaster explains it is simply a matter of fact. Since he has already completed the 10th floor trial, his test is inevitable. Hakjun still cannot believe that someone like Soo-hyun is drawing the attention of someone like the guildmaster, Dong-young-jong. Then his eyes widen at the guildmaster's next statement, as he declares that if Hakjun ever meets Soo-hyun, he should convince him to join his guild. That way, Soo-hyun can replace Hakjun, and he will finally be set free. Now he stands in front of the awakened certification agency. He remembers how the guildmaster had instructed him to return to the Tower of Trial as soon as the testing is over. His tone at the end carried a clear threat, that if Hakjun tried anything funny, it would not end well for either of them. Hakjun's face darkens at the memory, but he still plasters on a smile and complies. Now standing before the building, he realizes he has found no solution to his problem and steps inside. Just behind him, our boy stands as well, gazing at the awakened certification agency, a government office that tests new awakened or foreigners. He goes to the reception and gives his name for testing. Every awakened is required to visit this agency because, in order to start earning by clearing dungeons, they need to receive their ranking here. However, our boy's main purpose is simply to enter the dungeon and earn money. He is asked to wait in the waiting room. Another benefit of the agency's certification is that once registered, an awakened can not only perform official duties, but also discover their potential and grow with the right skills and training. On top of that, scouts are always present in the agency, their sharp eyes scanning for candidates with great potential to recruit. He is then informed that he will be called when it is his turn and guided through the process. Then they hear a shout from a rookie who complains that the worker is not doing his job properly. He insists he deserves a C rank instead of D since he has grade 3. The worker explains that the measured value keeps changing, but the rookie, unhappy with being ranked lower, grabs him by the collar. Watching the scene, Soo-hyun understands that ranking is crucial for earning good profits as an awakened, but creating such a disturbance in front of scouts is unreasonable. His thoughts are interrupted by Hakjun, who handles the rookie effectively by pointing out that he is wearing an artifact that artificially raises his mana. Hakjun mocks him, questioning where he got such a unique artifact, since it cannot be bought from any trading house, which means this rookie must be quite rich. He then challenges him. If he doubts the agency's ranking system, he should remove his bracelet and test again. Hakjun even doubts he would get D rank without it. The rookie shouts back at Hakjun, but guards arrive and prepare to throw him out. Hakjun sighs as the rookie is dragged away, realizing he vented his frustration on him and may have gone a little overboard. At that moment, Soo-hyun addresses Hakjun, reminding him of their encounter on the second floor. But Soo-hyun still senses something unusual about him. He asks if this is Hakjun's first time being tested. Hakjun then asks if it is the same for him, to which Soo-hyun nervously answers yes. Hakjun reminds him that normally an awakened gets tested within a month after their awakening. Our boy answers that he was dealing with some issues. He remembers how he had been avoiding testing to stay out of the spotlight, but now, because of a lack of money, he decides to help his mother and finally comes here. Then he asks about Hakjun. Basically, one can be certified as awakened to enter dungeons, but they need to complete their trial up to the 15th floor in order to do so. Hakjun darkly reveals that he has his own issues as well, which sends a chill through Soo-hyun. At that moment, they are about to exchange names when Hakjun's is announced, along with his guild affiliation, Ares. Hakjun stands up with a smile, promising to meet him again before leaving for testing. During this time, Soo-hyun remembers that Ares is the guild he had massacred in his past life, and even then Hakjun was already a part of it. He wonders what the reason was for committing such heinous crimes back then. Then Hakjun is tested, and everyone is shocked to know that he has gained a B rank. Now understandable, judging by his existing affiliation with the Ares Guild. Then the focus shifts back to our hero, who notices Hakjun's expression and comments that he doesn't look happy with his rank. Just as Hakjun is about to explain the situation, Soohyun's name is announced for testing. The announcement not only freezes Hakjun, but also creates chaos, as everyone knows how perfect Soohyun's physique is. Hakjun remembers the guild master's words and looks around for Soohyun. At that moment, our boy stands up, revealing that it's his turn. While watching him being tested, Hakjun recalls the guild master's words and can't believe that this person he has just met is really Soohyun. After a while, our dude comes out of the agency, his expression grumpy as he thinks about his mistake. A little while ago, he is standing in front of the testing machine. The worker instructs him to let the instrument examine his mana, and he channels his energy for the test. The mana sensation is overwhelming, so intense that people around can feel it, especially Hakjun, who finds it horrifying. The next moment, the result appears. He is ranked as a C-class awakened with 29 points. Hakjun cannot believe it, because the mana he sensed just now clearly belonged to someone far above C rank. Everyone else assumes this Soohyun must be someone different from the rumored one, but Hakjun refuses to believe it. He is certain this is the same Soohyun. Still, doubt lingers, whether he really be the Soohyun from the rumors. Manipulating mana to lower one's rank is something only the strongest awakened can do. Hakjun doesn't think even Soohyun, genuine or not, could possibly achieve something like that. Now outside the agency, he reflects on his mistake, losing control of his mana for a moment before suppressing it at the last second. Maybe it happens because he has been leveling up recently, which caused his stats to rise during his trial on the 10th floor. He thinks about the rewards, which are impressive, none other than the holy flames of the holy bird. This growth-type skill is an incredible asset for fighting demonic monsters. With the points he earned on the 10th floor, he can also shop at the item store, which offers quite useful items, with potion catalysts available at higher levels. However, he makes a questionable choice by buying a legendary beast egg. It's a mystery item since no one knows what kind of monster will hatch from it. He purchases it only because it is unique and cannot be acquired outside the shop. Though he dislikes not knowing what kind of beast he will receive, he reminds himself of the time in his past life when he gained immense power simply because he managed to hatch a legendary beast from the very same egg. But this time the egg remains still. He feels no movement from it, which makes him wonder if it's unfertilized. At that moment, he is addressed by Hakjun, whom he thought had already left but had only gone to the restroom. Hakjun asks about his results, and he answers honestly, which brings disappointment to Hakjun's face. Just as Hakjun is about to ask about his real identity, they are interrupted by the same annoying cheater from before, the blonde rookie, who starts complaining again about how hard he worked to earn rank C. Our boy wants to see what kind of skill Hakjun would display if he fought the cheater, but the fight never happens, as the guildmaster himself arrives and handles the blonde with ease. Hakjun looks at him darkly, clearly impatient, as if things are taking too long. Soohyun wonders about the man's identity, which is revealed when Hakjun addresses him as guildmaster. The guildmaster reprimands the blonde for causing trouble again, kicking him hard before turning to Hakjun with a fake friendly smile. He tells Hakjun to call him Hyung instead of guildmaster. Then his eyes fall on Soohyun, and he wonders aloud if he make a friend out of him. Hakjun quickly makes an excuse, saying he only wanted to recruit Soohyun if he got a good ranking, but unfortunately, his results were disappointing. But the guildmaster has his own motives. He steps forward, determined to test Soohyun. After all, someone like Hakjun taking an interest in him is enough to spark curiosity. The guildmaster introduces himself and asks for Soohyun's name. With no choice, Soohyun gives it, and the guildmaster's expression changes. At that moment, Hakjun tries to explain that this is not the real Soohyun he was looking for, just an awakened with the same name who happens to be only C rank. But the guildmaster stops him, insisting he wants to see for himself. He then asks Soohyun to show his certificate, and is taken aback to see that he really is C rank. He apologizes for mistaking him for someone else he had intended to recruit, but admits he still wants to personally invite Soohyun. He asks him to join his guild to take reference exams. However, our boy clearly states that he is not interested. Even if he were the real Soohyun, he would not join a guild under someone who does not value the life of another person, pointing directly at the blonde cheater. The guildmaster explains his actions, saying he only intended to teach that person a lesson for attacking Hakjun. Soohyun replies, questioning how that could be called self-defense when the other person was only D rank. At that, the guildmaster starts to laugh at the difference in their thinking. According to the unspoken rules of their world, no one can interfere in a fight between two awakened, even if one dies in the end. Everyone wants to be the strongest awakened, and only those with unfettered power usually have that chance. He praises his guild, claiming it is home to the strongest awakened under his leadership, and that they can get away with any commotion or massacre. Naturally, everyone wants to join such a guild, but he notes their perspectives on the world are fundamentally different. Then he asks Hakjun to leave, and Hakjun immediately complies. As he departs, he greets Soohyun and hands him his contract, saying that if Soohyun ever needs help, he can contact him freely. With that, both of them leave. Soo-hyun remains, looking at the guildmaster, and awakened of impressive A rank. After returning home, he researches online and discovers that Jong was already a strong fighter and gangster, even before becoming awakened. Before legally becoming the guildmaster and clearing his name as awakened, he was involved in every kind of criminal activity, from gang operations and human trafficking to drug dealing. Soo-hyun suspects that the guild might also be a front to cover Jong's past crimes. The way he kills without hesitation shows his old criminal habits still linger. He wonders if Hakjun's willingness to massacre the guild is connected to some hidden secret the guildmaster is keeping. For now though, the full picture regarding the guildmaster and Hakjun is unclear. He decides to investigating it further. At that moment, he notices snow outside, reminding him of a time when the world felt frozen in time. Back then, snow and rain were rare in their land, which only had a dry climate and barren terrain. In his past life, he had almost forgotten the luxury of feeling the peace of such moments. For a moment, he realizes that the new year is approaching, which makes him pause. He has neglected such important details because of the ranking exams and Hakjun. Another purpose of his journey is to climb down from the Tower of Trial, is to enter into dungeon, which requires him to obtain Awakened certification in order to enter dungeons, a condition set by the certification agency. He wants to take some time before entering a dungeon, but he knows he doesn't have much, as the new year is looming, bringing the risk of an outbreak. Then he receives a notice for recruitment that requires at least a C rank awakened. He had intended to be recruited by this group, but stops short when he realizes that he won't be the only applicant. Moreover, he lacks any dungeon clearing experience. He worries that he might be rejected, but then he remembers the guildmaster's offer. Though he doesn't like the idea, he decides to take it as a way to bait the group into recruiting him. So there's this cafe called Starbin, where two people are sitting discussing who they want on their dungeon team. Barun going through their options. There's Minsuk Han, who's B rank and has done 12 dungeons, Yoonmi Lee, who's C rank mage with 8 clears, and Yeon Kim, also C rank, but she's a healer with 5 dungeons done. She thinks they look pretty good together since nobody's way stronger than the others, so they'd probably work well as a team. But the guy she's with just calls them all nobodies with no real skills. This pisses off Barun big time and she slams her hand on the table, telling him he's part of this nobody team too, and considers him enough for this team to be good. The man turns out to be Johu Lee, a B rank awakened. He argues they need at least one more person to make their group complete, but Barun adds that more people means less reward for everyone. She wonders why someone at his level is being so fearful about this. Johu answers that he just wants everyone to stay alive since dungeon deaths have been going up lately. He's even stopped doing tower climbs because he's scared of dying. Barun reminds him that they're only doing an orange dungeon, which is basically easy mode. At that moment, her phone pings with a message. While checking her phone, she tells him to do whatever he finds right as a leader, while he is just trying to find a nice candidate. Just then, she informs him about a new application. Some guy named Soo-hyun Kim wants to join their Gwangju dungeon run. Basically, the dungeon ranking system uses rainbow colors to indicate difficulty levels. The closer to purple, the more dangerous it becomes. Orange dungeons represent the second easiest category, meaning any team of C-rank awakened individuals should handle them without problems. But this particular orange dungeon carries some unusual characteristics that set it apart from typical runs. Now it's January 1st, 2024. Soo-hyun arrives at the Gyeonggi-do Gwangju dungeon entrance where the team welcomes him. Johu greets him warmly, mentioning they've been expecting his arrival. After Soo-hyun apologizes for being late, Johu assures him it's fine since the others only showed up recently. They both then go for introductions. Minsuk's eyes light up with excitement when he hears Soo-hyun's name. He asks if this is the famous Soo-hyun Kim everyone's been talking about, the one dominating all the top rankings. Johu quickly corrects him, while explaining that our hero just shares the same name and is actually a C-rank newcomer making his first dungeon attempt. Both Johu and Barun had similar reactions when they first learned his name. Soo-hyun realizes his decision to hide his true abilities was smart, since letting them maintain this misconception works in his favor. He decides keeping his real skills secret remains the best strategy for now. Yoonmi shows up complaining about how she expected to meet the legendary Soo-hyun, but instead gets some random kid who happens to have the same name. She questions whether he'll even be useful to their team. He fires back that she shouldn't talk so big considering she's also just C-rank like him. This exchange makes Johu cover his face in disappointment while Yoonmi explodes, arguing that having the same rank doesn't make everyone equal since she's clearly superior. Barun steps in before things escalate further, suggesting they head into the dungeon instead of wasting energy on pointless arguments. Yoonmi accepts this, but promises to test Soo-hyun's abilities once they're inside. Soo-hyun finds her threats to sound like a typical anime villain. He observes that Barun seems to function as the group's vice captain and appears close to Johu. Yeon Kim arrives next, introducing herself as the team's healer. She tries to reassure Soo-hyun that Yoonmi's hostility isn't personal. Apparently, she treats all newcomers this way. While Eunmi continues glaring at him, he wonders what her behavior would look like if she actually did have something personal against him. There's this other team member just standing by themselves with their hood up covering their face. When he asks about them, she tells him that nobody knows anything about this person, not even Johu or Barun. They can't show their face or give their real name for some reason, but they passed the Awakened test in their C rank and Soo-hyun doesn't find this right at all. As they prepare to enter the dungeon, Soo-hyun reflects on his real motive for abandoning tower climbing to join this particular orange dungeon expedition. He knows that every member of this team will die soon because on January 1st, 2024, this exact party gets wiped out in what becomes a controversial case. The incident gains attention because 5 dead bodies were found despite 6 people entering the dungeon, meaning someone in the group murdered the other 5 members. Now with 7 people including himself, Soo-hyun realizes the killer sees him as just another weak target to eliminate. He understands he must protect the others while figuring out the murderer's identity. Lost in these thoughts, he misses Johu's pre-dungeon briefing and awkwardly pretends he caught everything when asked. While they are entering, Johu tells everyone to stay calm since orange-level dungeons typically contain few monsters, usually just creatures like wolves. Just then, a massive monster appears behind him. Everyone freezes in shock as the creature raises its weapon to attack. Soo-hyun recognizes it as a cyclops and wonders why such a powerful monster exists in what should be a low-difficulty dungeon. An explosion rocks the dungeon as chaos erupts around them. Next moment, complete chaos breaks out inside the dungeon as the huge creature goes on the attack the team. Soo-hyun's brain is trying to process what he's seeing, a cyclops in what's supposed to be an easy orange dungeon. This thing only shows up in yellow-level places or harder, which means they're dealing with a growth-type dungeon that gets harder over time, just like how some skills level up. He glances around, wondering if this sudden difficulty spike is what killed the team. Johu yells at everyone to get ready for battle while Soo-hyun's mind races and so many things aren't adding up here. Sure, the killer couldn't control the dungeon's power level, but if they wanted everyone dead, this would be perfect timing. He scans the group trying to figure out who's putting on an act while secretly loving this chaos. Eunmi freaks out and screams that they need to bail since this is obviously yellow-level territory now. Someone argues about losing the dungeon rewards, but she snaps back asking if money matters more than staying alive when they can't even beat this thing. While Eunmi talks about leaving, others point out she can't just ditch the team like that. Barun tells everyone to quit arguing since fighting each other won't help right now. The monster suddenly lunges at Soo-hyun, who barely manages to dodge. He realizes nobody else is even watching as the beast charges forward and swings its weapon. Johu jumps in to block with his sword, metal clashing against the Cyclops' blade. Soo-hyun thinks Johu's proving he earned that B-rank status, but then the guy starts shaking under the pressure. The Cyclops unleashes a massive strike that sends Johu flying across the dungeon floor. As expected, even Johu can't handle something this powerful. Everyone stares in horror as their leader crashes to the ground. Eunmi panics, saying a B-rank getting knocked out with one hit proves they should have run already. The monster moves toward the fallen Johu for a finishing blow, but someone blocks the attack at the last second. Johu looks up in shock to see Soo-hyun standing there with his sword stopping the creature's strike. Barun rushes over to check on Johu while Soo-hyun glances back to make sure he's okay. Then he immediately dodges another attack and backflips away at lightning speed. Everyone's stunned that he made avoiding the monster's strike look effortless. Soo-hyun asks how long they plan to just stand around doing nothing. Someone points out they can't run even if they wanted to since the hooded team member notices their entrance is now sealed off. Soo-hyun explains that starting from yellow difficulty, dungeons have separate entry and exit points. Once you're inside, you're stuck until you find the way out. Johu agrees he's right and admits he doesn't understand why the dungeon suddenly got harder. The whole place starts shaking like an earthquake. They realize fighting is their only option if they want to escape. A bunch more monsters start crawling out of everywhere as the team gets ready for battle. Our dude tells them to leave the big guy to him, but Johu tries to stop him as he rushes forward. Someone yells that there are way too many creatures swarming them. Johu orders everyone to stay focused. Soo-hyun counts around 30 monsters total. He cuts through several of them while thinking that except for the Cyclops, these other creatures do belong in an orange dungeon. The team should handle them fine. With this many targets, he could wipe them all out with one special skill, but it's not the right time yet. He needs to deal with the big threat, Cyclops, first. According to most people, a Cyclops' weak spot is its eye, but the real trick is knowing it's not the obvious eye too on its forehead. The actual vulnerability is another eye that's hidden somewhere else. He leaps up to attack the creature from above. The monster raises its arm to swat him, but Soo-hyun lands on its hand and spins his sword around. He spots the target and strikes at the beast's grip, aiming for where the hidden eye is located. The reason Cyclops monsters hold their weapons so tight isn't just for attacking, they're also protecting that secret weak point. After landing his hit, Soo-hyun jumps back down and thinks he's finished the job. Looking around, he sees the others still struggling with their fights. He calls out to Johu and Barun that he's done with the Cyclops, but someone screams at him to watch out as the creature's massive hand swoops down from behind. The beast grabs him in its fist and brings him up toward its mouth. Soo-hyun realizes with horror that his attack didn't actually kill him. Staring at the monster's other hand, Soo-hyun realizes he messed up big time. The weak spot wasn't on the weapon arm but the other one. His eyes go wide as the beast squeezes him with both fists. Johu screams his name while everyone starts freaking out, wondering if he's about to be killed by the monster. Eunmi yells about how this whole situation is hopeless and they should have bailed already. But Barun notices the creature's grip starting to shake. That's when our dude explodes out of its hand at crazy speed, leaving Johu completely stunned. The monster just stares at its empty fist while Soo-hyun shoots upward. He tells himself that was way too close for comfort, but good thing he grabbed this ability beforehand. He's using transmutation, which lets him copy other creatures' powers, and he snatched the monster's breath from the giant skill to boost his healing speed. Landing back on solid ground, he thinks about how lucky he is that he's been upgrading his skills. He's got the trait from some Cheryl race leader called Berserker, plus the Holy Bird's Blue Flames ability. Clenching his fists, he realizes that while he's been copying random monster abilities this whole time, he can also steal their original powers. He strained himself to land that hit, but he wonders if he can keep holding back when the situation is this bad. Johu starts running toward him to check if he's hurt, but before he can reach him, he launches himself into the air again. Johu just stands there shocked as he rockets toward the monsters at breakneck speed. The creatures look completely bewildered as Soo-hyun unleashes a single beam attack that obliterates every monster in sight, sending them crashing to the ground. When the main beast turns toward him, he asks what it's staring at and charges forward with a devastating strike. Watching this display, Johu wonders if someone with that kind of speed and skill could really be just C rank. As Soo-hyun pummels the Cyclops, another creature sneaks up behind Johu. He quickly dispatches it while thinking he needs to stay focused on what matters most, save everyone's life. He calls out to Barun to hold her position and remembers to back up Minsuk and Yeon. Barun tells the two to stay close to her. Soo-hyun glances over and figures they're back in fighting mode, so he needs to wrap this up fast. His powerful beam attacks start tearing apart the monster's body, including the hand with the hidden eye. Soon all the creatures are lying dead on the floor. Johu says they hardly managed to clear them all out. Barun admits the thought of being dead while Eunmi asks about their next plan. Sure, they killed the monsters, but they still don't know about the exit from there, and if more of them keep showing up, they're definitely dead. She suggests calling for backup. Johu answers that this is totally new territory for him too since he's never been in a situation like this before. At least this area doesn't feel unsafe for now, so he tells everyone to rest up. While Soo-hyun stands behind a wall, Johu approaches and asks how he's doing. Soo-hyun informs he's fine, but starts sweating, thinking about whether he was exposed during the emergency since he's supposed to be C rank. He casually scratches his head and mentions feeling a bit of pain. Johu suggests getting Yeon to heal him while he discusses next steps with Barun. When Yeon comes over, asking if he's in serious pain, he denies, so she figures a basic healing spell should do the work. While she works on him, she appreciates his fighting skills as taking down a Cyclops solo is tough even for B rank awakened. He brushes it off as luck and claims that someone has told him about its weakness before. She pauses and asks if he's not worried about their situation. When he wonders what exactly she means, she brings up not just the dungeon getting tougher, but how screwed up their whole group is. Minsuk lost his cool and fought like garbage. Eunmi won't stop being negative about everything, and nobody has a clue who that hooded teammate really is. Then there's the drama with Barun and Johu also informing him that she had read some nasty comments about them on Abyss Online. These comments tell them to hog all the loot and act like hotshots while finding ways to make everyone else look useless. She's worried they'll get ripped off even if they survive this mess, especially since he's been carrying the team. He wonders if money problems are really all she's stressing about and tells her to relax. She starts to apologize, but he interrupts, saying he has understood what's really going down here. Just then, Johu shows up wanting to have a one-on-one conversation with him. He agrees while noticing how Eunmi's expression shifts when she overhears. Our boy mentions he's also got some questions that Juho needs answering, and they both exchange glances. The group keeps moving deeper into the dungeon while Eunmi sighs with relief that they haven't run into any more creatures. Our hero suspects that they wiped out everything in this part of the place, so they should be okay until they hit the next zone. Johu uses his phone's flashlight to light up the path ahead. Barun asks how his private chat with Soo-hyun went and whether their plan worked out. Johu remembers Soo-hyun telling him he had questions too, then says the plan's done for. When she asks why, he explains that something way scarier is probably waiting for them up ahead. They stop in front of this massive door as he shines his light on it, leaving everyone speechless. Our boy thinks to himself that whoever's behind this mess is about to show their true colors. The door creaks open and they all step through. Minsuk looks around confused, asking about the place. Johu informs it's like the main hub of the dungeon and wonders if the exit might be here. Eunmi spots something and points out what looks like another door, this one golden. She gets excited and starts rushing toward it, saying they can finally get out of this nightmare. but their leader warns her not to make any quick moves. That's when the ground starts shaking and some kind of automated voice kicks in, welcoming new arrivals and announcing that activation of the system and that the dungeon test is about to start. Johu freaks out, recognizing the voice as the same system from the tower. He can't believe this is happening when the exit is right there in front of them. Our boy, however, knows that starting from yellow-level dungeons, just killing monsters isn't enough anymore. You need to complete specific objectives, just like in the tower tests. The system gives them two options for clearing the test. The first choice is to fight waves of monsters that'll come from the back door for 30 minutes straight. The second choice is to run through the opposite door and try to survive for 30 minutes while being chased by them. If they don't pick within 10 minutes, the system will choose for them on its own. Barun gets annoyed, asking why the system gets to boss them around like this. Yeon wonders if they really can't leave without completing one of these tasks, and the hooded team member confirms it. Eunmi immediately votes for running since fighting would be suicide given how tough this dungeon has gotten. But Minsuk argues that fighting might give them better rewards, and they didn't do too badly in the last battle. This sets Eunmi off and she yells at him for having an opinion when he barely helped at all during the Cyclops fight. He fires back that she's the one who keeps trying to bail on everyone. Barun cuts them off, reminding them that they've got bigger problems to deal with. Johu stares at Soohyun, who just smiles back at him. With only 10 minutes to decide, Barun asks Johu what they should do. He admits that based on their earlier fight with the Cyclops, they only made it this far because of Soohyun's skills, so it makes sense to ask what he thinks they should do. This pisses off Eunmi even more, and she can't believe a C-rank nobody is basically calling the shots over their actual party leader. Yeon points out that he's proven himself as a solid fighter though. When our guy answers that he thinks they should fight, everyone's shocked. Eunmi explodes, accusing him of getting cocky after killing one Cyclops and being greedy for better rewards. He explains that sure, rewards matter, but they only have two choices here. Running might seem easier at first, but the fact that it's even an option probably means whatever chases them would be impossible to beat. Plus, they have no clue what's waiting behind that door. Their best bet is to set up a good defensive formation and try to last the full 30 minutes. Johu agrees and tells everyone to get ready since nobody seems to have any better ideas. They arrange themselves for battle as the system confirms they've chosen the fighting method and gives them a 30-second countdown with good luck. A bright beam shoots down from above and all kinds of monsters start materializing and heading straight for them. Someone shouts a warning as the creatures charge forward. One of the beasts whips out a tentacle that wraps around Johu's sword. He's shocked at how fast it moved. Then the thing grabs his throat. Soohyun slices through the tentacle with a quick sword strike, freeing him. The monster leaps at Soohyun next, but he delivers a crushing blow that takes it down instantly. He notes that 1 minute has already passed. Everyone's now locked in individual fights with different creatures attacking from all sides. Soohyun slams his weapon into the ground, sending several monsters flying backward. He wonders if this is when things get interesting and if the real culprit tries to save themselves or help the team. While everyone's busy fighting, they suddenly notice something that makes them all freeze. Ye-eun starts shaking as she stares at an open door in front of them. The hooded team member's body is hanging there, impaled on multiple spears. Everyone stares in complete shock, trying to figure out what just happened. Their team leader yells at them to keep their heads in the game since the battle is still going on. But even while fighting monsters, they can't stop looking at the dead body hanging there. The system announces that the first challenge got cut short, and in 10 minutes they'll restart with the second option, running through the door to reach the exit. Eunmi freaks out that what went down went wrong, they only had 5 minutes left to go, and wants to know who opened that door. Ye-eun drops to the ground crying and informs the hooded guy just suddenly bolted for the exit. Barun wonders if they can hold back the incoming monsters, but Johu adds that there's no way. Like they figured before, these creatures will probably be way stronger. Plus, everyone's already drained from the big fight they just had. She points out that traps are waiting if they try to run, but Soohyun suggests they go for it. Eunmi shouts if he's got a death wish, pointing towards the corpse. He explains that she's missing the point about what the system actually told them. The second method means summoned creatures will chase them, not that they have to dodge and run. Those traps are meant for people trying to cheat the original setup. The system counts down 3 minutes remaining as he points out it doesn't lie, but the punishment only hits someone attempting to break the rules. He's confused why experienced awakened who've climbed this far in the tower don't understand this basic concept. Besides, they'll all be dead in 3 minutes in any case, so they might as well go down fighting. Johu gets pumped up and adds that anyone who wants to bail can stay behind, but he agrees with Soohyun that leaving suits best. He tells everyone it's fine if they think he sucks as a leader, but right now they need to focus on getting everyone out alive. This gets everyone's attention, and Eunmi admits that this way, they've got better odds as a team. They decide to move since time's running out. Yeon mentions she'll close the door right after they go through. At that, our boy informs he's staying put, which confuses everyone. Eunmi calls him crazy and asks if he really wants to take on all those monsters solo. He says of course he won't be alone. There's someone he needs to deal with, and he looks straight at Yeon. She acts confused and asks what he means. When he tells her to come along, she refuses as she wants to leave, asking why she has to stay with him. Johu starts shutting the door behind them, while Barun demands to know what he's doing and what she did, and Johu promises to explain everything later. Yeon begs Johu not to leave her behind and to take her with them, but our boy reminds him of the promise. She keeps pleading with everyone not to abandon her as Soohyun moves to block her path. She breaks down crying, asking why he's doing this when they'll both die if they stay and she wants to live. He says he definitely wants to live, then suggests she drop whatever she's holding, referring to her sword. Soohyun raises his weapon and asks if she really thought he wouldn't figure out where she's from. He uses his blade to tear her shirt at the shoulder, revealing a mark that proves she's part of the Detritus Guild. Basically, this guild is basically the worst bunch of killers on the planet, packed with every kind of criminal imaginable. The guild will commit horrible acts in the future that the public doesn't know about yet. In just a few hours, they'll become as dangerous as monster outbreaks. They're also responsible for speeding up the world's destruction, so to prevent everything from ending like before, he needs to wipe them out completely. He asks if she planned to make a reputation for herself in the guild by murdering the whole party. Eunmi was the most argumentative, but she valued staying alive, always wanting to run away. Minsuk was greedy for dungeon rewards, but his fighting skills weren't good enough. The mystery person was bound to draw suspicion since they hid their identity, so she used that and picked them as her first victim. She even spread nasty rumors about Johu and Barun so nobody would suspect her when everything went to hell. That's what gave away her real identity. Yeon admits she knew something was up the moment he killed the Cyclops. She starts grinning and comments that he is smarter than he looks, then drops her weapon asking if he's really the famous Soohyun Kim from the rankings, but it doesn't matter now since he'll be dead in seconds anyway. After the monsters tear him apart, she'll just open the door and escape. She reveals she has a stealth ability that makes a small area around her invisible, hiding her presence completely. She's not actually a healer. Her real specialty is assassination, which is how she opened that door without anyone seeing. The system announces the second test is starting as she wishes him good luck being on his own. Soohyun taunts her of that stealth, unable to hide the smell of blood, making her look at her hands where drops of blood are visible. All the monsters immediately rush toward her to attack and kill her. He then calmly walks forward to face a huge crowd of creatures standing in his way. As they all charge at him, he unleashes his power and warns them. Next moment, the giant monster jumps right at Soohyun, but he cuts it down while leaping up to meet it mid-air. The thing crashes down hard and he lands like it's no big deal, realizing that more are definitely coming and they won't stop. He sees this huge wave of creatures heading straight for him, and can't help but smile that this is exactly when he needs to use that crazy skill he's been saving. He puts his hand out toward the monsters and basically tells them to bring it on, then blasts out this insane energy attack promising to take them all out in one go. On the other side, the rest of the team is running as fast as they can. Minsuk's yelling at everyone to keep running since those monsters are going to chase them down. While they're running for their lives, Barun asks Johu how he figured out Yeon was the one who set up that trap and killed the hooded guy. He responds someone tips him off. When he had that private talk with Soohyun earlier, here's what goes down. Johu straight up asks if he's really just some C-rank nobody, while our boy retorts, why it matters. After chatting with Barun, he figures anyone who can take down a Cyclops by themselves might actually be that famous Soohyun everyone's been talking about. He wants to ask Soohyun to be their leader instead, since our guy seems way better at handling this kind of crazy mess. So he just comes out and asks if he's really that weak. Soohyun thinks about it for a bit, then admits he's actually the legendary awakened from all those stories, which totally blows Johu's mind. When Johu asks if he's hiding it on purpose, Soohyun responds that he has his reasons, but trusts Johu enough to be straight with him. But then he says no to taking over as leader. This confuses the hell out of Johu, but he explains that just offering to step down proves he's perfect for the job. Someone who keeps it together when everything's going to shit and will throw himself in danger to protect everyone. That's what makes a real leader. Instead, Soohyun has his own favor to ask. He drops this bomb that everyone in their party is going to get murdered, which scares the crap out of Johu. When Johu wants details, he says he'll explain, but first needs him to promise he'll get everyone else out safe. Johu asks what about him, and he informs that he's staying put to catch whoever's trying to kill them all. So now Johu's running and realizes he's been hanging out with the biggest badass rookie in the whole abyss, someone so tough he'd only stick around to give them time to escape. But even if Soohyun takes care of the killer, he might not be able to deal with all those endless monsters. He tries not to think about it, telling himself he can't do anything and would just mess things up. But then he just stops, pulls out his sword, and admits he can't ditch Soohyun no matter what, and turns around and runs back. Everyone's screaming at him asking where he's going, but all he can think is how he can't keep that promise about getting everyone out. He's going back for Soohyun. When he gets to the door and busts it open, what he sees is absolutely nuts. Every single monster is dead on the floor with this crazy blue flames sparking everywhere. Then one creature comes flying at him. But our boy shows up and uses this holy fire skill that totally destroys evil monsters and messes up dark-type creatures. The flames wrap around his hand as he obliterates the approaching beast. Soo-hyun notices him there just as more monsters rush toward them. He spins around and hits them with the holy flame attack, sending them flying. Jo-hoo watches with shock as Soo-hyun lands smooth on the ground among all the dead monster bodies. Jo-hoo runs over to him immediately, and he asks his reason to come back when he tells him to get out of there. He apologizes, saying he can't just bail on him. When asked about Yeon, he explains the monsters get her. Jo-hoo mentions he rushes back to help, but everything's already cleaned up, so he feels pretty useless. Our dude tells him he's definitely going to be needed for what's coming next. He points at this swirling tornado of energy where a hand starts coming out. Turns out to be another monster. Soo-hyun shows the boss monster finally shows up. It's this skeletal creature carrying a weapon and shooting energy from its eye sockets. Jo-hoo stares at this creepy skeletal monster completely freaked out and asks Soo-hyun about it. He informed him that it's the dungeon boss like he already mentioned, and Jo-hoo can't believe the existence of any such creature. The monster gets offended and complains about being called with such names. This makes Jo-hoo lose his mind because the damn thing is actually talking to them. The monster warns that instead of using cheap insults like skeleton, they should call him by his real title, which is the Dark Priest Lich. Our boy tells him to quit trying to act cool when he's not even properly formed yet. Jo-hoo asks what he means by not completed, and he explains this thing isn't actually a real lich, it's still in the process of becoming one. A true lich keeps its mana and power stored in another domain. The lich gets pissed and says he won't be affected with such ridiculous taunts. But Soo-hyun starts throwing out every insult he can think of, calling it a half-lich, a reject, a copy-paste, and basically a cheap fake. This terrifies Jo-hoo watching from the sidelines. The lich completely loses it, calling him names and threatening to tear him apart and feed him to other creatures. It flies up into the air shooting energy everywhere, which makes all the dead monsters around them start getting back up. Jo-hoo's jaw drops seeing corpses come back to life. He figures that even though this boss monster isn't fully developed, it's still got enough lich powers to control dead stuff. The monster's eyes start glowing as they begin moving forward. The lich raises its weapon and energy starts radiating from it. Our boy realizes this creature is probably why the dungeon suddenly jumped to yellow difficulty in the first place. Jo-hoo asks why he had to provoke the thing when there was no reason to start a fight, and he informs he did it on purpose, so it would target him first. He pulls out his sword, which starts glowing with energy and creates this circle of holy flames around both of them. He tells Jo-hoo straight up that he's not trying to make him fall bad, but he's nowhere near strong enough to handle all these monsters. Plus, it's way too hard for him to fight while protecting someone at the same time. Jo-hoo admits that he knows he's outclassed here. He explains that undead creatures can't cross this holy circle, so Jo-hoo should stay inside and just try to distract them while he deals with the real threat. He looks worried about him, but Soo-hyun consoles him that skeletal thing is his actual opponent. He immediately charges forward and leaps at the monster, swinging his sword, but the attack goes right through it like it's not even there. The lich casually laughs and says humans are quick, but this one failed to even touch him. Soo-hyun lands back on the ground thinking it must have teleported. Leeches aren't really built for close combat. They use undead ones to keep distance and avoid getting hit up close, all to protect their main weakness. Looking at the glowing stone in its head, Soo-hyun figures that's the life source keeping it alive. To protect this weak spot, the lich has to stay far away from enemies, and teleportation is perfect for that strategy. But it also means if you can actually catch it, you can kill it instantly. He jumps at it again with a powerful strike, but the creature uses its cape to block his view. He then charges up a massive holy flame attack and launches it at the monster. The flames engulf it completely, and Soo-hyun wonders if that finished the job. But then the thing appears right next to him, and mentions how holy flames can definitely hurt it badly, but only if the attacks can actually connect. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun's sword gets stuck in the wall, and he realizes his direct hit wasn't so direct after all. Fighting a flying enemy from a distance is way trickier than he thought. The monster finds it amusing to watch him struggle and asks what his next move will be. It tells him to look at his sword first. Blood is appearing on the blade. The lich explains that its dark aura infects everything it touches and slowly eats away at it. In a few minutes, he is going to lose his weapon. He answers that won't happen and yanks his sword out of the wall, promising to end the fight in under minutes. He launches himself at the monster again, and there's this huge explosion. Down in the circle, Jo-hoo watches with growing concern as a bunch of monsters approach him. He thinks about how he didn't come here just to hide behind someone else's protection like a coward. Watching the intense battle above, he knows that if he steps outside the circle, he'll just be dead weight. A B rank awakened like him would get slaughtered instantly. But then he moves forward anyway, saying that just standing around doing nothing isn't who he is. He pulls out his sword and slashes at one of the monsters from behind. Meanwhile, our boy spots Jo-hoo battling creatures outside the Holy Flames barrier and wonders how he's managing to fight beyond it. Then it hits him that he's using the Holy Flames itself as a weapon. His mana levels seem way higher than when they first entered this place, which means he's been powering up during their dungeon run. Soo-hyun grins and decides to switch tactics. He rockets toward Jo-hoo at breakneck speed while the Lich yells, asking where he thinks he's going. He blasts away all the monsters surrounding Jo-hoo with a single energy beam, then spins around to face the creature, explaining he's not running anywhere. Joo-ho asks why he came over, and he admits he needs to take back what he said earlier. He isn't weak at all. He suggests they work together to wipe out the smaller threats first, then take down the main boss as a team. The Lich cracks up laughing, asking if they really think adding one more person will make any difference. At that moment, he whispers something in Jo-hoo's ear, making him ask if that's actually doable. Soo-hyun assures him that it will work. Jo-hoo gets nervous and says he's not sure he can pull it off, but there must be some logic behind the plan. He promises to try his best not to slow Soo-hyun down. The bone creature and its monsters charge at them, threatening to teach them what real fear feels like. Both guys rush forward to meet the attack. Our dude unleashes a sweeping strike that sends monsters flying everywhere while Jo-hoo makes a beeline for the Lich. The Lich taunts him about being too slow and tries to get behind him, but Soo-hyun creates a protective ring around Jo-hoo, blasting away any approaching monsters. He draws his sword and ignites it with holy flames before leaping toward the boss for a coordinated assault. The monster admits their teamwork isn't bad, but insists they still can't land a hit on him. That's when Jo-hoo closes his eyes and activates his windblade technique, generating a massive spinning storm. Soo-hyun shoots his holy fire directly into the whirlwind, creating this combined attack that rockets toward the skeletal creature. The Lich is shocked as he realizes their abilities have merged into something much more powerful. The attack comes straight for him while Jo-hoo starts falling from his aerial position. Soo-hyun immediately speeds over and hands over a sword to him, and he jumps back. Then both of them position their weapons toward the monster. The Lich mocks that he won't get fooled by the same trick again, but this time they're attacking from opposite directions. Soo-hyun yells that it's game over and strikes, but his sword shatters against the boss while the monster remains perfectly fine. The Lich laughs and points out that Soo-hyun forgot his weapon was still infected with death magic. Now he's not able to fight with a broken sword. Soo-hyun just smiles and asks who said he only had one sword. Right then, Joo-ho appears behind the Lich. As it turns to look, he delivers a devastating blow straight to its stone, splitting it in half. It crashes to the ground and explodes. Soo-hyun remarks on their strategy. When they decided to team up, the Lich assumed Soo-hyun would use Jo-hoo as a distraction and kept focusing on Soo-hyun's movements. The creature likely thought it had a chance once Soo-hyun's sword broke, but from the moment they chose to fight together, he planned to let Jo-hoo deliver the finishing strike. He knew the monster would get careless enough to give Jo-hoo the perfect opening. The dying Lich tries to get back up, shaking as it warns that this isn't over. When darkness covers everything, their king will return and drag them both into endless suffering, and he dies there. Jo-hoo ensures if the fight's really finished. Our boy confirms, but those final words of the Lich mentioning about the king worry him. Both guys are now hidden behind some bushes outside the dungeon, watching this whole crowd of people and rescue crews gathered around the entrance. Jo-hoo wonders what they're going to do about this situation since they managed to escape, but now there's all this chaos. A news reporter is interviewing Barun, asking what happened to her teammates. She breaks down crying, hoping they make it out alive, but they're probably already dead. Jo-hoo figures she must have called in the rescue squad, which creates a problem since Soo-hyun can't let people find out he's the famous awakened. He scratches his head awkwardly, admitting the truth will come out someday, but he'd rather avoid all the drama for now. Jo-hoo stands up saying he'll handle this alone. When Soo-hyun asks if he's really going into all that mess by himself, Jo-hoo admits that he's pretty used to cleaning up Barun's messes from before. But he's got one condition. He pulls out a bag of loot and hands it over, demanding he should take the reward he gave him earlier. He can't believe it's all for him. These many ether stones are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it can't be easy making a living as just B rank. Jo-hoo says B rank hunters actually make decent money too, but he doesn't want this stuff because he doesn't deserve it. When asked why, he explains his contribution was too little compared to Soo-hyun's. It is very obvious to him that if our dude really wanted to, he could have taken down that Lich solo, but he gave Jo-hoo a chance on purpose. Our boy realizes he has understood everything. Jo-hoo insists he should take the reward and sneak around the back while he creates a distraction. He'll call a taxi to meet him there since one of his buddies drives one. He calls his friend Young-hoon to set it up. Later, Soo-hyun sits in the taxi next to driver, thinking Jo-hoo has way more connections than he expected. Looking out the window, he reflects on how he caught the killer like planned but couldn't save everyone. It was only thanks to Jo-hoo that he managed to protect who he could. Doing it alone would have been way harder, but he still needs to get stronger. He used to consider his past form more strong since he was the only survivor when everyone else died, but that wasn't good enough. He has to become more powerful than he is now to change what's coming, and he'll need to find trustworthy people to become his companions. Of course, taking care of his own health comes first right now. He's totally exhausted and his body won't stop shaking. Driver looks at him and comments how someone so young looks so beat up. Soo-hyun thinks he should probably earn some cash for medical bills and figure out what to do with all this valuable loot. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a man is sitting around laughing while watching something on his phone. His worker comes in calling him director and saying someone's here to sell ether stones. Turns out he's Gyungjong Lee, the director of Etherstone Management. Gyungjong asks his employee to handle this himself as the seller is just rank C. The worker tells him the guy brought more than a pound of stones, which completely shocks the director. While Soo-hyun waits outside, the director comes out apologizing for the delay and introducing himself as the auction house director. He mentions hearing about the large amount of stones Soo-hyun brought. When Soo-hyun hands them over, the director examines them carefully and confirms they're genuine, as these types only come from yellow-level dungeons and higher, and asks if he didn't obtain them illegally. When our boy asks, the director laughs and adds that he's not trying to accuse him of anything, just surprised that a C-rank awakened managed to get such high-quality rewards from a yellow dungeon. Our boy figures that his motive is to lower the price by making the whole thing sound suspicious. He casually answers that he got lucky, then pulls out the high-grade ether stone from the lich, which makes both their eyes go wide. This is actually the lich's life stone. It's also a type of ether stone. While you have to destroy it to kill the lich, there's a small chance of getting it from the dungeon's reward box. It's much more than he actually expected. He tells the director, if he's not interested, he'll just take his business elsewhere. The greedy director immediately panics and asks him to wait so they can discuss this properly. Soo-hyun moves forward and gives him one shot to name his best price, which makes them both nervous. Later that night, Soo-hyun checks his account and sees he got $600,000 from the Etherstone company, minus $18 for the taxi ride. He thinks it's a good price, though these stones will become worthless once the end times arrive. Walking into his house, he figures he's set on funds for now and won't have to worry about money for a while. More importantly, he won't need to take any more cash from his mom. He tells his mom he's home as she greets him with a smile, welcoming her son back, but there's a scar on her face that catches his attention immediately. Soo-hyun examines his mother closely as she welcomes him inside, asking why he didn't call ahead since she's still preparing dinner. She mentions he looks like he's lost weight and wonders if he had a good time with his buddies. When he asks about the fresh injury on her, she brushes it off as nothing serious. She explains she got caught up in some customer fight at the restaurant where she works and ended up getting hurt in the crossfire. This makes him grit his teeth and snap at her about quitting if the job is going to get her injured like this. She points out that he's heading off to college soon and grabbing his hand and says she needs to save up for his fees, even though she couldn't give him much growing up. As his mom, she wants to help him as much as possible. She tells him he'll always be her pride and joy, and she wants to become a mom he can be proud of too. This hits him hard as he remembers his past life when his mother would push him, asking if he really thought he could become the best with such low mana levels. She'd tell him to work harder so he could become a son to be proud of, saying he was going to be a hero. While he's lost in these memories, she keeps calling his name asking if he's okay. He snaps back to reality and tells her he needs to share something important. They sit at the table with coffee while he reveals he's become an awakened. She asks if he means those people who show up on TV. When he confirms it and explains how much money it makes and how respectful it is, he says he's thinking of going this way, not college. He apologizes for not telling her sooner, but he wasn't trying to hide it and planned to tell her at last. She asks if this is what he really wants to do, not just for the money or status, but something he genuinely wants to pursue. After thinking for a second, he says, really wants this, and she accepts it. He's surprised that she's not angry, especially since it's dangerous work. He expected her to be worried and mad. She admits being concerned, but she can tell it's a big deal since he's been keeping it on the down low. She's not going to push him to change or anything, as long as he's cool with it, but she gets him to promise to let her know if it starts getting too much. He thanks her and mentions he's made some money as an awakened, so she might be able to quit her work now. When he shows her his phone with the account balance of $600,000, she nearly falls over in shock. He asks if she's getting a little too excited considering she was just concerned about him. She laughs, mentioning the importance of money, then starts planning a better dinner and asking his choice of food. Our boy thinks about how he's dreamed of this moment of peace he never experienced before. As she serves him food, he reflects on giving up everything for this peace. But he knows this life really belongs to the original Soo-hyun, not him. Still, he's not concerned about it since he's been given another chance. He silently promises the real Soo-hyun that if he ever returns to this body, he'll make sure he can face the world with pride and never lose his loving mother. As they enjoy their meal together, he decides he'll turn the real Soo-hyun into a hero. Later, he's in his room, thinking about getting way stronger. His current level isn't cutting it as he struggled with a half-formed lich, and he knows what's coming will be tougher, so climbing the tower again is a must. He looks through his bag, pulls out his sword, and realizes he needs a real weapon, not that weak borrowed thing. That means he'll have to deal with that man again after all this time. Somewhere else, a blacksmith is crafting in his shop that's packed with every kind of weapon imaginable. He works with complete focus and precision. This is Daeho Kim, known as the Weaponmeister. Our boy knocks on the door asking if anyone's there, but gets no response as the blacksmith keeps hammering away at his sword. He knocks again and calls out hello. This time the man storms over in frustration, yanks open the door, and demands to know who the boy he is. He points out that if nobody answers, visitors should just leave. Our dude greets him politely. The blacksmith asks about his identity, and he just smiles back. He recalls the holy sword Balmung. This legendary sword took its title from the weapon carried by hero Siegfried, meaning Sacred Dragon Destroyer. That had been his gear when he lived as Sungan Kim, the most devastating sword ever built, crafted from endless rare components and the joint work of multiple awakened warriors. Weapon Master Daeho Kim had created this incredible piece. In his previous life, he'd shown up at the forge and Daeho had immediately known him as Sungan. After requesting the completed sword, Daeho had finished it and revealed the weapon. The sight had left him stunned by its perfection. Daeho had declared it a masterwork, among the greatest creations of his entire career. Soo-hyun had declined to take the sword, though. When Daeho questioned this decision, he'd pointed out that all the valuable materials Daeho had been collecting to build his ultimate creation went into this weapon. Taking it felt wrong when Daeho never charged fair prices and had used his most precious resources. Daeho had noted that everyone was labeling Sungan a hero back then, so widely that even someone working from a remote mountain workshop had caught wind of the stories. His accomplishments were becoming legend, but as these tales expanded, he seemed increasingly worn down. The unfairness struck Daeho that the entire world demanded salvation from him without offering anything back. Still, there Sungan stood, attempting to fulfill their hopes despite his expression growing darker daily, simply because no one else possessed the ability. Daeho had chosen to form another unbalanced relationship. Just as everyone expected Sungan to rescue them without compensation, he could assist without requesting payment, which is building a weapon matching such power. No one else possessed that skill. Soo-hyun remembers Daeho had served as both his weaponsmith and supporter, among the valuable people he'd failed to safeguard in his former life. Observing him now in the current timeline, he reflects on how much time has passed, but this round he'll absolutely ensure his protection. He presents himself as Soo-hyun, and he mutters about never hearing that name and questions his supposed fame, wondering how he located this secluded spot. Soo-hyun explains he learned Daeho creates gear for awakened fighters. This triggers Daeho's rage as he bellows about whoever spreads such rumors. He crafts weapons for nobody and bangs the door shut. Soo-hyun recognizes the man's unchanged personality, then mentions he's already acquired materials for the weapon. After a pause, Daeho opens the door slightly, agreeing to examine them. Our dude had anticipated this reaction. When he presents the material, his expression shifts to amazement, and Soo-hyun describes this as the supreme quality ether stone available. This represents another treasure he claimed from the reward container after destroying the Lich that's a premium-grade ether stone, essentially unobtainable during this era. Only following the Gwangju dungeon disaster do people learn these stones exist as dungeon prizes. This motivated his determination to clear that dungeon regardless of cost. While these stones serve numerous purposes, their genuine worth emerges when forged into weapons. Daeho expresses shock about obtaining something so exceptional, his hands trembling, and he concedes the point and inquires about his requirements. When Soo-hyun specifies wanting a sword, he brightens and guides him indoors, noting no payment is required since he provided perfect materials. He begins preparing a contract, but Soo-hyun dismisses it. Daeho considers him mad as the rarity of this material should be obvious. Soo-hyun confirms his awareness and expresses complete faith in Daeho. He desires not just any sword, but wants Daeho to experience the full creation process using the ether stone. This causes Daeho to burst into laughter. He finds Soo-hyun genuinely amusing and accepts the challenge to forge the finest weapon possible from this material. Soo-hyun entrusts it to his expertise, and they confirm the agreement with a handshake. Daeho cautions that completion will require considerable time. If he needs equipment before then, he can select anything practical from the workshop. Evening approaches as Soo-hyun departs, contemplating the 10-month schedule. He'd expected this duration, but it remains quite lengthy. Examining the weapon he borrowed, he determines this Daeho-made piece should suffice temporarily. He concludes that continuous progress represents his sole option. Positioning himself before the abyss entrance, he enters, and Gatekeeper sits within as Soo-hyun is ready to take the upcoming challenges. 11th floor, followed by 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th, as he is clearing each trail with highest scores. 6 months pass before Johu finds himself hospitalized, wrapped in bandages, while Barun criticizes his 6-month stay for not taking precautions. He responds that such advice proves difficult to follow. She observes his decision to tackle the tower again and advance to level 5 as the intensity seems excessive. This incident only caused injury, but future consequences could prove far worse. He maintains his smile while explaining that abandoning efforts due to difficulty isn't acceptable. Such surrender would prevent him from matching Soo-hyun's pace. His phone interrupts at that moment. Upon answering, he discovers our boy is calling. He expresses gratitude for Johu picking up after such a long gap, then mentions having several requests if Juho feels okay helping. He brings up 3 important matters with Juho. First, he needs a decent apartment in Seoul that can be perfect for someone with awakened abilities, since he plans to get his mother her own shop and move out afterward. The second concern involves the Detritus Guild. Even though Yeun ranked at the bottom of their organization, they might start asking uncomfortable questions about how their member died while failing a mission. The guild discovering what really went down in the Gwangju dungeon could cause them trouble. He worries that keeping an eye on them might prove too risky, but Juho reassures him. He promises to stay careful and avoid detection. The third and most shocking revelation catches Juho off guard. Our hero reveals that December 24th will bring a massive outbreak in Anyang City. The casualties will reach tens of thousands at minimum, making it the deadliest massacre ever recorded. When Juho questions how he possesses such knowledge, our boy stays vague about the details. He admits his requests might sound crazy, and offers Juho an out if things get too complicated. Despite the outrageous nature of these claims, Juho decides to trust him. Our hero explains his hope that Juho will believe him despite how insane everything sounds. His final request centers on preventing this upcoming disaster. He needs help preparing for the Green Engine outbreak, with less than 6 months until Christmas Eve. Getting strong enough before then requires clearing the tower's 20th floor, which means mastering the 19th floor perfectly. So, he begins the trial on the 19th floor, stepping into a desert environment. Broken skeleton remains scatter across the sandy ground while rats swarm over the bones, devouring any remaining flesh. The system notification informs him he's landed in a rat nest. Survival and escape become his only options. The overwhelming number of rats startles him initially. He observes the ancient bones stripped completely bare, indicating these rats have been starving for extensive periods. This desperate hunger makes him appear like a delicious meal. Gripping his sword tightly, he braces himself as the ground beneath him starts crackling with the movement of countless rats charging forward. He vanishes from his original position, reappearing with sword flashing as he cuts down every rat in his path while sprinting at incredible speed. One determined creature leaps onto his arm before jumping toward his head. He slices it cleanly in half, but glancing at his arm reveals his shirt torn and smoking from the contact. The realization hits him. He lets his guard down momentarily, and the creature carries either poison or corrosive acid. Turning back, he spots more rats approaching in massive numbers. He activates his Holy Flame ability while understanding that each individual rat poses little threat, but their sheer quantity creates the real danger. Continuing to burn through mana with Holy Flame seems wasteful since he remains unaware of what other challenges await him. The ability to wipe them all out at once would solve this problem efficiently. The rats start scaling tentacles and vertical surfaces, denying him any moment to strategize. One creature opens its jaws wide, attacking from above, but he kicks it away with his foot. Behind him, numerous rats cluster together, and he releases a sword slash to eliminate the group. Examining the ground more carefully, he notices cracks running through the surface, and realizes the ground level appears lower than normal. This observation suggests empty space exists underneath. The memory of a method to eliminate all the creatures simultaneously comes to him. He channels Holy Flame through his sword and drives it into the ground, creating extensive cracks. His strategy focuses on destroying any surface the rats can use for footing. Leaping forward as several explosions erupt behind him, he creates an enormous hole in the desert floor. Jumping through the opening, he lands in the space below and surveys his new surroundings. His suspicion proves correct. This underground area represents the actual trial location. Only one rat remains alive, trembling with obvious fear. The creature's behavior puzzles him that it acts scared rather than aggressive. The surviving rat immediately flees and reaches a section of ground where spears suddenly shoot upward, piercing through it completely. He recognizes this as some type of trap mechanism and continues moving forward cautiously. His shock grows when he encounters what appears next, a massive snake with its long tongue flicking out and hissing. The enormous serpent positions itself directly in his path with its mouth gaping wide open. He realizes the rats served merely as a preliminary challenge, while this snake represents the true test he must overcome. The huge snake swings its tail at Soohyun immediately. He jumps away just in time and swings his sword back at it, but the sword Daeho made for him doesn't work at all. The snake's skin is way too tough for his blade to cut through. He then decides to use magic instead. His holy flame shoots out at the beast, but nothing happens, and the snake doesn't get hurt one bit. Its magic defense isn't as strong as its tough skin, but it's still high enough to block his holy flame completely. The snake moves super fast and lunges at him. He has to jump back quickly because its huge mouth almost bites him. He sticks his sword between its teeth to stop it from chomping down. This thing moves way faster than something that big should be able to. The snake throws him down hard onto the ground. He lies there for a second, figuring out that this monster is both huge and really quick. He can't spot any weak points on it at all. He gets back up and thinks about how much stronger he's gotten. A month ago, this fight would have been nearly impossible. But now this snake isn't too much for him to handle. He's got about half his mana left before he runs out completely. His plan changes to tying the snake down so he can hit it properly. He sees a thick tree branch and grabs it. He swings it down with all his strength. Even if something has crazy magic defense, a hard physical hit like this will still hurt. The branch smashes into the snake and knocks it flat on the ground. He quickly wraps the branch around it to keep it stuck there. Then he jumps close to the fallen snake and pulls out his sword again. This time he goes for its soft belly and cuts deep into it. The snake screams really loud as he jumps away super fast to get clear. The snake gets mad and tries to chase him, but the branches keep it tied up. It can't move properly to attack him back. He looks at all the things this snake can do: tough skin, magic protection, and it heals itself too. He's never fought anything with all three of these powers before, but even with all that, it still can't beat him because he's got something way more powerful. He lifts his hand up and makes a bright flame appear. Just then, a powerful phoenix flies down from the sky, covered in holy fire. This is his Holy Flame Phoenix, a better version of his regular ability that he got when he beat the 18th floor. The Phoenix works more like a pet he can control rather than just a regular skill. The bad part is it uses up all his mana, but it's worth it because of how strong it is. The amazing bird lands on his arm, and it is 10 times stronger than his normal Holy Flame attacks. He tells it to go attack the tied-up snake. The Phoenix shoots forward like a burning arrow and pierces right through the snake's body, making a huge hole. The snake screams one last time as the Phoenix comes out the other side and flies back to him. The system pops up and tells him he got 100% completion for this floor. The Phoenix comes back and sits on his arm while he thinks about what just happened. Now that he's done with the 19th floor, he thinks about what's coming next. The tower gets way harder every 10 floors, so the 20th floor will probably be as tough as the 10th floor was. He spent the last 6 months getting ready for this in every way he could think of. There's only one thing left he's waiting for. Daeho needs to finish making his new sword. That weapon is the last thing he needs before he can face whatever scary stuff is waiting on the 20th floor. All over the city, people keep talking about Soo-hyun's crazy success on the ranking boards. Everyone wonders if he's actually human since he managed to beat the 19th floor with such a high score in just 6 months. Plus, he keeps ignoring messages from the Awakened Association. A fancy car pulls up and Soo-hyun gets out. Juho waits for him at the coffee shop, watching through the window. As soon as he spots him, he rushes outside to meet him. Our dude greets him casually, apologizing for late arrival, but Juho brushes it off and then asks about the car he gave him. He admits the car is too fancy for him. Juho tells him he should be driving something even better. He mentions how shocked he was when he found out he takes the subway and bus everywhere. Juho explains that awakened people need to get around to lots of places quickly, and starts telling about the sports car's specifications. People start gathering around the expensive car, so he suggests they go inside to talk privately. Once they sit down, Juho asks about his prep for the 20th floor. He confirms he's ready now since he was waiting for a special sword that he'll get today. He thanks Juho for the house and his mother's store. He feels happy he could help and asks about where he used to live. He mentions Ansan City, and Juho realizes that it's close to Anyang. Juho has managed to set up a meeting with the agency head next month, and he might get some help if he brings up what Soo-hyun tells him. Our boy realizes that if the meeting happens next month, that leaves only around 2 months for him. Things don't look good at all, so he brings up the topic of the Detritus Guild. Juho reports they've looked all over the place but can't find any trace of the guild members. It looks like they're keeping a low profile right now, but something else worries him. More awakened fighters have been turning up dead or disappearing completely. The problem is that dungeons have become way more dangerous recently, so it's hard to figure out if the guild is behind these deaths or if it's just bad luck. He also mentions a strange case where an awakened suddenly died in the middle of the street. An autopsy showed he'd been poisoned. Our boy asks for more details, finding it suspicious. Later, our hero gets ready to leave. While leaving, he reflects about how there's only about 3 months left. Even though Juho has been working best, there's no surety of success, so handling it by own still seems right. He then arrives at Daeho's shop to pick up his new weapon. Looking around at all the different weapons, he notices they're all incredible quality. Daeho shows up and apologizes for making him wait. He hands over the sword, explaining that the high-quality materials caused him headaches to create, yet he had fun and backs its quality. He unwraps the sword and gets shocked by what he sees. When he lifts it up, he thinks that even though it looks nothing compared to Balmung, he can feel something special about it, and it feels alive somehow. He takes out his old sword and swings the new one upward, easily breaking his old weapon in half. The new sword is extremely sharp and tough. It responds to his mana and can tell what he wants to cut and what he wants to leave alone, making it the perfect sword for him. Daeho suggests he should name it since it's his sword now. Our hero decides to call it Gram, the Dragon Slayer. Daeho laughs at this childish name. Basically, in Old Norse tales, Gram is another name for Balmung. Since he can no longer use Balmung, he chooses the name Gram instead, wanting to keep its connection to slaying dragons alive. As night settles in, he prepares to set out. Daeho invites him to stay and share some tea, but he explains that he has urgent business and cannot linger any longer. Far away, inside a dim castle, a knight stands at his post. The sound of footsteps creeps up behind him, and a hand suddenly rests on his shoulder. Startled, the guard spins around, heart racing, only to see Commander Maxman standing there. The commander apologizes for frightening him. Maxman asks how things are going, and the guard immediately straightens, reporting that everything remains under control. The commander nods, knowing how tiring the endless hours on watch must be. Still, he urges the guard to endure just a little longer. The Adram kingdom could strike at any moment, and if they do, it would bring ruin to everyone within the castle. The guard salutes firmly, vowing to do his duty with all his strength before resuming his station. When left alone, Maxman's expression hardens. 10 days have already passed, and the situation both inside and outside the walls only grows heavier. The uneasy calm before battle feels like a burden, pressing hardest on the common ones who suffer the most. He wrestles with the question of what step to take next. From the darkness, a voice cuts through his thoughts, asking if something troubles him. Maxman turns sharply and immediately recognizes the speaker. Stepping forward comes Lord Attaché, a shadowy figure who keeps his face masked. Maxman wonders what brings the Lord Attaché here when he should be helping the king. The Attaché mentions he just dropped by to check duties and get updates. Maxman explains they're getting ready for defensive warfare, but things aren't looking great since the Odrum Kingdom's forces outnumber theirs by a huge margin. So they'd have to ditch this castle and retreat to the next one for another round of fighting in the worst-case scenario. The attaché questions about abandoning the castle. Maxman clarifies this would only happen if things got really bad and their supplies end. But the attaché refuses to hear any talk of retreat. He insists they should fight until the bitter end defending their fortress. Maxman finds it easy for someone who doesn't do the actual fighting to throw around such demands without caring about the soldiers' lives. Ever since the Odrum Kingdom started this war, this attaché showed up claiming to represent the king and took command of their military. Sure, soldiers must obey their superiors. That's basic military protocol. But he treats soldiers' lives like they're worth nothing. Maxman wonders how someone like this became commander-in-chief. The attaché brushes off his concerns and demands he hold the position for just one more month, reminding him he's the hero of the old nation. Maxman clenches his fists at the mention of 1 month. As attaché leaves, Maxman realizes that even if they somehow manage to hold out that long, everything will be the same. Suddenly a sound is heard and just then, a commotion breaks out. A guard rushes up with urgent news that enemy's forces have launched an unexpected attack and broken through the castle gates. Meanwhile, a few hours earlier, our boy stands before the entrance to the 20th floor of the Tower of Trials. An old gatekeeper greets him, noting it's been quite a while since his last visit and offering advice. Our hero accepts the help. The gatekeeper wants to know the price first before deciding whether to assist. Our protagonist realizes that gatekeepers become more demanding as floors get higher, so he offers 100,000 points. The gatekeeper chuckles, impressed that someone would casually give away what most people earn in a decade, then asks about his destination. He explains he plans to tackle the next floor's 10th level and wants to know what dangers await. The gatekeeper assures him he won't die. If anything, he'll be doing the killing, advising him to avoid unnecessary deaths and keeping his main objective in mind. With this cryptic guidance, he pushes our dude through the entrance. He reflects on how gatekeepers always speak in riddles, though they do provide genuine help despite being so mysterious. After stepping onto a circular platform, he begins falling through it. Grabbing a tree branch breaks his fall, and he moves forward at lightning speed toward a massive castle complex. The system announces the start of the 20th floor's 10th level trial. Before him lies the castle of Kingdom Grand Alum, an iron fortress protected by thousands of soldiers. He has 1 month to capture it, but the system reminds him these aren't really his enemies. During this trial, he might rescue an ally and uncover the castle's secrets to survive. He notes this explanation seems more detailed than usual, suggesting that the system wants him to pay attention to specific details about the trial. The objective isn't just capturing the castle, but discovering its secrets too. The reminder that these aren't true enemies, combined with the gatekeeper's advice about avoiding kills, points toward finding non-violent solutions. Standing before the fortress, he wonders how to capture a castle without fighting anyone. Night falls as he sits by a fire studying the structure. True to its reputation as an iron fortress, the walls look incredibly hard with plenty of experts. The awakened defenders appear to be around C rank, giving them both terrain and numerical advantages. He needs to take the castle without killing anyone while uncovering its secrets. 1 month feels like plenty of time for the trial itself, but not enough for his personal plans. Making a quick decision, he approaches the castle. A guard demands identification. He decides not to overthink and face problems head-on. He introduces himself as a traveling adventurer requesting shelter at their castle. The guards react with disbelief, shouting about his apparent madness and demanding to know his kingdom. They remind him there's a war going on and tell him to get lost. Our boy realizes he has 2 months left before the outbreak and needs to complete this trial quickly to return and prepare. Seeing no other option, he draws his sword and declares he'll have to enter by force. Leaping over the guards, he unleashes a devastating attack that creates an explosion, shattering the thick castle walls and gates. Now inside the fortress, he faces the defending guards. The castle erupts with alarms as guards rush in, warning that an intruder has broken through. While chaos spreads, Soo-hyun keeps his focus on the weapon in his hand. Using it clears his doubts. It's sharper and steadier than he imagined, giving him complete control over his short strikes. As the guards charge, he unleashes a blast that hurls them backward, then darts ahead without slowing down. Some guards stagger to their feet, checking if each other are fine. One of them notices something strange, that where he had cut him, there's no wound at all. Our dude already has decided that he cannot actually kill them. From above, the guards prepare their arrows and throw at once. A rain of shafts fills the air, but he shatters every single one with swift swings of his sword, leaving the soldiers stunned. Before they recover, he leaps onto the roof. Their commander steps forward, ready to speak, but he shoves him off balance, forcing him down. Still, he makes sure not to kill him. Another soldier grabs the commander, insisting he must be taken inside. He realizes quickly that this man is no ordinary fighter. He's their leader, the one everyone wants to protect at any cost. Guards shout orders, dragging the commander towards safety, saying if he's harmed, the kingdom's future is at risk. Our dude sees how loyal they are, even disobeying his command just to protect him. At first, he only wanted to cause disruption, but using this commander might help him reach his goal faster. He springs toward the leader, but a guard throws a rope dart at his leg. Instead of falling, the boy yanks the rope and slams the guard down. Another soldier panics, yelling not to strike because their own man is caught. He cuts the rope, freeing his comrade, and the boy charges again toward the commander. This time, their weapons clash. The impact sends shockwaves tearing through the place, smoke bursting out as guards are thrown back. When the haze clears, the two stand face to face. Concerned soldiers rush in, but the commander waves them off, saying he'll handle this himself. He identifies the boy, not a spy from the Odrum kingdom, but an outsider wandering alone. The boy notices his sharp perception and strength, worthy of a commander, perhaps even close to a ranked awakened. The guards keep urging their commander to be cautious, reminding him they can't afford to lose him. He scolds them for their weakness, but they insist they trust him. Their faith stems from history. He was the war hero who led them to victory against Odram 20 years ago. They believe as long as he stands with them, they can win again. He understands now why they revere him so deeply. Yet he also sees the danger in this blind devotion. It binds the man just like he himself once felt trapped when he was Sungin Kim. He apologizes for forcing his way into the castle, explaining that he needs to enter urgently. The commander dismisses his reasoning, pointing out that their kingdom is at war, and they cannot simply welcome someone who broke in and attacked their men. The boy knows words won't be enough. He steels himself, deciding the only way to gain access without needless slaughter is to win the commander's trust through combat. He launches another strike, locking swords with him again. Then, with a quick move, he ties the commander's hand using the same rope that once bound him. He bites down, breaking it with his teeth, activating his transmutation. Gigantomachia's arm surges forth, trading his speed for monstrous destructive force. With this, he throws a powerful blow, thinking this commander will lead him to the castle's secret and help him clear the trial. The explosion shakes the ground, smoke swallowing everything. Guards scream for their captain, terrified of losing him. But when the dust settles, both the commander and Soo-hyun have vanished from sight. The guards rush around the courtyard, planning together to fix the gates and keep looking for the commander. They're confused because he was just there a moment ago, and now he's gone. Meanwhile, our boy takes Maxman through the shadows and ends up inside the castle with him. Maxman stumbles, trying to figure out what just happened. Soo-hyun already knows. It's thanks to the skill he bought on the 15th floor, Shadowtail. It lets him move through darkness, and usually the assassin type awakens own this. It's not perfect though. It drains mana, takes time to use, and only works once a day. But for sneaking in, it's exactly what he needed. He planned to save it for emergencies, and now it paid off. Inside, he catches the same smell he noticed earlier, the attaché's scent. He knows all that's left is finding the truth about this place. He unties Maxman, admitting he tied him up only so they could talk without interruptions. Maxman asks if he was actually trying to invade, and the boy explains that wasn't the case. Breaking in was the only way through because no one would let him inside, and time was running out. He warns something dangerous is about to happen in the castle. Maxman wonders if Odrum is about to invade. Our boy shakes that off that he's unsure about this, but whatever's coming is worse than just war. He asks if anything strange has been going on. Maxman thinks back to something Lord Attaché mentioned regarding holding on for a month but doesn't share much. He's still suspicious, asking how he can trust him. He points out that if he really were a spy, he wouldn't waste time breaking gates and fighting guards. He could have just destroyed the castle by himself. Maxman knows that's true, and he felt that strength when they were striking in front of each other. He realizes he doesn't have a choice but to take him seriously, and agrees to share something suspicious with him. So he leads him deeper inside. After a long walk, they stop at an old sealed chamber. He explains it used to be a prison over 100 years ago, but too many inmates mysteriously died, so they closed it off. Hardly anyone alive even knows this place exists. Our dude asks if there's a hidden area here where light doesn't reach. Maxman isn't sure what he means, but our dude insists the smell of death inside the castle isn't normal. Before they can talk more, footsteps echo through the hall. The Lord Attaché appears and he questions why the commander is wandering here in the middle of a war and points at Soo-hyun, calling him the intruder. Our boy presses him instead, asking how he even knew about this hidden place. The attaché claims he sensed something unusual and came to check. He warns the commander that the boy is tricking him, but to Soo-hyun, the timing feels too perfect, and so he suspects he was being followed. Before the Lord Attaché can twist things further, accusing our boy of controlling him as a commander, he slashes him down in one move. Maxman is stunned to witness this, as to him, that man was the attaché of the king, the commander's right hand. He wonders if the boy really is an intruder, but he notices the mask the attaché was wearing. It doesn't match his role at all. Then, our boy twitches and slowly, the corpse stands back up, and its disguise melts away. What they see isn't human anymore, it's a lich. Maxman is shocked that his trusted attaché was a monster all along. Soo-hyun stays calm as he already guessed something like this was hiding here. The castle smelled of death, even though no battles had ever been fought inside it. That was enough of a clue. He's even fought lich-like creatures before, though weaker ones. This one, though, is the real thing. Maxman realizes now that Soo-hyun isn't some random fighter. He asks where he's really from. Our boy just grips his sword and says he's from a place Maxman wouldn't know. The lich speaks to him for giving the clear answer, announcing that its plans have changed. Dark energy swirls at its fingertip, surrounds the area, and he gives a clear message that it won't let either of them live. The lich points its finger, and dark energy comes pouring out, totally freaking out both guys. Soo-hyun isn't gonna just stand there, so he rushes in with his sword and manages to slice the lich. He's pretty satisfied since his sword doesn't break this time. It's probably because of the ether stone used when making it, so it can handle magic way better than his old weapons that used to shatter all the time. But he knows having a decent sword isn't going to be enough here. This monster is all about darkness magic, which means regular hits won't do much. He needs holy flame or light attacks to actually hurt it properly. He can see Maxman is tough, but this isn't the kind of fight where his buddy can help much since he doesn't have any holy powers. So he decides to use his holy flames, but right when he's about to blast the thing, it flies up in the air and starts glowing with evil energy. When his holy flames hit the lich's dark aura, it makes this huge ball of mixed magic floating around. Looking at the lich, he gets bummed out. His holy flames can't beat the death magic, and he realizes this guy is way stronger than that fake lich he fought before. Sure, he could probably wear it down if he keeps shooting holy flames, but that would use up all his magic and take forever, so it's not worth it. Better idea is to go after that glowing stone stuck in its head, so he jumps up trying to hit it, but the lich just moves out of the way like it's nothing, and he ends up face first on the ground. From down there he shoots more holy flames, but the lich just dances around avoiding everything. Then it fires back with dark magic from its fingers. The explosion is huge, but somehow he comes out fine and kicks the lich so hard it goes flying. While spinning through the air, the lich turns around to look at him. He gets his sword ready, then notices dark energy coming out of the monster's back. That's how it's keeping itself from falling, using death magic like wings or something. The creature turns all that dark power toward them, so he has to counter with his holy flames again. After it lands, they just stand there staring at each other. Maxman yells from behind, asking if he's okay. He tells him yes, but something feels weird about this whole fight. Even though the lich has tons of death magic, it seems like it's not really trying its hardest, like it's saving energy for something else. Then the lich breaks the silence and says its preparations are done. With this nasty smile, it tells them playtime is over. Right away, black smoke starts coming out of the prison door, flowing past Maxman towards somewhere else. He tries to stop it with his sword, but when he looks up, he sees the prison wall is busted open. That's when he gets it and feels really mad. Maxman is confused about the sneak attack and wonders if liches can control darkness from far away. He explains that normally they can't, but this place is different. It's a lich hideout where no sunlight ever gets in, and all the hate and death have been building up for ages. The lich agrees, bragging about how this is their special place where you can still hear people dying. It's like their home base made from all the suffering. This totally shocks Maxman. Then two more liches show up right in front of them. Maxman freaks out seeing there are actually many of them present in one spot. Soo-hyun's mind races as everything clicks into place. The huge castle is packed with thousands of troops, plus that fake attaché who snuck in pretending to work for the king. With 3 liches here, this whole thing screams trouble. The red lich gets impatient, complaining they've wasted too much time already on these small targets. The blue one agrees, grumbling about how they should have just killed both guys the second they came downstairs instead of messing around. Maxman's totally confused about what these creepy things keep babbling about and what kind of plan they're cooking up. Our boy drops some bad news that there's actually a king of all the leeches, and there are specific ways to bring him into the world. One method involves using human lives as payment. This makes Maxman's blood run cold, as he remembers the fake attaché telling him to abandon the castle and fight until the last soldier falls defending it. The pieces fall together that they want to use the entire army as sacrifice material. Soo-hyun confirms their worst fears that these monsters plan to summon the Lich King right here in the castle. The blue lich chuckles, impressed that a regular human figured out their scheme so quickly. The red one wonders how some random guy knows about their master's existence. The fake attaché explains how they found this kingdom while hunting for the perfect tribute. After sneaking into the palace, They murdered the real king and took control of his forces, letting the imposter slip into his attaché role perfectly. Maxman's hands shake with rage as he calls them disgusting creatures. The fake attaché keeps bragging about their timeline. Originally, they planned to wait another month, but the ritual altar got finished way ahead of schedule. Our boy holds back the furious captain while the monster continues gloating. Once they eliminate these two troublemakers, the ceremony can begin immediately. Sizing up the situation, he figures 3 opponents will be tough but manageable if he's smart about using his magic. That's when the Lich releases dark energy, creating a cage around both fighters. Recognizing the spell instantly, our hero realizes this is the Death Guide technique, a high-level Lich ability that crushes whatever gets trapped inside using pure darkness. Regular Lichs can't pull off magic this advanced, which means these guys must be the Lich King's personal servants. The fake attaché waves goodbye mockingly and launches the attack with a gesture. Our dude can't even get his holy flames working properly as the dark magic completely surrounds them both. The 3 Liches start heading back toward the castle entrance, but an explosion makes them spin around. Somehow he has sliced straight through the Death Guide's darkness, which should be impossible since nothing physical or magical can break that spell. The other 2 wonder what kind of people they're dealing with and figure the sword must be some holy weapon. Maxman clears up their confusion. His blade is totally ordinary, nothing special about it. He's just a paladin, that's all. This revelation hits our hero, and Maxman faces the 3 monsters with pure determination. After murdering the king and planning to sacrifice the entire army, there's no way he'll let them get away with it. Grabbing his sword, he charges forward, declaring their evil scheme ends right here and now. The Liches find his bravery annoying but figure he's still just human, so they'll crush him and get on with their plans. The fake attaché tells his buddies to go outside and call up the undead army to surround the castle. Can't have any humans escaping. Maxman shouts in horror as the Red Lich leaps over him, asking where he thinks he's going. The monster prepares a deadly attack, but our hero jumps in with holy flames to protect his ally. Then something amazing happens. He summons the Phoenix, and the blazing bird grabs the Lich's attack in its beak, crushes it completely, then swoops toward the Red Lich. The panicked monster wonders what this crazy firebird is as his red companion gets knocked down. The Phoenix keeps coming, forcing the blue Lich to run for his life while screaming about who these people really are. Our boy turns to the visibly frustrated Maxman, understanding completely why he's so angry after learning about the king's murder and the planned massacre. But he explains that letting rage take control won't help anyone right now. Maxman clenches his jaw, demanding to know what else he's supposed to do in this situation. He acknowledges that Maxman commands this battlefield, but asks if just this once, he could trust him and follow his lead instead. He extends his hand toward the captain, waiting for an answer. While the Phoenix keeps the Lich busy, Soo-hyun checks if the captain's ready to move. Maxman hesitates, clearly torn about the whole situation. He's not sure leaving the place right now is the right call and wonders if abandoning his duty makes any sense. Our dude points out how he keeps racking up debts to Maxman, but time's running short. A choice has to be made: save the castle or save the lives of everyone inside it, depending on what matters the most. This question hits Maxman hard, making him super frustrated. Instead of giving an answer, he just bolts toward the stairs, leaving him alone. Standing there, he remembers the gatekeeper's advice about doing what needs doing no matter what. That means figuring out his own responsibilities instead of letting others decide for him. He has also mentioned not being enemies and maybe saving a friend in the process. So he decides to trust Maxman with keeping the soldiers safe while he handles the bigger threat. Gathering his power, he knows exactly what needs doing. The Lich finally breaks free and turns around to see what's happening. Everything goes quiet for a second, then he sheathes his sword. That's when a massive cut appears straight through the castle walls. The explosion is incredible, with rocks flying everywhere, the ground cracking apart, and the whole castle just collapsing in front of everyone. The Liches can't believe what they're seeing as the entire structure comes crashing down. Deep in the rubble, the fake attaché Lich loses his temper with his buddy who was supposed to call the undead army. He threatens to kill the guy himself if he doesn't get moving right now. The scared Lich quickly agrees and runs off. Then he orders the red skeleton to check on their ritual altar as the ceremony won't work if it gets damaged in the collapse. But before the red Lich can take 2 steps, a holy flame blast nearly roasts him alive. Our dude pops up from behind the debris, asking where the monster thinks it's going. One quick sword slash cuts the red Lich clean in half. The fake attaché goes ballistic, screaming on him. He launches himself at him, then lands and creates a magical sphere that traps him in another cage. While floating in midair, he realizes he's stuck and the Lich is about to activate the Death Guide. But the Phoenix swoops in just in time, smashing the cage and letting him drop safely to the ground. He's breathing hard, wondering if he pushed his limits too far this time. The fake attaché hovers above, telling him to quit fighting since that holy firebird is obviously draining his magic. He offers a painless death if he surrenders right now. Soo-hyun grins and admits the Phoenix does eat up tons of mana. He dismisses the flaming bird, then continues explaining that running out of magic doesn't make him helpless. He draws his regular sword, which completely shocks the Lich. Earlier, when Maxman was about to leave, he'd checked if there was anything else he could help with. He told him it was fine since he already owed him big time anyway. Now he activates his transmutation ability, mixing it with holy power to create a blessed blade. The sacred energy flows into his weapon, giving it the holy properties needed for this fight. Holding up his glowing sword, he grins at the stunned Lich and wonders if they're finally ready for a real battle. Meanwhile, outside the castle, the guards panic about whether anyone got hurt and wonder what's happening inside. Then a massive blast rocks everything, and one of the Liches shoots up from the ruins. The Lich grumbles about how annoying everything is, but mentions staying calm as long as he follows orders, and getting mad only makes things scarier. Raising his hand, he sends red energy beams into the ground, making it crack open. This leaves the guards totally shocked as undead creatures start crawling out from underground. The soldiers start to yell about the thing summoning monsters to attack them, but they can't figure out what this creature even is. That's when someone shouts for Master Sergeant Luke by name. It's General Maxman standing there alive and well. Luke feels relieved seeing his commander okay, but points out the castle just got blown to pieces. The captain explains he already moved all nearby troops to safety, so nobody got killed, so that's not the main problem right now. He checks if Luke finished fixing the gear yet. Luke admits it's not completely ready. Meanwhile, zombie creatures keep climbing over the castle walls. The captain orders everyone to use whatever they've got and block all the gates no matter what. Defending the castle comes first. He'll handle the big monster himself while Luke takes care of the other soldiers. Luke wants to help fight, asking about the monsters outside the castle. The captain figures different guards can deal with those weaker enemies on their own. They're not letting him fight alone this time. Finally agreeing, the captain warns everyone to stay alert and follow his lead. In his head, he knows he's not planning to fight to the death here. His job only involves protecting the soldiers while letting Soo-hyun handle everything else. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun battles the Lich inside the collapsed castle, with both their powers clashing violently. Our boy moves like lightning, throwing a punch that the monster barely dodges. Then he launches another devastating attack that connects directly, sending the Lich crashing to the ground. The creature pants heavily, thinking about how much stronger he's gotten over the past century, and so considers himself the most powerful Lich of all, which makes it frustrating that he can't kill one regular human. Our dude steps forward and slashes right at the glowing stone in the monster's head. The Lich falls forward, gasping for air, but he realizes something's wrong, that even after cutting the core, this thing's still moving around. This won't be as easy as expected. He tells the creature to stop trying since all its plans have failed. The Lich laughs, calling him foolish and explaining that he's the one really struggling here. It's not just him. Countless others are putting in effort day and night to bring their master back. Even many humans like him couldn't stop them all. The king's return can't be prevented, and he'll cover the world in darkness. The Lich insists the human is fighting a losing battle. Our dude stands tall and calmly mentions he'll just kill the Lich King at any cost and puts his sword to the monster's head, which starts dissolving away. As the creature fades, he thinks about the Lich King who invaded their world during the outbreak in his previous life. He was the one who defeated that monster back then. But this situation reminds him of that dungeon in Gwangju too. Getting all these leeches to talk about their king makes him worry that the arrival of the king might be happening faster and moving way quicker than last time. Better focus on what's right in front of him first. There's still one Lich left to deal. He keeps thinking about how the commander is doing, but the Lich in front of Maxman won't give him a break. It keeps teleporting and flying around, hitting right where he's weak. Fighting something like this is a pain to him, but killing it isn't the point. He just has to keep its attention so the soldiers stay safe. If he can hold out long enough, our boy will be back till then. Then the Lich suddenly freezes. It senses its partner is gone. The fact that its leader died doesn't sink in, and it roars in disbelief. Maxman grins as he knows the hero managed to win. Anger takes over the Lich, and its power bursts out. The air turns heavy. Soldiers struggle to breathe. Luke drops to his knees, and even the commander feels crushed, shouting for the monster to stop. The soldiers clearly can't take this. Just then, the hero shoots in like lightning and smashes the Lich across the face with a single punch. The punch by him sends the Lich flying into the castle wall, causing another huge explosion. The captain checks if Soo-hyun beat the other monster. He confirms he did, but notices things are getting worse fast, and if he would have been late, it would have been really bad. The captain keeps wondering if that's really all there is, but the hero already understands what's going on. This great absorption trick is pulling energy from every living thing and even from the dead, feeding the undead to make them stronger. He remembers the warning not to kill anyone. If more people had died earlier, this spell would have turned into something terrifying. Even though this one is only an apostle of the Lich King, the scale of the magic is insane. It's almost as strong as the one he just defeated, even though it feels like a sidekick. The Lich keeps raging, shouting the same words of hatred again and again. Then it spits out a weapon glowing with death energy, and a giant magic circle spreads out across the floor. Maxman stares in disbelief as the creature shoves its staff into the circle, making the spell surge with even more power. Our dude rushes in, aiming for the stone before the absorption starts again. But his blade bounces off. The Lich already wrapped himself in a shield. The monster laughs that the barrier can't break since the spell feeds straight off his own life force. If the hero wants to interfere, he'll have to kill him first. That leaves the hero cornered. He could strike down the lich, but the spell would drag on too long, and soldiers would keep dropping until nothing's left. Then the captain steps forward. He reminds the hero that fighting the monster is his job, but keeping the soldiers alive is the captain's. He drives his weapon into the ground, and a shock of light spreads like a wave, coating the castle and everyone inside. The suffocating pressure disappears instantly. Soldiers glance around, stunned, realizing they can breathe freely again. The hero recognizes the move. It's Sanctuary Purification, the captain's ultimate paladin skill. It lifts morale, wipes out dark influence, and shields everyone from shadow attacks. But it eats away at the user's lifespan. The captain knows it might kill him, but even so, he'd rather burn his life out protecting his men. He leaves the lich to Soo-hyun. The hero rises again, watching the soldiers fight with everything they have. That's when the lich lashes out, screaming about his fallen friend. He mocks him as weak, ordinary, and worthless without the crowd behind him, just meat for sacrifice. While dodging, he smashes the lich's staff apart. He notes that even this creature clings to bonds, yet he never cared about the thousands of lives he took, each of them someone's family, someone's friend. Their weapons crash, sparks flying. The hero forces the lich to face it. This is what loss feels like. He wants him to remember it and take that pain back to the ones already dead. With one clean strike, his sword slices through the lich, shattering the stone. The lich's final thought is shock about an ordinary human able to kill him. His weapon crumbles mid-air, swallowed by holy flames as the phoenix's fire burns away his existence. Across the battlefield, the lesser undead vanish at once. The captain drops to his knees, exhausted from his technique, staring up to confirm it's finished. He almost collapses, but he catches his hand, steadying him. The captain admits he did all he could, and the hero agrees. Breathing heavily, the captain says he wants to rest a bit before celebrating their win. He checks if our guy is all right, and he responds that he needs rest too, visibly exhausted. Far away at the Awakened Association, a man slams his fist onto the desk, furious at what he's hearing that a dungeon that's about to appear in Anyang City will turn into an outbreak in just 3 months. The man is Gyung-tae Song, the head of the association. He shouts at Juho, not ready to believe this stupid thing, making him nervous. The tension in the room reaches a breaking point when Gyung-tae challenges Juho's warning about the dungeon threat. According to him, no human can possibly assume when dungeons will appear, and the idea that one would immediately transform into an outbreak and devastate Anyang seems ridiculous. His voice rises as he points out basic dungeon knowledge, insisting that these portals need at least a month before becoming dangerous outbreaks. Juho pushes back with a grim reminder that dungeon behavior has become unpredictable lately. Since these phenomena weren't always common knowledge, anything could happen now. With 600,000 residents at risk, he can't ignore even the smallest possibility of disaster. The heated exchange continues until Gyung-tae makes his position clear that if nothing happens and they evacuate everyone, his career is finished. But if he's wrong about ignoring the threat, the entire nation could panic unnecessarily. Dowie Kim, an A-rank awakened from the association, steps between them before things escalate further. When Gyung-tae questions whether this situation makes any logical sense, Dowie acknowledges that while no similar incidents have occurred before, he might have a valid concern. The real issue becomes verifying the source of this information. Everything changes when Juho reveals his informant's identity, the mysterious Soo-hyun Kim, who's been conquering tower floors and creating waves throughout the awakened community. This revelation leaves both officials stunned, though Gyung-tae remains skeptical about connecting this tower climber to someone they encountered in a Gwangju dungeon months earlier. That person was only C rank, making the connection seem impossible. Despite Juho's attempts to push for action, Gyung-tae refuses to move. He makes his stance brutally clear that dungeons are like natural disasters, and even if people die, he won't face blame for following standard protocol. He realizes that Gyung-tae is deliberately ignoring the warning to avoid taking responsibility for a potentially false alarm. The meeting ends with Gyung-tae asserting his authority as the decision-maker, effectively shutting down any evacuation plans. Meanwhile, inside the tower, our boy completes the grueling 20th floor trial. The reward is substantial, 100,000 achievement points plus significant stat increases. Catching his breath, he reflects on the unexpected challenge of facing 3 apostle-level liches. Even though this represents only level 10 difficulty on the 20th floor, the experience proved worthwhile when he checks his improved statistics. His mana has reached 70 points with a 7-point regeneration rate, meeting the S-grade awakened criteria he's been working toward. However, reviewing the system messages makes him realize something important, that he could have received help from others during this month-long trial. Perhaps his habit of working alone has become too fixed. Watching Maxman direct his guards in rebuilding the castle, he appreciates having some companionship this time around. Maxman notices his approach and expresses relief that he'd been worried that our hero had left without getting his injuries checked. Soo-hyun explains he just needed some air to process everything. Maxman chuckles about wanting to celebrate publicly, which is exactly why our dude stepped away. The pressure of living up to others' praise and expectations feels overwhelming. This resonates with Maxman, who shares his own experience as the war hero of the Old Kingdom after the previous conflict. While he didn't mind the title initially, the mounting responsibilities eventually became suffocating. The conversation takes a meaningful turn when Maxman credits our boy with teaching him that protecting his soldiers is his true mission. This realization has made those heavy burdens much more manageable. He smiles on it, noting how much happier Maxman appears now, and observes that solutions often lie closer than expected. Before parting ways, Maxman updates him on recent developments, the king's assassination, and the challenges ahead for the kingdom. Despite everything, this feels like a positive beginning. When our protagonist mentions leaving, Maxman expresses surprise at his quick departure. After confirming his work is finished and the general can handle everything else, Maxman offers final words of gratitude. Despite knowing about the burden of expectations, Maxman feels compelled to acknowledge that our protagonist truly embodies heroism, saving both the castle and everyone in it. With these parting words, our protagonist departs, having earned maximum points and a new title, Hero Immortal. Back in the real world, Barun and Juho are working out when an annoying ringtone interrupts them. Barun urges Juho to answer since she can't stand that old sound. Juho wonders who could be calling this late, but his confusion turns to shock when he sees our boy's name on the screen. He'd been expecting this call, though nothing prepared him for the news that Soo-hyun is currently in the hospital. An argument breaks out between Soo-hyun and the hospital staff, who insist his patient can't leave with such severe injuries. Being an awakened doesn't change the medical reality, but he pushes for basic treatment so he can get out of there. The compromise leaves him standing outside the hospital, wrapped in a bandage, when Juho arrives in a panic. Finding a quiet spot in a nearby park, Juho examines his friend's condition with concern. The shoulder injuries look particularly troublesome, but he brushes off the worry, claiming he just needs to loosen up. Juho can't hide his amazement at hearing about the single-day conquest of the 20th floor, especially considering the massive rank improvement that came with it. When pressed for advice on achieving such rapid progress, he feels embarrassed and offers only a simple explanation that he just attacked straight. This casual response puts Juho's mind at ease about his friend's condition, allowing him to shift to more pressing matters. The bad news comes first that his mission to convince the association has completely failed, and worse, his identity is now compromised. This doesn't surprise our protagonist, who never expected positive results anyway. When Juho wonders about his connection to the association head, he reveals his past life experience as an association member, making Youngtae technically his former superior. Despite the initial failure, Juho has discovered something crucial, that a green dungeon has appeared in Ansan City, drawing most of the awakened community there for a major clearing operation. This information triggers painful memories for our dude, who recalls visiting Ansan in his previous life as well. Back then, this very situation prevented him from responding to the outbreak, and the delayed response made everything worse because Youngtae spent more time covering his own tracks than handling the crisis properly. Fury builds as he remembers Youngtae, who only cared about protecting himself. The amount of extra work this will create feels overwhelming. When Juho admires how perfectly the dungeon's appearance matches the earlier prediction, our protagonist dismisses it as just a lucky guess, while expressing gratitude for all the help received so far. The conversation takes an unexpected turn when he announces his intention to work alone from this point forward. Juho immediately objects, pointing out that the help provided so far was minimal, and questioning how much assistance he can expect from the association now. After a moment of silence, our boy agrees to share his complete strategy. 2 months pass, bringing December 17th, exactly 1 week before Christmas Eve. The internet buzzes with speculation about a mysterious post on Abyss Online that seems too unbelievable to believe. The message warns of terrorist activity planned for Anyang on December 24th at 6 p.m., supposedly orchestrated by something called the Detritus Guild, described as a hidden organization of the worst kind of killers. The post advises anyone who values their life to stay far away from the city that day. Most people dismiss it as an elaborate hoax while wondering what this Detritus Guild could possibly be. The story gains traction when a news reporter decides to investigate, bringing in someone with first-hand experience of this mysterious organization. Juho finds himself sweating under studio lights as the reporter questions him about the guild's existence. He confirms their reality based on personal encounters, though internally he struggles with the stress of this deception. His explanation links them to major destruction in the Gwangju dungeon incident, while Barun watches from home, completely baffled by her friend's sudden media appearance. The broadcast sends Gyungtae into a rage as he can't believe someone would manipulate the media like this while they're already stretched thin dealing with the Ansan dungeon situation. Doi points out their powerlessness to control individual actions, but Gyungtae remains convinced this is Soohyun's doing. When Doi mentions checking the mysterious tower climber's background without success, he adds that the person has been stuck in the abyss for an entire month, leaving him wondering about the true motives behind all this chaos. Meanwhile, our dude downs some kind of potion and tosses the empty container aside. Almost immediately, energy courses through his veins as his heart begins glowing with power, releasing an intimidating aura that practically screams a challenge to any potential opponents. His landlord's persistent knocking interrupts the transformation. A month's overdue rent combined with days of silence has pushed the man to his limit. He threatens eviction regardless of whether his tenant is dying in there, but stops short when he discovers the door unlocked. Stepping inside, the landlord freezes as the overwhelming monster-like presence hits him full force. He apologizes for the disturbance and promises extra payment, but the landlord just wants to know if he plans to stick around much longer. Learning about the immediate departure plans, the landlord watches in shock as his tenant vanishes at incredible speed, leaving behind only a bag of coins and many unanswered questions. December 23rd arrives, exactly 1 month since entering the tower and handling various arrangements for Juho to manage. The achievement points saved up over this period finally serve their purpose when our protagonist purchases a top-grade mana catalyst. The merchant expresses confusion about why anyone would want such an expensive item on the 21st floor. The 2 million achievement point price tag seems excessive. However, his shock deepens when the payment goes through without any issues. After securing a private room, Soohyun consumes the catalyst despite its awful metallic taste. The absorption process transforms raw mana into personal power, achieving a perfect state that sends him soaring high above the city rooftops and acknowledges that tomorrow marks the beginning of everything. Inside a corporate building, a subordinate approaches Dong-young with urgent timing updates. The departure moment has arrived, prompting the executive to gather his team, including Hak-jun, who's glued to his phone screen. He looks up from browsing the viral post about terrorist threats from some criminal organization called Detritus Guild. Dong-young questions Hak-jun's opinion on the post's credibility. He weighs the possibilities as half, especially since that green dungeon surfaced in Ansan recently. However, his superior cuts through the speculation with a different angle entirely. The real focus should be on identifying whoever created this elaborate warning. Only a handful of people possess enough inside knowledge about this shadowy guild to leak such detailed information. After some digging, he just leads to one name, Soohyun Kim. That familiar identity sparks recognition, driving him to investigate deeper into the motivations behind this public exposure of guild secrets. Their car arrives as Hak-jun processes this revelation. Sitting into the car, his mind churns with questions about his boss's sudden interest in this situation. Normally, the man only pursues matters that offer clear personal benefits, but now he's really interested in this. Their group must be connected to this Detritus Guild somehow. While they're driving, Hak-jun thinks about that our boy again. The dude seemed like just another weak C-rank nobody, not like the famous Soo-yun everyone talks about. But then he remembers how our guy offered to help him anytime, which is kinda weird for no reason. In Anyang City, Gyeonggi Province, 3 troublemakers are hanging around, complaining about how strangely quiet Christmas feels this year. One of them grumbles that there aren't any easy targets for their usual tricks, wondering if everyone ran off because of those silly online warnings. Another suggests maybe they should leave too, but the idea gets shut down right away. Their leader laughs off the supposed terrorist threat, calling it nothing more than attention-seeking nonsense, just another internet prank blown out of proportion. But before they can continue joking, our boy as a masked figure suddenly appears behind them. They turn, mocking his outfit and laughing at his Christmas fashion sense. The laughter stops when the masked man grabs the leader by the shirt and lifts him into the air. The others freeze in shock while their friend dangles helplessly. He makes it clear he's not as dumb as they think, then slams the thug onto the ground. Pulling out a blade, he points it at the fallen troublemaker and calmly explains who he is, just your average, everyday terrorist. At that exact moment, a huge explosion blasts behind him, sending everyone running in panic while shouting about the terrorist attack. The news spreads fast that a massive explosion has hit the Pyeongchang area. Looks like that post on Abyss Online wasn't fake after all. People rush to escape as fear grips the city. Someone runs up to Gyungtae to warn him, but he's already glued to the news. His hands shook, realizing that Juho hadn't been spouting nonsense. It's real. This is happening. Dowie adds that witnesses saw only one person behind all the chaos. Gyungtae can't believe how a single man could cause this much destruction. Then it hits him. He recalls everything Juho once told him about the tower climber. It all makes sense now. Gyungtae shouts at Dowie to gather every awakened fighter they have and go after the terrorist. He knows exactly who it is. Meanwhile, our dude stands in the middle of the fires and explosions tearing through the city. Looking around at the destruction, he wonders if this is finally enough to get their attention. Flames swallow up every building and vehicle around the area. Soo-hyun's looks at all the destruction and figures this should be looking like an attack site. Everything appears to be burning, but it's not actually getting destroyed thanks to his improved holy flame technique, helping him to set things on fire without really burning them, and he can even control the color now. This lets him create an amazing spectacle for everyone to see. The best part is there are no regular people getting hurt. They all got out of there by now just like they were supposed to. But this whole show isn't finished yet. He still needs to make it to the city center for the next part. Right when he's thinking about someone to be there by now, a voice comes from behind him. A whole group of awakened shows up to put a stop to his rampage. Dowie steps forward and introduces himself as Associate Director from the Awakened Association. He demands that he end his activities immediately. Then he drops his real name and asks him to cooperate with them. The other association members start buzzing with excitement. They can't believe the terrorist is actually Soo-hyun, everyone's been talking about. Dowie keeps pushing, claiming he knows Juho helped plan this entire operation, so working together makes sense. Our guy spins around and cuts him off. Way too much chattering going on. He points his weapon straight at them and makes it clear there's no need for more words. If they want to stop him, they should quit wasting everyone's time and get to it. This attitude really gets under the awakened team's skin. They charge forward at full speed, complaining that he shouldn't get so arrogant just because he's famous. He easily stops the first attack with his sword. While they're clashing, the attacking awakened mentions finally meeting him face to face and asks if he's really part of the Detritus Guild. Our guy can tell right away this one's a high-level B rank just from how he fights. Then another awakened jumps in from behind, demanding some space to work with. He creates a glowing magic sphere between his hands and fires it toward him. This time he realizes he's dealing with a low-level B rank based on the attack strength. A third team member gets really annoyed watching how easily their target handles everyone. He instructs the others to have some confidence and questions why Dowie is just standing around doing nothing when he's supposed to be the most posed one there. He responds that something feels off about the situation. While they're having this conversation, another awakened charges forward to attack. Our dude times it perfectly and kicks the hand holding the weapon, then follows up with a powerful strike that makes the ground crack and shake. One of his teammates has to jump in quickly to save him from getting hurt worse. Standing safely away from the action, he understands that most of these people are only B rank level. This isn't nearly enough opposition to give him a real challenge. That's when Dowie finally decides to join the fight and activates his Page Wings attack. Our boy understands what's happening just as two wings appear above him, and he starts floating up in the air. Dowie points out how everything looks like it's burning, but there's actually no real damage happening anywhere. While holding onto his magical book, Dowie opens up on how he evacuates people under the disguise of a terror attack, but his real intention is to shield them from an approaching outbreak. By creating panic through a false threat, he ensures that the crowd disperses quickly. He realizes this opponent is a mage and assures that he can ask all the questions he wants after he manages to defeat him first. Dowie smiles and agrees, admitting that he has no choice but to fight. He immediately flies up toward our guy who's floating high above the city. Dowie opens his magical book and activates something called Bookmark, which creates 5 massive lightning strikes that light up the entire sky. Both fighters clash high above while a huge explosion of bright light erupts around them. All the buildings below stay on fire while Dowie crashes hard to the ground. He lands smoothly right in front of him. Even after taking all those lightning attacks and not being able to dodge that last one while floating in the air, there isn't even a little injury anywhere on Soo-hyun's body. Dowie notices that every strike he lands connects cleanly, even the one from above that Soo-hyun couldn't dodge, yet there isn't a single mark on him. The thought creeps in that maybe he's outclassed here as well. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun sizes him up, realizing that his strength places him among the higher-end A-rank fighters. Just then, 2 awakened rush past him from behind. One of them shouts about smashing the enemy while the other checks if Dowie is okay. He confirms he's fine but urges them to stall the enemy for some time. He explains that he needs to call for backup from the association. His plan is to ask them to send every single awakened they can possibly gather for this fight. The B-rank fighter rushes forward, but Soo-hyun easily hops over him and plants a solid kick right in his back. The guy gets mad and yells about wanting a proper fight. His teammate points out how much stronger their target is than anyone expected, and apparently it's been less than 2 years since this guy first entered the tower. He agrees while catching his breath, adding that despite being a magic swordsman, he's only using regular sword techniques so far. Our guy now stands facing Dowie and his remaining team members. Dowie's mind races with amazement that he hasn't even shown his real power yet. He wonders why someone this strong decided to come out of hiding now after staying quiet for so long. Remembering earlier comments about these forces not being sufficient, he becomes certain this guy must be S rank, maybe even beyond that level. He orders his people to avoid attacking until backup arrives. Their job now is just to survive and hold ground until then. All the awakened get into defensive positions. Our dude recognizes Dowie's smart thinking that he has figured out the game plan and wants to save everyone's energy for the real battle ahead. There are actually two reasons behind this terrorism thing and anonymous identity. First, he needs to scout the Awakened Association's current strength and figure out exactly what forces they can deploy in an emergency. Second, he needs them to send more fighters. If he hadn't revealed himself as a terrorist threat, Gyeongtae never would have bothered sending reinforcements. The association head doesn't give a damn about outbreaks, but national security threats that make headlines are a completely different story. The plan is working perfectly. He just needs to keep stalling until those reinforcements show up. Only 2 hours remain before the real outbreak begins. Dewi notices their opponent isn't making any aggressive moves. That's when a new group of Awakened drops down from above, and someone announces that the reinforcement request got approved. Dewi recognizes that voice immediately and looks up at the building rooftop where the elite squad waits. A smile crosses Dewi's face as he realizes the association head must be absolutely furious. The Awakened Association Special Forces have arrived, the select few known as ACT. Our guy looks up at them and mentions it's been quite a while since their last meeting. The regular Awakened gets excited spotting one particular member and shouts about Yang Park, the current ACT leader and an S-rank fighter. They actually sent an S-rank for this mission. One of them jokingly asks to save a spot in ACT, but his teammate tells him to focus on the current situation. He understands this is one of the most powerful S-rank Awakened around, and remembers his role from the previous life as Sungin. Yang Yu checks with one of his members about the current situation. The team member reports bad news. The man called Soo-hyun is officially listed as C-rank in association records, but he's actually S-rank strength or possibly even stronger than that. Dewi mumbles that this guy might even be stronger than Yang Yu himself. The wise head of ACT, while Sungchul Kang, an A-rank Awakened, gets annoyed and questions whether the associate director lost his nerve after being away from real combat for too long. He reminds everyone that their leader is Yang Park. No matter how anyone looks at it, their opponent is just some young punk. Yang Yu warns against underestimating anyone and explains to Dewi that he doesn't know exactly how strong this opponent is, but he's not planning to fight personally from the start. He'll only jump in after his team tries first. All his team members leap down from the building to start the battle. Sungchul figures they just need to defeat this guy, and Dewi points out that even though this fighter is Yang Yu's student, he's only A-rank level. He admits this might sound rude, but he doesn't think Sungchul will be much of an opponent against someone this strong. Yang Yu brushes off the concern, explaining that ACT's fighting style is completely different from regular Awakened techniques. As Sungchul positions himself in front of our guy, memories flood back. This man hasn't changed at all. He's exactly the same person from back then. Our guy remembers kneeling before him in his past life, badly injured. Looking at Yang Yu in the present, our boy comments on his ability to train students. Just then, all the disciples launch themselves forward to attack him. He continues speaking, promising to test for himself whether this master's teaching methods are still the same as before. Sungchul gets ready for battle and signals his team to move. All the ACT members rush towards Soo-hyun at once, but instead of attacking directly, they run right past him on both sides. The regular Awakened watching this whole thing can't figure out what's happening as it just looks weird and not impressive at all. The ACT squad starts sprinting in a circle around him at top speed. The confused Awakened comment that this doesn't look cool whatsoever. Dewi explains that it might seem like they're just running around, but then all the circling fighters grab their weapons and prepare to strike from every direction at once. The B-rank Awakened gets amazed and calls it an incredible back-to-back combo attack. Dewi breaks down the technique. The speed builds up different attack patterns that merge into one massive combined strike. This amplifies the total damage and makes it almost impossible to block. The strategy blends attack support, suppression, and offense into one powerful combo, specifically to take down bosses or extremely dangerous foes. Yang Yu watches with approval and mentions, this is their signature move. Sungchul grins and taunts their target, suggesting he show off some real skills instead of just standing around like some amateur. He launches forward to attack, but our guy blocks it with his sword, creating cracks in the ground from the impact force. The watching Awakened think he managed to dodge the strike, but Sungchul stays crouched down while gripping his sword. He explains that the moment their opponent lifts his foot, he'll lose his balance completely. Right as our guy raises his foot, Sungchul yells for his team to act now. Chains suddenly wrap around Soo-hyun from every angle, and this is their cooperative technique called spider web entanglement that requires all team members working together. He gets completely tangled up in the binding chains. The B-rank Awakened cheers that they finally got him trapped. Sungchul raises his sword for the finishing blow and unleashes a powerful explosion with his attack. Everyone watching the fight wonders if this finished him off for good. One squad member holding the chains mentions they should have gone easier on him, but another notices something wrong. The chains broke somehow. What happens next leaves everybody stunned. Our dude walks forward while Sungchul finds himself completely wrapped up in chains tied to his own weapon. He demands to know how this reversal happened. The members can't believe their technique failed so badly. Sungchul shouts his realization that this guy knew about their tactic from the very beginning. This revelation shocks everyone listening. He figures out that the moment he swung his sword after the target got tied up, the guy deliberately ran into the sword's path to break the chains. Then he somehow used those same chains to trap Sungchul instead. Sungchul decides this embarrassing detail might be better kept to himself though. Dewi can't understand how anyone, no matter how talented, could react that quickly to such a complex situation. Our guy reflects on knowing about it as he was an ACT member in his previous life, and got trained in every single one of their tactics. Yang Yu finally steps forward with his weapon ready. He admits he made a mistake, and should have fought personally from the start. He confirms their opponent's name is Soo-hyun, and mentions that if they had met under different circumstances, he might have even invited him to join their team for the best use of his strength. Just then, another awakened person informs Yang Yu about the arrival of more fighters and asks him to make sure the surrounding buildings don't collapse during the fight. Everyone becomes alert as reinforcements continue arriving and Hak-jun also arrives. Our boy realizes they're slowly gathering exactly as planned, and how he always imagined having a proper fight with his ex-master someday. But today isn't going to be that day and drops his weapon, announcing his surrender. The unexpected confession shocks absolutely everyone present. His mask starts slipping off his face, revealing part of his identity. Everyone is baffled to see him surrendering. They doubt that he must have some ulterior motive behind his surrender. Yang Yu tells him to repeat his words, and Soo-hyun repeats them while looking at his watch, reminding everyone that they don't have time to waste on useless battles. Then he finally declares that the real battle is about to start. With that, everyone feels the ground shaking beneath their feet, which they assume is an earthquake, but instead it is a dungeon outbreak right in front of them. On top of that, it is a green dungeon. Sungchul notices that it is not just the opening of a dungeon, but also an outbreak. They can't believe that the outbreak is happening at the very moment of the dungeon's opening, something they have never seen before. The answer comes in the form of our boy, who explains that with the passage of time, the opening of a dungeon and its outbreak will become unpredictable. With that, he starts absorbing the fire around him, which Dowie notices and concludes is his own power. Soo-hyun finally reveals his motives, despite knowing that they are confused and angry at him for hiding the truth from the beginning, as he wanted them to fight alongside him. Drawing his sword, he invites all of them to protect Anyang City. Meanwhile, watching Soo-hyun, Hak-jun thinks he was right to guess that our boy is the real Soo-hyun Kim. It is a common fact known by everyone that an outbreak happens whenever a dungeon is not completed in time. But this is the first time they are seeing an outbreak occur the very moment a dungeon appears. Our boy knows this will become a common occurrence with the passage of time. He then turns to Dowie and asks about the backup awakeners they have. Dowie reports almost 100. He thanks him for figuring out his intentions, but Dowie brushes off the compliment with a polite excuse, saying it was Soo-hyun's fake terrorist attack that forced him to call the backup. The people around them immediately understand that they already knew somehow about the outbreak. One of them points toward the dungeon, where a monster is emerging, a clear signal that the outbreak has started. Without wasting time, Dowie orders his subordinates to get ready for battle, as it is a green dungeon outbreak. Not just one, but several monsters begin pouring out of the dungeon. The large ogre lands in front of the punk guy, who trembles with fear. His companions try to wake him from his petrified state, knowing he will die at this rate. The orc attacks, and the punk thinks he is finished, but Yang Yu blocks the strike, saving this pathetic fool. Yang Yu, however, is also tense as he realizes that the monsters coming out of the dungeon are at least equal to red or orange level dungeon bosses. While dealing with the ogre, he tells his subordinate to get his act together, as one misstep can mean his death. Meanwhile, Sungchul gives instructions to his team to form a battle formation with the other awakeners, but his team believe they should fight individually to make it easier. At that moment, he is interrupted by our boy, who tells him that everyone, including him, is confused by the unpredictable situation. So as a leader, his first priority should be to calm down the other awakeners. With that, he jumps over him, suggesting he handle his own situation by doing his best. When he leaps into the air toward the dungeon, Sungchul grows angry at his audacity, annoyed that he sounds like his master. In the air, Soo-hyun faces numerous monsters. He unleashes his holy flame into his sword, and with a swish of the blade, he cuts down many of them. Landing on a rooftop, he thinks it is only a matter of time before someone like Yang Yu takes care of the green dungeon monsters. As for the issue of evacuation, ACT can handle that as well. In this situation, the smaller monsters can be taken care of. Now he waits for the boss monster, Egolas, the half-dragon, to show himself, which is now soaring in the sky. Looking at the half-dragon, Dowie is tense for the safety of the civilians. He turns to his subordinates and asks for a report regarding the evacuation, which is only half done. Dowie grows more worried because, thanks to their earlier actions, they have kept the casualty rate at 0 so far, but that can't last if the monsters are not stopped immediately. At the rate the monsters are emerging, not only the city but the entire country will be in danger. Instructions are given both to the civilians and the Awakeners. The Awakeners are ordered to fight the monsters and ensure not a single one lands on the ground or leaves the city. The civilians are ordered to calmly follow the Awakeners' directions. Meanwhile, Dowie spots our boy fighting against the monsters. He wonders whether he will be enough to defeat not only the monsters but also the half-dragon. But his distraction costs him when a monster emerges behind him. Luckily, Yang-yu jumps on the creature and pierces his sword into its head while taunting him for spacing out. Shaking the blood from his hand, Yang-yu explains the situation to Dowie, that Acti and he will handle monster elimination and civilian evacuation, while Dowie should focus on supporting the Awakeners. When our boy jumps behind him, he asks if he can take care of the half-dragon, which he immediately confirms. With that, he is given the task of handling the boss monster. He summons his phoenix and flies into the air to face the monster. The dragon attacks, forcing him to dodge at the last moment. Without giving him a chance to breathe, the dragon launches a laser blast from its mouth. Dodging again, he quickly injures the beast with his sword. Next, he summons his holy flame phoenix to support himself in the air. Now sweating, he feels tense, realizing how hard it is to pierce the dragon's skin. On top of that, he can't call for help now. The dragon devours a building, turning it into ashen flames and hurls them toward him. He hides behind his phoenix, but even then, the holy flame only manages to strike the dragon's eye without inflicting real damage. Landing on the ground, he looks at the dragon, which is proving itself just as tough in this life as well. His thoughts drift back to his past life, when the outbreak ended in a tragic disaster that caused 150,000 deaths, in which half of them happened at the hands of this very dragon. The outbreak had been an unexpected risk that caught the Awakeners off guard. He had been trapped in a dungeon before stumbling into that incident, leaving him in no condition to stop the creature. But now, when the dragon sends its dark flames at him again, he is ready with Graham to cut through them, and he does. This is his chance, as an opening appears every time the dragon unleashes its flames. Leaping into the air with full concentration, he pulls out the Dragon Slayer spear, Nir, from his inventory. This weapon is crafted from the wisdom of the legendary spear Gungnir, which he had purchased from the Story of the Abyss at a fortune. Not to mention, it is a one-shot weapon. Still, his power can make up for its cost. Raising the spear, he is determined not to let anyone die at the dragon's hands in this life. With that resolve, he hurls the spear with all his might. The spear lands on the dragon, and with its power, it pierces the dragon's body, sending the beast crashing to the ground. Looking at the injured dragon, our boy is not sure whether the spear is enough to finish it off. But when he sees the weak spot pierced by the spear, he smiles, knowing the attack was a success. With that, the monster he has been waiting for finally emerges. This monster always appears when the half-dragon suffers severe damage, and seeing the scene before him, he is certain this is it. The monster is none other than other half of Eagleus's soul. A darkened spirit emerges from the dragon's body, groaning and complaining in agony. Then, turning to Soo-hyun, it demands to know who dares get in its way. Soo-hyun steadies his thoughts and asks whether the monster even knows its own identity. At that, the creature pauses because it truly doesn't. This realization brings tears to his eyes. The next moment, the dragon soars into the sky and lets out a thunderous roar. Soo-hyun watches the scene intently. The dark soul remains writhing in pain, unleashing countless blood bullets like needles that rush toward him. The monster shrieks in torment, and the blood needles now pierce Soo-hyun as the dragon roars again. And its attack injures our boy, who is now lying on the ground. At that moment, Juho enters the scene and asks about him. Looking at the dragon, he is horrified to see it getting closer to Soo-hyun's unconscious form, and in the next moment, the beast devours him. He shouts Soo-hyun's name in despair. The next instant, the system notifies him that Soo-hyun's health has dropped below the standard level, activating his hero-level skill, Immortality. The dragon opens its eyes, and our boy grins, thanking the creature for granting him such a valuable skill. Immediately, numerous notifications appear about the restoration of his health. He pries open the dragon's jaws and thanks the damned thing for giving him a power-up. Meanwhile, the other half of the dragon's soul looks at our boy and wonders about its own existence. Gazing at the half-dragon, it sees the reflection of its once living self, and he wonders how someone who is supposed to be Egolus's enemy could become one with it. Emerging from the dragon's mouth while the collapsing building crushes around it, he feels his restored health lighten his body like a feather, putting him in top condition once again. He understands this is thanks to the hero's immortality skill now activated. He continues injuring the dragon, though its skin is still too tough to pierce easily. Relentlessly, he attacks while searching for an opening. After scanning carefully, he finally finds one. With a swift strike, he severs one of its limbs, drawing a painful shriek from the beast. In that moment, he calls out to the person within the other half of Egolus's soul, addressing him as Falcon. The name catches the soul off guard, triggering memories of his life, of people relying on him to save them. At that time, he had been assigned the task of defeating Egolus, carrying their hopes on his shoulders. Falcon reflects on how it feels like ages have passed since he last fought the half-dark dragon, but the result had been the same. With no other choice, he had tried to take control of the monster, only to be consumed as a sacrifice. Now in the present, our boy strikes the dragon with his holy flame. He taunts Falcon, mocking how the very people who once put their hopes on him would see his pathetic state, merged with the dragon itself. The words cut into Falcon's conscience, making him remember the people he wanted to protect, but failed to save. Meanwhile, the dragon spews blood and turns toward our boy, who stands ready with his holy flame. As our boy battles the half-dragon, Falcon recalls the time he had once fought this very monster. His eyes widen as he realizes he never truly defeated it. The dragon lands heavily on the ground, and in the next moment, Soo-hyun is startled when it lets out a piercing shriek. Falcon opens up his body, then invites our boy to end the dragon once and for all. Soo-hyun is ready with Nier, but the dragon soars high into the sky. Without hesitation, he hurls the spear toward it. The weapon cuts through Falcon's body bound to the dragon, releasing a surge of dark energy. The next instant, the dragon begins to plummet, a sight noticed by all the awakeners around them, until it finally crashes to the ground. Falcon's body lies limp on the dragon's corpse. With the help of his phoenix, Soo-hyun steps out and asks Falcon whether his memories have returned, which he confirms. Falcon begins to share his mistakes and memories, recalling that he was once a knight of Tesserum. He had been assigned to eliminate Igolas, who was devastating his homeland, but as the battle went on, the situation only worsened. Left with no choice, he used his magic to seal both the dragon and himself in another dimension. However, he ended up fusing with the dragon. Even after they escaped from the dimension, he kept struggling inside to kill the beast, but instead, he caused the deaths of innocent people. Tears stream down his face as he cries with regret. Soo-hyun tells him not to dwell on the mistakes of the past, but to focus on what he has managed to protect until now. After all, it was thanks to him that the Empire was saved. Falcon is taken aback to receive consolation from him. Our boy admits that he doesn't have much talent for such things. Falcon admires his words, adding that even if he had the chance to go back to the past, he would repeat the same actions despite carrying regret now. Listening to this, Soo-hyun grows thoughtful about his own situation, wondering what he would do if he had to face Fafnir. Falcon interrupts his thoughts and thanks him for ending the long battle, then offers him a glowing object, which turns out to be his armor, which is crafted by his people when he went to face the half-dragon. Soo-hyun accepts it with gratitude and places it into his inventory. Before vanishing, Falcon thanks him once again, saying he can finally rest in peace. Soo-hyun remains silent, giving him a moment of tribute. A few moments later, Joo-ho rushes over, panicked and deeply concerned for him. Soo-hyun reassures him that although the battle almost cost him his life, he is fine now. Joo-ho scolds him for his casual attitude, but his panic is cut short by Doe, who expresses relief at seeing our boy in one piece. He says that it is thanks to him there were no civilian casualties. Knowing the director of his association will not approve of his actions, Doe still bows before Soo-hyun, expressing both gratitude and apology. With a smile, Soo-hyun brushes off the apology, saying all that matters is that no civilians were harmed. Now he decides to loosen up, but the next moment he is knocked down with exhaustion. Joo-ho panics again for a moment and then feels relieved to realize that Soo-hyun is just asleep. Doe answers that he is simply exhausted from the battle, but it is good to see that he doesn't have any major injury. Knowing this, Doe realizes that Soo-hyun is going to face chaos once the dust of the outbreak settles down. Looking at him, he feels relieved to see how peacefully he is sleeping, even though he has become the center of a storm. The media doesn't wait to cast the news about the massive evacuation during the outbreak in Anyang City. Everyone is talking, reporting, and commenting about the event that was stopped by the bravery of our boy. Meanwhile, the said brave man is sleeping peacefully in the hospital until suddenly he wakes up, freaked out to realize that he has been out for so long. Then he checks his phone and realizes he has been unconscious for 3 days. He then spots a note on his side table in which Joo-ho informs him about the chaos created after the incident and how people are gossiping. Joo-ho visited while Soo-hyun was sleeping and is now handling some matters, including dealing with the annoying people who come with requests and contacts for our boy. Smiling, Soo-hyun understands why his phone was quiet. He continues reading Joo-ho's considerate words, who is taking care of the matter on his behalf, believing Soo-hyun deserves a long rest. He even points out that Soo-hyun should have some fruit after he wakes up. Taking the fruit, Soo-hyun feels thankful for Joo-ho's help. From the Gwangju dungeon to the outbreak in Anyang City, he has been able to save people. However, the fear is small compared to the coming disaster, but it is still something, because the result is not what happened in his past life. His mind is already planning, unable to rest properly, as he is already thinking about his next course of action. His thoughts are interrupted by a knock on his door. The next moment, Hak-jun comes inside his room. Soo-hyun is confused about his purpose for being there and worried about his injury. Before he can inquire properly, Hak-jun interjects and asks him to join his guild, which is a question that leaves Soo-hyun baffled. A little while ago, everyone of Ari's guild is gathered in front of the guildmaster, who informs them about the upcoming advancement test from middle guild to large guild, into which he will enroll them. He emphasizes the importance of such a test for their guild's future, as it will give them plenty of benefits once they are categorized as a large guild. He then lures them with the promise of an increased amount of support funds. At last, he threatens to kill anyone who fails the test, stressing the need for them to prepare themselves. With that, he dismisses everyone. But he doesn't let Hak-jun go, as he wants to have a chat with him. Within closed doors, Hak-jun is beaten up while the guild master expresses that he doesn't care if people are mean, sly, or selfish, but he cannot tolerate betrayal. He asks Hak-jun about his lie. Hak-jun grits out that he doesn't know about Soo-hyun's identity. The guildmaster doesn't buy it, because obviously, Hak-jun meets Soo-hyun in the abyss and takes the exam together, but claims he doesn't know his real identity. With one last burst of beating, he gives Hak-jun a final chance to bring Soo-hyun to him, because his presence can give them a better opportunity to pass the advancement test. Hak-jun, however, feebly points out how someone like him, who only meets Soo-hyun a few times and has no contact with him, can possibly convince or force him to join their guild when Soo-hyun is far too strong for him to handle. Dong-young doesn't care about his excuses. He isn't interested in the method, only the result, which is bringing Soo-hyun to him. Hak-jun's eyes widen when Dong-young threatens him with the name of Yoon-sun. Raising his burning cigarette in a threatening tone, Dong-young gives him one last warning to bring Soo-hyun into his guild. After a while, Yoon-sun is tending to the burn mark on Hak-jun's temple, caused by Dong-young. She is quite concerned about him, but he brushes off her worry by saying the injury only stings. Looking at him, she confirms that Dong-young is behind it, but he refuses, claiming it was done by monsters. She doesn't buy it, since it isn't the work of monsters to target only his face. She tries to console him by saying that she is all right, but then starts coughing. He panics at the sight and immediately fetches her medicine, which she begins to take. Looking at her, he remembers that it is Dong-young who gave him the medicine, a form of painkiller to reduce her suffering, since Yoon-sun's disease is not something curable with modern medicine. Dong-young threatened him to complete his end of the bargain if he wants Yoon-sun's pain reduced. Hugging her, he exclaims that it's not only about him. He cannot be okay until she is all right. He cannot afford to give up as long as she is struggling with her health. That is the reason he now stands in front of Soo-hyun, offering him to join Aries Guild. He emphasizes that Soo-hyun would be pursued by many guilds and associations to join them, but by joining Aries, they will handle these annoying offers for him. He continues to babble about the benefits of joining the guild, but Soo-hyun interjects, pointing out the absurdity of the situation. He demands a proper explanation instead of being forced to join, because he knows something must be going on. Hak-jun remembers that Soo-hyun once offered to help, but he still refuses to give in, claiming he has told him all he needs to know. Then he draws his sword, challenging Soo-hyun to a fight. The stakes are clear. If Soo-hyun wins, Hak-jun will tell him everything. Otherwise, Soo-hyun must join Aries Guild. He remembers Hak-jun from his past life, the youngest to awaken as an A rank, as well as a member of Aries Guild, which was a large-size guild at that time. Before his A-rank advancement exam, Hak-jun slaughtered everyone in Aries Guild. In that life, Soo-hyun met him several times, during which Hak-jun scoffed at his offer to save the world together. Now he reflects on this current life's Hak-jun, who looks the same but acts differently, a kind person. Maybe he even wanted to say something to him in front of the agency. He tried to act oblivious to Soo-hyun's identity when probed by the guildmaster. He even helped during the outbreak in Anyang City to save people. But now, when he suddenly attacks, Soo-hyun doesn't understand the reason behind him acting like this. Hak-jun declares that he has taken Soo-hyun's silence as his agreement. Soo-hyun is still stuck because Hak-jun is not someone who would fight an injured person. He needs to understand this sudden change. Meanwhile, the hospital staff sense the building shuddering, which they mistake for an earthquake. Then someone informs them that the Awakeners are fighting. At that moment, Soo-hyun is dodging Hak-jun's sword, all while thinking their fight can endanger the people around them since they are inside a hospital. He knows he needs to end it as soon as possible. He looks around for his sword and finds it in front of him. Before he can pick it up, Hak-jun rushes at him again. To counter, Soo-hyun blocks his view with a sheet. For a moment, Hak-jun's vision is obscured, but then he sees Soo-hyun heading toward his weapon. He knows he cannot let him grab it, because he isn't strong enough to win this fight fairly. With that, he sends a sword slash imbued with wind toward Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun dodges at the last moment and leaps into the air. Luckily, the explosion sends a kitchen knife flying outside, and he snatches it. He understands that there are civilians below who could be caught up in their fight, so he decides to move the battle to the rooftop. With that, he summons his phoenix and they fly upward. Watching him, Hak-jun's eyes follow closely. Now on the rooftop, Soo-hyun assesses his situation. Defeating Hak-jun with his bare hands wouldn't be a problem if he were in full health. At that moment, Hak-jun leaps onto the roof. Seeing the knife in Soo-hyun's hand, he asks whether he really intends to defeat him with a fruit knife. Soo-hyun calmly confirms. Then the fight breaks out. Soo-hyun wields the fruit knife, which can hardly be called a proper weapon for an awakener. Nothing more than a piece of metal with poor mana resonance. Yet he attacks Hak-jun with the same fruit knife, fully confident in his mana control. In the next moment, Hak-jun's shoulder is injured, making him more desperate. He unsheathes a full moon slash against Soo-hyun, causing a massive explosion. The police are here to handle the situation. On the roof, the damage is severe from Hak-jun's attack, while he chuckles nervously because Soo-hyun is still unscathed, despite the force of his strike. Hak-jun admits with reluctant admiration that he never expected to defeat Soo-hyun. Looking at him seriously, Soo-hyun asks him to reveal his story. Hak-jun finally reveals about Yoon Gwak, his childhood friend who is the only person who has known him his entire life, and the one he always wanted to make happy no matter the cost. She became his girlfriend after high school. At that time, she joined her parents' flower shop and even tried to help him land a job. He was overjoyed when he became an awakener, but his happiness was short-lived. When he went to meet her, he found her coughing blood. It was then that Dong-young appeared, claiming he came to buy flowers for his lover, only to find the sorrowful scene before him. Looking at Hak-jun, he immediately understood that he must be an awakener. The guildmaster is the one who tells Hak-jun that Yoon is infected with a potent poison, while claiming to be an expert in the field. With a dark expression, Dong-young then offers his help. Now understanding his situation, Soo-hyun concludes that Hak-jun is under Dong-young's control because he desperately needs medicine for his girlfriend. Hak-jun admits that Dong-young is the only one who can make the antidote. He recalls how Soo-hyun once offered his help after the ranking test. He wanted to trust those words and wished for Soo-hyun to help him and Yoon, but he knows he cannot stand on his own if he keeps relying on others. That is the reason he ended up trapped by the guildmaster. Because he cannot protect himself and his girlfriend by his own means, he realizes he will never be able to do so in the future either. With no choice left, he decides to put everything at stake and finish it all. Then he thanks Soo-hyun. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Joo-ho looks at the information he has received and cannot believe it. The informant simply replies that his business runs on buying and selling information, so he has no reason to lie about it. Then the informant grumpily warns Joo-ho to be careful, reminding him that he is the only one he has trusted with this information. He also cautions Joo-ho not to drag him into his messes, which Joo-ho agrees to. After that, Joo-ho calls Soo-hyun, where he learns about the recent attack on his friend. The police have spotted a red-haired man, and Joo-ho orders his subordinates to trace him. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun assures him that he is unhurt. Then Soo-hyun mentions something he is curious about, which shocks Joo-ho. He admits he never knew anything about Hak-jun, but adds that it might actually be a good thing, since he has just gotten his hands on new information regarding Aries Guild. Meanwhile, Dong-young is sitting leisurely in his office when Hak-jun comes inside without knocking. He asks Hak-jun's purpose for coming when he is supposed to be on vacation. Hak-jun, blood dripping from his sword, asks if a person uses his ability on someone and that awakener dies, will the effect be nullified? Looking at him, Dong-young understands that Hak-jun knows everything and grins darkly. Then he asks his reason for wanting to know such a thing. Meanwhile, Yoon is trying to call Hak-jun while the news plays in the background, reporting on Hak-jun's attack on Soo-hyun. The phone keeps ringing but no one picks up. When Hak-jun's face appears on the TV as the culprit, that is the moment his phone goes out of reach. Sweating, and on the verge of tears, she doesn't understand what her boyfriend is trying to do. At that moment, someone knocks at her door, making her flinch. The newscaster continues reporting that Soo-hyun was Hak-jun's target. Finally, she opens the door and finds Soo-hyun standing there, introducing himself with a smile. She lets him inside, and they both settle down with tea. He thanks her for having him, but she brushes off his formality, saying she has already heard about him from Hak-jun, who really admires him. That is why she cannot understand why someone like Hak-jun would attack him. Soo-hyun begins, sharing that he has some idea about the situation they are in, how the guildmaster is controlling Hak-jun by blackmailing him with her medicine. He also suspects that whatever Hak-jun is doing must be on the guildmaster's orders, since Hak-jun looked so desperate at that moment. He explains Hak-jun's last words, when instead of asking for help, he declared he would handle everything on his own. Soo-hyun admits he couldn't help him then, because Hak-jun never asked. That is why he has come to her in order to understand the depth of the situation. She remembers Hak-jun's last moments with her, when he assured her he would never give up on her. Tears well in her eyes as she pleads for help, confessing that she has never been able to do anything for him and doesn't want him to shoulder everything alone anymore. Soo-hyun is satisfied with her words. At that moment, a battle is raging between Hak-jun and the guildmaster. Dong-young clearly has the upper hand. He taunts Hak-jun for his poor choice of confronting him, mocking him for thinking he could win when Dong-young is far stronger. He sneers, asking whether Hak-jun can really defeat him. Hak-jun is already spent, feeling as if countless thorns are piercing through his body everywhere. Dong-young again taunts him about the difference in their strength, saying he can finish Hak-jun without even lifting a finger. Hak-jun cuts him off by revealing that he knows the illness of his girlfriend is caused by him because Dong-young wanted to control him from the very start. Dong-young casually admits it. Hak-jun regrets it because he knows this all along from the very beginning, but has been too weak to do anything about it. At that moment, his inner conscience urges him to get up. He rises with determination, his blade ready to slay the guildmaster. But Dong-young is stronger than him, and with just a snap of his fingers, his poisonous attack pushes Hak-jun back. Hak-jun coughs blood as the sword falls from his grip. Then Dong-young explains the poisons he can use. One inflicts pain, which was the one he used on Hak-jun's girlfriend. The other is like an explosion, the one he has instilled into Hak-jun's body. That poison has been slowly entering his blood for a very long time, because Dong-young has always known that Hak-jun would one day go against him. The next moment he kicks him hard while declaring that Hak-jun should learn to hide his feelings against him in a better way. Hak-jun's thoughts swirl with the image of his girlfriend and the weight of his failure. He knows that if he falls here, she will be left alone. With that fear crushing him, he collapses, whispering an apology to Yunsun. His last thought is almost a relief, because in some way he wishes to embrace death as an escape from his cage. At that very moment, Soo-hyun enters, declaring that since the other guilds has no vacancy right now, he has come to join this one. Much to the guildmaster's surprise, he shows him the application form, prompting a shocked comment from Dong-young, who cannot believe this sudden turn of events. Soo-hyun, after all, has always been openly against joining his guild. The guildmaster slyly presses to know the reason for this change of heart, because our boy knows that he is not a good person. Soo-hyun calmly admits that he is not a good person either. He states that he has never been a hero, despite what others think of him. Instead, he has only been waiting for the right opportunity to shake hands with someone like Dong-young, as long as they are on the same page. Dong-young is satisfied with this answer. He is ready to discuss the terms of Soo-hyun joining his guild, including salary and benefits, but makes it clear that he doesn't trust him. Still, he is willing to accept his conditions if Soo-hyun signs the contract. Without hesitation, Soo-hyun signs it, which takes Dong-young aback because he did not expect things to go this smoothly. The guildmaster then asks if there are any conditions Soo-hyun wants for his place in the guild. Soo-hyun states that he wants Dong-young to cure Hak-jun's poison. Dong-young doesn't expect this condition. Soo-hyun explains clearly that it isn't good for the guild's reputation to leave Hak-jun in such a state. Besides, he wants Hak-jun alive so he can take revenge on him for attacking him in the hospital. Dong-young chuckles at this, assuming that Soo-hyun only wants Hak-jun cured so he can make use of him. But he points out the problem that curing him won't change much, because the poison has already caused severe damage to Hak-jun's body. Even so, Soo-hyun insists. In his eyes, Hak-jun is still more useful than 100 C-rank awakened. The guildmaster finally complies and extracts the poison from Hak-jun's system, causing Hak-jun to writhe and scream in agony. Once it's done, Dong-young heads over to him, ready to discuss his salary and other conditions. But Soo-hyun leans down first, whispering to Hak-jun about meeting his girlfriend. The guildmaster offers Soo-hyun not only 70% of the profits from dungeon clearances, but also the position of vice guildmaster. Soo-hyun agrees, though he remarks with a smirk that Dong-young isn't a very good businessman to give him such a deal. Not wanting to lose anything further, Dong-young decides to push the negotiation. He asks Soo-hyun if he has any other conditions. Soo-hyun, still haughty, demands not just 100% of the profits, but also the position of guildmaster itself. Dong-young bursts into laughter to question whether Soo-hyun really thinks someone like him would hand over his guild just for the sake of Soo-hyun joining. But Soo-hyun remains calm. He points out that Dong-young built his guild by exploiting the weaknesses of others. He's doing the same thing now, only the roles are reversed. If Dong-young can justify it when he's stronger, why can't Soo-hyun do the same when he holds the upper hand? Dong-young reasons that he isn't exploiting anyone but simply managing resources. He shamelessly compares his strategy to the natural rule of the jungle, where predators must hunt prey because it's natural, and prey serves no purpose other than being food. But he claims he is even better because he turns the weak into useful tools for his machine. This, he insists, is the true mechanism of survival of the fittest. Soo-hyun listens calmly, then points out something the guildmaster has missed, that sometimes even the weakest prey can turn back on their predator and defeat them. At that moment, Hak-jun raises his sword with all his might and strikes, while Soo-hyun tells Dong-young to taste payback from the weak. Dong-young falls with a thud under Hak-jun's attack. Removing his bandages, Hak-jun asks whether it's really over. He wants to know the current situation, because he clearly remembers dying from the poison. Even when Dong-young tried to extract poison from his system, it didn't stop the damage spreading through his body. Yet, he didn't recover from the poison until Soo-hyun touched him. In that moment, he felt his health return, as if being restored. He realizes Soo-hyun has done something to his body to make him recover, but he can't understand the reason why Soo-hyun would help him. Soo-hyun, however, calmly points out that this isn't the time to discuss such things, because it's not over yet. At that moment, the guildmaster awakens with a laugh. He compliments Hak-jun's audacity to ambush him, claiming it proves he was a good teacher to him. Then he heals himself with a hemostasis skill, recovering quickly. Soo-hyun is surprised. He never expected someone who manipulates medicine and poison to also be able to heal himself. Hak-jun tells him to surrender, reminding him he can't win against a 2-on-1 fight, especially with Soo-hyun involved. That way, he can live and simply go to jail. But the cruel man laughs again, mocking the idea that someone like Hak-jun has the right to forgive him. With that, he activates his green zone, flooding the area with poison. Toxic swamp seep from his feet and spread across the floor. Hak-jun warns Soo-hyun about its danger. Soo-hyun asks about this skill. Hakjun explains that it's Dongyung's most powerful ability, one that creates a swamp of poison around them. Dongyung meanwhile turns to Soo-hyun and admits that he really did exploit the weak to build his guild, but he reminds him that exploiting is also the privilege of the strong. With that, he hurls a massive splash of poison at them, which both Soo-hyun and Hakjun dodge. Soo-hyun notes that Dongyung can manipulate the swamp of poison freely at will. Hakjun tries to attack him, but Dongyung counters with another wave of toxin. Hakjun blocks it with his sword, barely holding his ground. Observing closely, Soo-hyun notices that the green poison doesn't damage non-living things. He immediately decides to take advantage of this weakness. Seeing him preparing to use a table as a shield, Dongyung laughs darkly. He realizes Soo-hyun has figured out the weak point of his poison. In response, Dongyung switches tactics. He activates his violet zone, which creates corrosive acid instead of poison. The acid instantly melts the table, proving its destructive power. Soo-hyun now understands. Dongyung plans to defeat them with poison while shielding himself with acid, creating a balance of skills that keeps him nearly untouchable. Dongyung taunts them that everyone calls him a hero and the strongest awakened, but questions whether someone like him can really be taken down with such abilities. Soo-hyun admits that he isn't thinking straight, but the answer to his problem is right in front of him. With that, he creates blood on his palms, mimicking the falcon's blood spear's attack as it must be copied using his transmutation skill. In the next moment, he unleashes hundreds of bloody spears toward Dongyung, challenging him to try dodging them. Dongyung immediately dodges the attack and retaliates with poison, but Hakjun blocks it with his sword. Then Dongyung turns to Soo-hyun, only for Soo-hyun to tap his shoulder and prepare another wave of bloody spears. The barrage forces Dongyung's focus, leaving him distracted as Hakjun ambushes him from behind. Startled, Dongyung splashes poison to protect himself from attacks on both sides. He grows smug, knowing his skill is nearly perfect for both offense and defense. Soo-hyun even acknowledges this. But with no other choice, Soo-hyun summons his holy flames, determined to incinerate it all. He pushes the flames toward Dongyung, who cries out in pain as the fire engulfs him. The next moment, he is knocked against the wall, coughing blood. Hakjun notices that Dongyung's poison skill is deactivating as the swamp of poison retreats back to him. It must be because he is too injured to sustain it. They prepare to finish him off, but Dongyung plays his trump card. He addresses Hakjun directly, luring him with the promise of a cure for Yunsun's poison. He assures him that even if he dies, she won't be cured. He gives two options: gamble by killing him and hope she recovers, or keep him alive for the antidote. Hakjun's dilemma is interrupted by Soo-hyun, who tells him not to waver. Then Soo-hyun steps willingly onto the poison swamp. Dongyung smirks, certain that no matter how strong Soo-hyun is, he cannot withstand his poison. But he is wrong. The next moment, Soo-hyun cures himself instantly, shocking Hakjun. He can even sense Soo-hyun's mana recovering. He realizes this is the same trick Soo-hyun used on him earlier. At that moment, Soo-hyun declares that Dongyung's poison won't work on him. He can cure the poison only because of the treasure of the Cheryl race, which he earned on the second floor. He explains to them that it can be used 5 times. He has already used it once on the 10th floor in the Abyss, once on the 15th floor, and once earlier to cure Hakjun. The 4th use is now spent as he cures himself of Dongyung's poison. Then he tosses it to Hakjun for the 5th use. Hakjun is completely baffled to see it, but Soo-hyun yells that he should already know where to use it for the final time. Overcome with sobs, Hakjun thanks him and, without wasting a second, rushes out of the room. Dongyung calls after him, but Hakjun does not stop. The next moment, Soo-hyun grabs Dongyung by the neck for going this far with his cruelty. Dongyung only mocks him, saying he can't kill him anyway. Fighting between awakeners may be ignored, but killing a guild master of a mid-sized guild is an entirely different matter. He reminds Soo-hyun that plenty of people back him up, and it's not like Soo-hyun will go unscathed after murdering him, regardless of being the strongest rookie. Soo-hyun agrees that he won't be pardoned, but he smirks and asks, what if he proves Dongyung has ties to a famous criminal organization, the Detritus Guild? He adds that the investigation into his connection with them is already complete. He remembers Juho's words, who informed him that Ares Guild might be working under the Detritus Guild. Since the criminal guild has its headquarters in a foreign land and doesn't have solid ground in Korea, they are preparing to debut in Korea through Ares Guild. In this way, Ares Guild is dirtying its own hands to clean up the mess for Detritus and eliminating anyone who knows about the existence of such a guild. Their next target is Soo-hyun. Now Soo-hyun uses the same claim against Dongyung, justifying his murder by declaring him someone who forces his guild members to do dirty work while secretly working under a criminal organization to kill innocent people. He knows that the higher-ups are already watching him, and he takes advantage of the situation by dragging his enemy into the light. For this purpose, he is going to use Dongyung as bait as he tightens his grip on his throat. To defend himself, Dongyung immediately sends poison at Soo-hyun, but in the next moment, the poison disappears, leaving him wondering whether his attack didn't work at all. Soo-hyun explains that he was only being dramatic. That's why he didn't bother telling him earlier that Dongyung's poison won't ever penetrate his magic resistance. Then he darkly asks the guildmaster if he wants to taste his own poison. Dong-young doesn't believe what Soo-hyun is saying, but he proves him wrong when he copies his toxic skill through transmutation skill and forces the poison into his system. The guildmaster collapses, writhing and claiming to be in pain. He scrambles for the antidote, but Soo-hyun is faster and strikes before Dong-young can use it. Soo-hyun tells him this is just a taste of his own medicine, the agony his victims have suffered. Dong-young screams in torment, begging for it to end, his voice raw as though he is ready to be killed. The pain becomes unbearable, and in desperation he hurls himself through the window, crashing down below. Watching from above, Soo-hyun can't believe that someone like Dong-young, who inflicted so much suffering on others, can't endure even a fraction of the same pain. Summoning his phoenix, Soo-hyun decides to end it all. With a single command, the creature unleashes a torrent of fire at the building. Flames engulf it in seconds, and the structure explodes in a blazing roar, erasing the guild built on corruption and blood. Meanwhile, at their home, Hak-jun finally heals Yoon-sun using the treasure from the Cheryl race. A bright light wraps around her completely, and when it fades, her eyes flutter open with a gentle smile and tears streaming down her eyes. Hak-jun gets all emotional too and pulls her into a warm hug. He opens up about how grateful he feels to everyone who helped along the way, and decides right then that he is done feeling sorry for himself. Instead, he wants to pay it forward. She reminds Hak-jun that he doesn't need to carry the whole world on his shoulders. While she can't join him in battle, she promises to always be there rooting for him. Meanwhile, Juho's having a phone conversation on some terrace. He's updating someone about the situation that Hak-jun made it back safely. Yoon-sun seems fine now. Nothing weird happened. He reflects on how nice it must be for those two to have each other, admitting to himself that he's probably a little envious of what they have. Then the scene jumps to news about the incident on January 1st, 2023, when Aries Guild had been erased. A news reporter breaks the story about how part of their headquarters in Gangnam, Seoul, completely collapsed around 9 p.m. the night before. Though it didn't hurt anyone else, they found the guild's leader, Dong-young, dead in the rubble. The police investigation points to him dying from the fall. There are signs that he tried to defend himself. Gyeongstae switches off the TV and confronts Soo-hyun about what really happened. He stays pretty calm, explaining that he already filled Dowie in on everything and just did what was needed. But Gyeongstae's not having it and points out that he didn't just break into their headquarters, he killed their leader, destroying their building, calling it terrorism-level stuff. Our dude argues that Dong-young had been using his powers to threaten and exploit regular people. He figures Gyeongstae already knew the guild was mixed up in shady illegal business that the association couldn't handle anyway. From his perspective, getting rid of them actually makes everyone's job easier since they were such a pain to deal with. Gyeongstae fires back, bringing up how Soo-hyun handled the Anyang City thing before. He accuses him of being too good at making excuses for crossing lines. He challenges Soo-hyun about the solid proof for these claims. Even if the Aries Guild was corrupt, Soo-hyun acted like judge and hero, mistaking the city's praise for righteousness. That's when Dowie jumps in to stop Gyeongstae from going too far. But Soo-hyun makes it clear he never wanted to be called a hero in the first place, and the whole thing actually disgusts him now. He's sick of it all. Dowie looks embarrassed by the whole situation. However, our boy goes on, making clear what most people miss about him. The heroic image, saving lives, protecting the world, was never his reason. His true drive is simpler. He acts because no one else can, and that has guided him all along. Then he gets threatening, moving closer to the director and warning both of them to be careful with their words and hints that if he really wanted to, he could cause some serious problems for people. This makes the director sweat nervously. The director tries to laugh it off, claiming he was just joking around. He suggests that being called a hero is actually pretty cool. But then he gets to the real point. While this incident with the Aries Guild is hard to ignore, the association might be willing to help him out. There's just one condition he'd need to accept if he wants them to make this whole mess disappear. Soo-hyun catches on instantly, recognizing their push to recruit him into the association. The director's taken aback at how fast he puts it together, but he isn't impressed. He sees it as nothing more than an attempt to control him, and he has no interest in being ordered around. He warns that this isn't a game of pride or rebellion but a matter of serious crime. Power alone won't carry Soo-hyun forever. If he wants to achieve anything lasting, he'll need the support of the nation and others awakened at his side. But our boy casually pulls out his phone and plays a recording that makes Gyeongstae's face go white. It comes from an earlier exchange between Soo-hyun and Juho about the Anyang City incident. In the recording, Juho voices his concern for the 600,000 civilians, and Gyeongstae admits there's no way they can manage something that sudden. The recording gets worse when it captures Gyeongstae basically shrugging off potential casualties, saying even if a few people died, he wouldn't get blamed for it. Hearing his own words played back makes Gyeongstae furious. The director presses his argument, comparing what damages the association's image more, an awakened killing of a criminal guild leader, or a director ignoring civilian lives. Soo-hyun counters that a leader who won't shoulder responsibility has nothing worth offering him. Anger flashes across the director's face as he accuses Soo-hyun of issuing threats. But Soo-hyun only smiles, tossing the man's own words back at him, of not acting so feisty. The taunt snaps the director's composure, and he slams his fist on the table with enough force to sting. As he walks off, he wonders if he might have pushed things a little too far. Still, riling up the director felt worth it, especially with how the man strutted around making empty threats. To Soo-hyun, the whole exchange was more of a joke than anything serious. He thinks it wrapped up well enough, though he has no desire to deal with more headaches right now. Maybe slipping into the tower for a while would be the smarter move. The encounter stirs up old memories. He recalls all the times he wanted to escape the burden of being labeled a hero, the exhaustion that came with it. He remembers his mother urging him down that path years ago. Yet alongside that weariness, other moments rise to the surface. Melly thanking him for saving his town, Joo-ho praising his efforts, Maxman calling him a hero, Hak-jun showing gratitude, and even his mother thanking him for saving her own life. All these memories help him reach a conclusion that doing what he wants to do means people will call him a hero. There is no problem in that, and he is happy with that title. Meanwhile, in some cave hideout, a different group is dealing with the news of Dong-young's death. One girl seems pretty happy about it, mentioning she never liked the guy, acting like he was so important. But another man points out this isn't actually good news for them. They've lost one of their main ways to get into Korea. A third person reassures the group that losing him won't really mess up their bigger plans too much. But then the girl gets focused on Soo-hyun's photo she's holding, mentioning he is causing problems. Someone informs the group that this person has entered the tower, and that was his last known location. The girl gives orders to keep watching him and report back as soon as he comes out of there. She then drops the picture around before throwing a sword into it with her final command to remove him. Ever since the Aries Guild got wiped out, people can't agree on what to think about Soo-hyun. The public split right down the middle. Some see him as a hero, others think he's just some guy showing off his power. At various discussion panels and conferences, the debates get pretty heated. One side argues that he's definitely a hero who saved their city. They point out that 600,000 people would have died if he hadn't stepped in with his strength and quick thinking to protect civilians. But the backlash comes just as fiercely. Critics brand him an arrogant show-off who abused his strength, pointing out that the Aries Guild, flawed as it was, still held value in clearing dungeons. To them, he demolished an entire organization simply out of dislike. What stings more is that instead of punishment, he walked away with a special pass granting him access to any dungeon he wants. Convinced something shady is at play, they insist he must have ties to the association. Supporters answer back with his record, over 10 dungeon floors cleared solo since the chaos began, that he always risks himself in battles that benefit everyone. The argument refuses to cool, and the controversy smolders on long after Soo-hyun slips out of public sight. Meanwhile, our dude is deep in the tower, slicing a monster clean in half. As he continues his relentless attacks, throwing enemies around like they're nothing, he thinks about all the noise outside. The rumors and evaluations don't really matter to him. He's just doing what needs to be done. The system chimes in to confirm he's defeated the boss and achieved 100% completion, so it's time to return to reality. Back at Bumcheon Cafe, Joo-ho's hunched over his laptop when Hak-jun walks in. Hak-jun immediately calls him out for still working when they're supposed to be hanging out. It's been ages since they've seen each other. He pulls up a chair and joins him. Joo-ho estimates it's been about a month, which makes him laugh and ask how he's been holding up. He wishes he could clone himself 10 times over. Between constantly running to the association, dealing with tower stuff, and managing dungeon situations, he's completely swamped. Hak-jun connects the dots and asks if he's still cleaning up Soo-hyun's messes. Joo-ho confirms this with a tired sigh, joking that he might as well ask Soo-hyun for a salary at this point. Hak-jun, after a pause, thanks Joo-ho for smoothing things over with the association during the Aries Guild mess. Because of that, he is able to stay by Yoonsun's side and find some peace. Joo-ho brushes it off, but Hak-jun insists he owes him and promises dinner. When asked about Yoonsun, Hak-jun lights up. She is healthy and even nags him to return to the tower. Our dude arrives just then, joking that her nagging is actually good news. Joo-ho scolds him for being late, and he explains he went to visit his mother, making Joo-ho question if he really came all the way down for that. While stealing Hak-jun's coffee, he mentions he has business. Hak-jun complains about the stolen drink until he pulls out a massive egg. Hak-jun recognizes it immediately as a legendary beast egg and demands to know where it comes from. Soo-hyun reveals he received it after clearing the 10th floor. Hak-jun is stunned, shouting about its rarity and mysterious powers. Joo-ho asks if this is the business he means. Soo-hyun explains how the egg reacts only when he reaches the 20th floor, with the system claiming something is added to the beast inside. Since then, it goes quiet, though he knows the creature is alive. He wants to consult Hyungi Song, the S-rank awakened known for his obsession with legendary creatures. Joo-ho points out Hyungi has no reason to help since he is rich and unaffiliated. Hak-jun adds that he rarely works with others at all. Soo-hyun isn't worried as he knows Hyungi's weakness. He already posts on the Abyss community, announcing he has a legendary egg and asking Hyungi to reach out. All they need to do now is wait for him to take the bait. Elsewhere, Hyungi studies the post, his dragon resting beside him when a knock interrupts. A subordinate enters to report on the investigation. He explains Soo-hyun is a C rank who wields both magic and swords, yet strangely claims to have a legendary beast. Hyungi doubts how someone that low could possess something so rare, but the subordinate reveals more. Soo-hyun ranks first on every floor up to the 29th and plays a crucial role in stopping the city outbreak. His true strength by all accounts is closer to S rank. Hyungi remains skeptical, believing such stories often mask exaggeration. Yet the subordinate suggests he might actually be preparing for the association's S-rank exam. That possibility shakes Hyungi. The thought of Soo-hyun truly aiming for S-rank exam changes everything. The moment the trio emerges from the cafe, a massive crowd blocks their path. Juho notices the situation and realizes word has leaked about Soo-hyun's S-rank retest. Despite his attempts at secrecy, the news has spread like wildfire. Hak-jun glances at the egg he continues carrying and wonders about his persistence. Our boy remains determined, believing this approach will eventually draw Hyungi out on his own terms. Camera crews push forward as reporters recognize the famous rookie. Questions bombard him from all directions as they want to know his thoughts on being the most popular newcomer, his reasons for retaking the S-rank test at this particular moment, and whether he plans to join any particular guild. Others probe about his role in preventing the city massacre and how he gained advanced knowledge of the threat. Juho and Hak-jun attempt to create a path through the crowd, urging the media to step aside. One reporter's attention fixates on the mysterious egg, while another shouts excitedly about the legendary beast egg rumors circulating recently. Our dude confirms their suspicions directly that he indeed possesses the legendary beast egg. This revelation triggers a frenzy of camera flashes and follow-up questions. He expresses his need for expert consultation on the matter, hoping someone knowledgeable will reach out. The reporters immediately speculate about the egg's origin, particularly whether Hyungi Song provided it. This reaction confirms Juho's suspicion that Soo-hyun orchestrated this entire media spectacle deliberately. Soo-hyun decides they've accomplished their goal. The public display should attract the person they're targeting. However, the atmosphere shifts when a reporter from the back raises a more serious accusation. They bring up the Aries Guild terror incident and directly question whether Soo-hyun himself was the terrorist responsible for the guild's destruction. The crowd falls silent as he pauses, considering his response. He turns toward the accusers with a calm but intimidating presence, questioning their courage in making such allegations, while wondering aloud what they would do if he actually were a terrorist. This response sends visible chills through the gathered reporters. Hak-jun admires the cool display of psychological pressure, though Juho warns that such tactics might worsen his already problematic reputation. Our boy dismisses these concerns, explaining that constant worry about public perception would paralyze his actions entirely. When Juho confirms whether their objective was achieved, he confirms the bait has been set successfully, and now they simply wait for their target to take it. Upon arriving at the testing facility, staff members welcome them professionally. The exam proctor explains that observers can be restricted if desired, prompting him to limit viewing access to only Hak-jun and Juho while sending others away. This decision puzzles a distant observer who notes his reluctance to court guild attention. The man contacts his superior, reporting the restricted observation policy while maintaining his surveillance. This man is Seokjin Kim, Vice Guild Master of the Reaper Guild. The proctor begins explaining the standard S-rank benefits and obligations. All S-rank awakened receive monthly stipends in exchange for participating in special dungeons alongside other S-rank individuals when required. Before the test explanation can continue, footsteps echo from the stairway as another figure descends. This figure is none other than Dowie, whose presence surprises Soo-hyun. Dowie explains his authority as an association awakened, giving him oversight privileges for all tests conducted here. Beyond official duties, he admits his personal interest in observing Soo-hyun's remarkable abilities firsthand. Soo-hyun recognizes this development as predictable given Dowie's character. He takes over the briefing, directing Soo-hyun to a specialized platform while explaining the unique nature of S-rank testing. Unlike other examinations, the S-rank test mirrors the structure found within the Tower of Trials. The evaluation encompasses multiple aspects: physical capabilities, mana reserves, mana grade quality, manipulation skills, overall status, and various combat-related abilities. The test's design and operation depend on one particular awakened individual's special power, the ability to create artificial fields. He references the awakened responsible, mentioning their fame in America for assisting with dungeon-type skills, specifically Johnny Brad's contributions to the field. Standing before the massive container-like device, our boy prepares for the examination. Dowie instructs him not to resist the device's mana influence as he steps inside the apparatus. The test commences officially as Soo-hyun closes his eyes and surrenders to the process. Suddenly, he finds himself transported to an entirely different environment with solid ground beneath his feet and an open sky with drifting clouds above. The familiar sensation brings a moment of nostalgia, and he acknowledges the impressive nature of this artificial reality. Before he rises to his feet and begins assessing his surroundings, the peaceful moment shatters abruptly. An enormous monster launches a devastating attack without warning, sending him crashing to the ground with such force that cracks Spider across the surface. The impact demonstrates the test's immediate intensity, and no period for preparation. Additional creatures appear surrounding him completely. He draws his weapon and accepts the challenge with anticipation, recognizing this as an opportunity to exercise his full capabilities without restraint. The fight starts as monsters charge towards Soo-hyun, who maintains his focus while engaging multiple enemies simultaneously. His mind processes the examination's true purpose. S-rank testing evaluates comprehensive dungeon clearing capabilities beyond simple fighting skills. The assessment measures survival instincts during monster waves, understanding creature behavior patterns, stamina management, weapon mastery, physical strength, and crucial mental attributes including judgment, composure, situational awareness, prediction abilities, and courage under pressure. The evaluation carries many dangers that have claimed many heroes throughout history. Pride leads many to overconfidence, while fear paralyzes others before artificial threats. Soo-hyun systematically eliminates each creature while reflecting how one proves their worth by surviving seemingly impossible odds and breaking through uncertain futures. A massive creature appears without warning, dwarfing the previous opponents. Our boy draws his weapon with calculated precision, understanding that this moment defines whether he truly deserves the hero title. Meanwhile, headquarters personnel monitor his performance through a screen, tracking every movement and decision. The announcement comes through their communication system about first test completion in exactly 15 minutes and 48 seconds. Hak-jun expresses genuine amazement at the display of skill. Doi chuckles while internally noting the minimal difference between his time and other established S-rank awakened. His analytical mind recognizes the first examination's core objective, determining survival probability during chaotic situations like monster wave attacks. Despite the test's difficulty, he passes the test really easily, which makes him curious about what's coming next. Meanwhile, with our boy, the peaceful moment between tests vanishes as system notifications announce the second phase's immediate commencement. Our boy questions the lack of recovery time just as reality shifts around him. Black and crimson energy swirls throughout the environment while shadow-like entities emerge. This examination targets mana manipulation capabilities specifically. He launches holy flames toward the nearest creature while analyzing their rapid regeneration abilities. It strikes him that success depends on locating and destroying each monster's hidden core with a single, precise strike. Flames dance around his hands as he concentrates on the three essential elements: mana absorption speed, targeting accuracy, and unwavering focus. Any failure in these areas could prove fatal. Explosive energy erupts as genuine combat begins. The shadow creature lunges forward aggressively, but he evades effortlessly before responding with devastating holy flames. His attack penetrates directly to the core, which he extracts triumphantly. Time pressure motivates rapid completion of remaining objectives. 17 minutes and 30 seconds later, the second test concludes with another impressive performance. The headquarters observers struggle to process what they've witnessed. Joho taunts Hak-jun about fighting with someone as strong as our guy. Hak-jun agrees that his situation was really complicated. Hak-jun feels embarrassed that he totally underestimated his abilities. He confirms that he has changed a lot since their first meeting, and thinks that the people in charge already knew this would happen. The director sent Doi personally to find his weaknesses, not just to see how strong he is. Statistical analysis reveals the remarkable achievement. While his 15-minute first test time matches exceptional standards, his sub-minute completion of the second phase shatters the previous record of 40 minutes established by Jeon Park. The performance gap between S-rank individuals becomes starkly apparent through this demonstration. Doi processes the overwhelming display of power, wondering whether he's witnessing the emergence of the world's strongest hero. The comparison to Gorilla, the current title holder, seems increasingly plausible. Suddenly, their monitoring screen cut to static, displaying no signal. Next moment, the technical staff scramble to understand the disconnection while Juho voices concern about the unexpected development. What happens next leaves everyone stunned. It's Soo-hyun's body from the container device, accompanied by massive energy discharges that destabilize the entire testing apparatus. Within the artificial reality, our guy confronts another massive threat. A colossal monster emerges, casually grasping entire trees within its massive hands. The creature's overwhelming presence triggers cold sweat as memories of his previous life surface unbidden, as it's none other than Fafnir. He understands that this is something more than a joke if he is facing his nemesis from past life. The Fafnir lets out a terrifying growl, and thick smoke surrounds Soo-hyun. He quickly realizes something is very wrong with this test. Outside the container, panic spreads as the staff rush around, trying to figure out what's going on. Professionals rush around checking power systems and frantically calling the technology team. Even Doi looks terrified as he orders someone to contact Johnny Brad immediately. The response isn't encouraging, They've reached out to the US Awakened Association, but it'll take time to get him online. Doey's mind races trying to understand the situation. Johnny's skill has never malfunctioned before, no matter how intense the scenarios inside get. If the system was working properly, it should have automatically ejected his consciousness when things went wrong. Instead, it's like something's actively preventing him from getting out. Inside the simulation, our dude battles the Fafnir, resulting in a massive explosion that launches him across the area. The ground cracks and crumbles from the impact as he picks himself up, completely confused. He thought the second part was supposed to be the final part of the S-rank exam. This feels like some kind of system malfunction. He has no idea how Fafnir even appear here. The beast attacks again with devastating force. He barely manages to dodge the blow, but he's had enough of being on the defensive. He taunts the creature, telling it that it picked the wrong opponent, then charges forward with his sword raised high. As he closes the distance, our boy unleashes a tremendously powerful slash that cuts clean through the monster's arm, sending it crashing to the ground. But his victory moment gets cut short when the severed arm suddenly springs to life, grabbing him in its massive grip and pulling him close. Soo-hyun decides to use the item that can absorb mana from the environment and push power beyond normal limits, which is a mana amplifier. Without hesitation, Soo-hyun ignites all his mana at once, surrounding himself in brilliant holy flames. At the exact same moment, Fafnir releases a concentrated energy blast from its mouth. The two forces collide in a spectacular display, and the holy flames prove stronger. The energy clash causes the fist holding him to disintegrate completely, dropping him back to the ground. He looks up, wondering if the nightmare is finally over. He closes his eyes for a moment, and when he opens them again, he's back inside the container. Through the transparent walls, his friends are frantically banging on the container, shouting for him to get out. The moment it opens, Hakjun shakes him, demanding to know if he realizes how worried they were. Soo-hyun needs a moment to readjust, telling them to give him space so he can properly return to reality. Dowie approaches with apologies, explaining that there seem to have been some technical difficulties on their end. He brushes off the concern and asks about his test results. One of the professional whispers something in Dowie's ear, noting that Soo-hyun doesn't seem rattled at all by what just happened, but breaks into a smile and announces that he passed with flying colors. What's more surprising is that they already had his new awakened certification prepared ahead of time. When he questions this timing, Dowie just grins and hands over the official documentation, officially announcing him as an S-rank awakened without question. The certification comes with immediate benefits. First priority access to all dungeons registered with the association, plus access to tremendous loans from banks. As he examines his new credentials, he thinks about how S-rank status definitely has its perks, but there's really only one reason he wanted this rank: the ability to enter dungeons all over the world. After all, the dangers heading their way aren't going to be limited to Korea. As he reflects on this, he wonders if his preparations are finally complete as the preparations needed to become the hero the world needs. Just then, everything changes dramatically. The ground starts shaking violently as an overwhelming presence approaches. Riding on his dragon, Hyungi makes his entrance, and the sheer power radiating from him makes the entire area tremble. Juho feels the oppressive sensation, and, while Hakjun can barely comprehend the tremendous amount of mana he's sensing, when Hyungi lands, even Dowie looks up in shock, wondering about the incredible mana signature they're all feeling. Soo-hyun looks at Hyungi and can't help but smile. He can't believe his bait worked so quickly and effectively. Hyungi calls out to him, demanding him to talk with him. Soo-hyun walks up to him and stands right in front of him with a big smile. He points out that many people are watching and comments on the flashy entrance. Hyungi just crosses his arms and stays quiet. Soo-hyun pulls out the egg and shows it to him. He figures this legendary beast egg brought Hyungi here so fast, though he didn't expect him to show up this quickly. Hyungi grins back and admits he came because of his little show. He demands that he drop the egg right now and get lost. His dragon then disappears from there as a warning. Without any notice, the dragon charges straight at him. The creature swoops down trying to grab the egg away from him. Our dude grits his teeth, annoyed at the sudden attack. He realizes this puts him in a tough spot since he used up most of his energy during the test earlier. Now he has to play defense while protecting the egg. He holds onto it tight, knowing he'll lose everything if the dragon takes it. Just when Hyungi reaches out his hand expecting Soo-hyun to hand it over, something unexpected happens. Small cracks start appearing on the egg's surface. Both men freeze in shock as the cracks spread and the shell breaks apart completely. A tiny paw pokes out first, then the rest of a baby dragon crawls out. Even though it's really small, he knows exactly what it is. He remembers that dragons are the strongest type of legendary beasts, so getting one makes him super lucky. The little guy opens its eyes and immediately stares at his face with a happy look. This whole thing leaves Hyungi completely amazed while Soo-hyun tries to deal with the bad timing. The weirdest part happens when Hyungi's dragon Yong suddenly bows down to the newborn. Hyungi rushes over to check on his dragon, worried and confused about why Yong is acting this way. Soo-hyun thinks maybe Yong is just being polite and saying hello. The fighting mood disappears as Hyungi suggests they go somewhere else to talk. Soon they're sitting across from each other with their dragons nearby. Hyungi starts by asking if Soohyun got the egg after beating the 10th trial with a perfect score. He waves a small toy at the baby dragon to get its attention while explaining something important. Yang told him that Soohyun's dragon is way more superior than regular dragons. This surprises him because he never knew dragons had different levels of strength. The baby dragon then grabs Hyungi's hand with its mouth. He asks if Hyungi still wants to take the dragon away. Hyungi shakes his head and says he changed his mind. He explains how dragons grow up in just 3 years, even without much food, then live for 1,000 more years after that. Legendary beasts are pure and innocent, unlike humans. They give trust, absolutely loyalty without wanting anything back. They also pick their master while still inside the egg. The dragon's personality depends on what kind of person owns it. If the master is good, the dragon stays good. If the master is evil, the dragon becomes a demon instead. Hyungi reveals why he's been collecting legendary beast eggs, to keep them away from bad people and make sure they stay safe and happy. Soohyun smiles, satisfied with this answer. He asks about Yong's age, and Hyungi tells him Yong is about 5 years old now. Even though Yong looks grown up, he's still just a kid. Hyungi gets a bit sad thinking about how he'll only live for maybe 100 years while Yong will live for 900 more after that. He hopes Yong will be able to forget about him during those long years. This makes Soohyun realize that Hyungi isn't just some rich kid collecting eggs as a hobby. He actually has a much bigger and more caring plan than expected. The little dragon puts its paws on the table and jumps into Soohyun's lap. Hyungi explains that this means the dragon has chosen him as its master. Legendary creatures only hatch when they find someone they really like, or when there's the right kind of magical energy around. He decides to watch how things go for now, but warns that he'll take the dragon away if he sees him treating it badly, calling him lucky. He then asks if he's picked a name yet. With a smile, he decides to call the little dragon Mir. Night settles over the city as Soohyun walks home, thinking about his encounter with Hyungi. The man turned out way better than expected, completely different from the selfish person he remembered from his past life. Hyungi promised to visit Mir regularly and told Soohyun to keep his door open when he comes by. He glances down at the sleeping baby dragon in his arms, wondering if Hyungi will actually talk to him while he's napping like this. Unknown to him, someone crouches on a nearby rooftop, watching his every move. The hidden figure speaks quietly into a communication device, reporting that Soohyun is heading home with his legendary creature. The voice asks if they should keep following. Another person responds through the device, ordering complete surveillance of every moment. They mention that there's still much work to do before their plan gets finished. The spy confirms understanding and prepares to continue tracking. Just then, a masked figure wearing a distinctive necklace appears behind the spy and grabs their throat. A brief struggle ends with a muffled sound before silence returns. Our boy spins around, sensing something wrong behind him. He planned to figure out what those people wanted, but now their presence has completely vanished. He hopes whoever it was won't try to get inside his home. He unlocks his front door and steps inside, and turns on the light. Almost immediately, he senses another person hiding somewhere in his apartment. The masked girl drops down from above, launching an attack that Soohyun barely manages to dodge. He mutters about not wanting to fight inside his own home, while using his hands to push off the ground and avoid another strike. The attacker comes at him again, and both fighters charge toward each other. Our boy realizes this girl matches his speed perfectly. She is really strong. A knee strike catches him off guard, causing some pain. After steadying himself, our dude gets annoyed about the home invasion, but warns the intruder not to disturb the sleeping baby, referring to Mir. The masked girl ignores this and launches another attack that Soohyun dodges, causing them to stumble backward. He realizes he can fight now since some of his mana returned, but he can't leave Mir unprotected since he doesn't know what this person really wants. Pointing at his opponent, he challenges her to come at him. Something clicks in his mind as he notices the attacker only uses hand-to-hand combat with no weapons. She is not trying to grab Mir either, they just want to fight him specifically. Understanding dawns as he speaks to the masked figure, realizing she has no other goal except fighting him. He calls her uncivilized for breaking into his home just to pick a fight. Both fighters get serious as they exchange powerful blows. She lands a precise punch that causes real pain, while he responds with a devastating elbow strike to her shoulder. Using the ground for support, she recovers quickly and faces him again. The intensity builds as both opponents stare at each other before unleashing their full power. Energy clashes between them as they block each other's attacks. Heavy breathing and sweat show how much effort they're both putting into this battle. Suddenly, she reaches up and removes her mask, letting out a laugh. Soohyun stares in confusion as she also pulls off her cap, finally revealing her identity. The fighting stops completely as recognition hits him. She calmly invites him to join the Reaper Guild, as she is herself the guild master, Jiyeon Park. Jiyeon stands there expecting an answer while our boy wonders if all Reaper Guild members get recruited through sneak attacks like this. She brushes it off, saying he survived so it's fine. She then complains about his casual way of talking to her. He points out she started talking casually first. Besides, they seem around the same age. His thoughts drift to what he knows about her. Guild leaders don't just drop by for random fights. Among all the S-rank fighters, she's famous for both her fighting skills and good looks. Back in his previous life, people always noticed her and saw her as a natural leader. The war with Detritus Guild ended her life too early though, before she could show her full potential. This makes him remember how much the Reaper Guild hates the Detritus Guild. It also reminds him that he recently used their name for his own plans. He wants to know her real reason for coming here. She flips the question back at him, asking what he thinks. Sweat starts building up when he realizes she wants him to guess. Her old reputation for being crazy might actually be true. He decides to end this quickly, saying he won't join her guild if she has nothing important to discuss. She acts sad about his refusal. Something tells him letting her walk away would be a mistake. He takes a chance and asks if the Detritus Guild brought her here. Her eyes light up with interest. The hungry look on her face when that topic comes up makes him nervous. She grins wide and says, now they can have a proper talk. They find another spot to sit down. Our dude spots several sets of footprints scattered across the floor. She jumps right into business, asking if he really posed as a Detritus Guild member in Anyang City to make them come out. He confirms her guess that those guys stick to the shadows and stay almost impossible to locate. The way they run their group makes hunting them down really tough. When one person gets caught, they immediately cut all ties, leaving no trail to follow. She looks surprised by how much inside knowledge he has. Next, she asks if destroying the Ares Guild was part of this same plan. He starts explaining other reasons, thinking about Hakjun and his girlfriend, who needed rescuing, but confirmed that guild had to go anyway. He mentions how she has been hitting every Korean guild tied to Detritus, which impressed her more than expected. She doesn't hold back, admitting she killed everyone connected to them because wiping out anything related to Detritus is his main goal. The topic clearly fires her up emotionally, same as before. He wonders if she channels these strong feelings into powering up her mana that could explain her incredible strength and natural talent. She keeps talking about hunting down the Korean members one at a time. Problem was, they were all just low-level guys. She never found anyone important, and doesn't know enough about their real bosses to take them on directly. So she had to wait for their leaders to act first, until he showed up and changed the game. Now she thinks they'll definitely make their move because of what he did. They won't let this chance slip by. He asks straight up if she plans to use him. She doesn't dodge the question but tells him not to worry about it. When people have the same enemy, they naturally become allies. She offers full support against anything Detritus related. That sounds good to him, but he needs to know why she hates them so much. Her mood shifts as she sets down her cup. A terrible memory hits her. Someone dying in her arms, covered in blood, begging her to escape. She waves it off as nothing important, just a small grudge. Then she smiles coldly while promising that the guild leader's life belongs to her. She gets up to leave, saying they'll meet again soon. As she starts fading away like smoke, she mentions looking forward to their partnership. Once she's completely gone, Soo-hyun thinks about whatever happened to make her so angry. This probably explains why the Reaper Guild went after Detritus so hard in his past life. People with simple, clear goals tend to be the most dangerous. His phone buzzes suddenly. Looking at the screen, he finds a text message containing her phone number. He sighs that she really does everything exactly how she wants to. Hakjun and Yoonsun show up at Soo-hyun's place. Hakjun looks around with excitement, appreciating the house and telling how happy he is to finally visit. Soo-hyun explains he's been super busy with tower climbing and that long S-rank test, then asks what brought them over. Hakjun points to Yoonsun, explaining she wanted to thank him properly. She steps forward with a flower basket, telling Soo-hyun that he helped them before but they never got the chance to show their gratitude. She calls him a hero for saving both their lives and asks him to accept this small gift. Hakjun gets embarrassed, saying she's making him look bad since he always thanks people. Soo-hyun looks at them both and grins while holding one of the flowers. The word hero makes him pause. He smells and says the flowers are really nice. Yoonsun asks if he has a pet. He wonders if Mir counts as one, and informs about the baby dragon. She gets excited wanting to see it, but he explains it's napping since babies sleep a lot. Right then, Mir climbs onto Soo-hyun's head. He tells them it hasn't been alive very long. Yoonsun gasps with amazement while she coos at how cute Mir is. Hakjun tries getting the dragon's attention, but the little dragon flies straight to Yoonsun and lands on her shoulder instead. She pets it gently, while Soo-hyun mentions he's never seen Mir act so friendly with anyone else. It must really like her. Hakjun complains about sitting on his shoulder, but Mir just gets mad at him. Hakjun quickly apologizes for bothering him. Our boy's phone rings and it shows Jeon Park's call. Hakjun recognizes the name and inquires if it's that famous S-rank girl. Soo-hyun confirms it and steps away to take the call in private. Yoonsun whispers to Hakjun about how incredible she is. Hakjun agrees, saying people like her seem like movie stars, but adds that he'll catch up to their level soon. She pinches him playfully and warns him not to get hurt trying. On the phone, Soo-hyun asks what's happening. She informs him about the appearance of a green dungeon soon in Busan. These dungeons never show up this close together, which makes it hard for the agency to guess how dangerous this one will be. His mind races that even in his past life, green dungeons never appeared back-to-back like this. Maybe his S-rank test somehow changed the future timeline from what he remembered. He asks who's leading the raid team, and she informs them they offered it to Hyungi first, but he turned it down. Now she has the right to pick someone else and wants to know if Soo-hyun is interested. Soo-hyun needs to figure out what's going on, so he agrees to take the job, but he knows she wants something in return. She confirms this. Foreign guild members are coming to Korea on the date he mentioned before. From now on, she wants him to direct every Detritus Guild member entering Korea straight to her. This makes perfect sense to Soo-hyun. In his past life, the Detritus Guild attacked 5 countries at once: America, China, Korea, England, and France. They revealed themselves when the first blue dungeon appeared in America. During those dungeon raids, they killed S-rank fighters, which caused massive outbreaks and countless deaths. He agrees to send the Korean ones to her while he investigates other areas. She accepts this deal but warns him to be careful since recklessness gets people killed. He brushes off her concern, saying if he was going to die, it would have happened already. She promises to text him the details and hangs up. After ending the call, blood drips from her face as she surveys the dead bodies scattered around her. She mutters that nagging isn't necessary. Meanwhile, our dude looks at information about the guilds joining this raid, wondering if they'll actually follow his orders. Elsewhere, Kang-hee Lee, the A-rank master of Papillon Guild, learns that Soo-hyun will lead the raid. He gets angry, asking if the agency really thinks someone who just passed their test should command experienced fighters, and if it cares nothing about their raiders' lives. Sung-chul reminds him that S-rank is still S-rank. There shouldn't be any regulation problems. Kang-hee refuses, saying he won't accept anyone unless they're at Hyungi or Ji-yeon's level, and demands they bring a different S-rank awakened instead. Sung-chul takes this as Papillon Guild refusing to participate. Kang-hee explodes, asking if he's joking around. Sung-chul starts laughing sadly. Kang-hee shouts about why he's laughing when their lives are at stake. Sung-chul stops laughing and explains that everyone gives the same response. He points out that experience as a top tower climber doesn't mean much in real combat. Soo-hyun has a long way to go and needs to work harder. He mentions that he only became raid leader because Ji-yeon recommended him. An A-rank guildmaster wouldn't do anything about it. Kang-hee yells at him and Sung-chul suggests they just wait and see, as Kang-hee might change his opinion after watching Soo-hyun in action. Now, at Gwangali Beach in Busan, Juho complains about how far they had to travel. Soo-hyun reminds him that he didn't need to tag along since this isn't some fun trip. Juho explains his reasoning. Since it's his first time leading a raid, he wanted to help out. Soo-hyun appreciates the thought but admits he doesn't really know how to give commands to people. This surprises Juho, who points out that he knows how to be a leader. He then gets serious, saying he can't fall behind Soo-hyun and Hak-jun anymore. As the older one, he needs to get stronger too. Mir yawns on our boy's shoulder as he grins at Juho's determination. He tells Juho he's cheering for him. Juho asks if he's being made fun of, but Soo-hyun insists he's being genuine. Looking around, Juho notices the crowd size. Maybe 50 or 60 people showed up, which is pretty good for a first raid. However, everyone starts staring at them with unfriendly looks. He points out how obvious their unhappiness is just by looking at their faces. Our dude shrugs it off, explaining that to them, he's just some newbie with 0 dungeon experience. Kang-hee walks up and introduces himself as the leader of Papillon Guild. During their handshake, he makes a snide comment about Soo-hyun's inexperience making him nervous, then notices Juho and asks if he brought a babysitter along. Juho speaks up, calling the comment rude. Kang-hee claims he was just joking and offers to help since he's a dungeon pro. The handshake leaves Soo-hyun's hand bruised, and he thanks Kang-hee while asking him to just follow orders properly. This clearly annoys Kang-hee. Another voice interrupts from behind. Taekyun Kim, head of Red Evil Guild, approaches and says he's looking forward to the raid. He informs Soo-hyun that introductions with the Papillon leader are done, and asks him to be patient since raid teams get territorial sometimes. A girl with short hair joins them. Mo-young introduces herself as the head of Gambler Guild and shakes Soo-hyun's hand. He thinks this situation is getting tough. One person has a friendly smile but dangerous mana, while another is good at hiding their energy. Even if he wanted to ignore it, they can hide their mana, but not the smell of blood on them. Mo-young asks if something's wrong with her face. He says it's nothing but makes a mental note to watch these people carefully. Taekyun asks if they're ready to move out. Once he and Juho confirm they're good to go, the team heads into the dungeon. Inside, they start fighting monsters. Taekyun shoots fire from his hands to kill one, calling it too simple. Kang-hee agrees, saying it's very easy for such a famous green dungeon. Taekyun watches everyone fight and comments that they're handling things quietly. He notices one guildmaster attacking a monster way too many times and tells him that's enough since it's already dead. The guildmaster smiles and stops, leaving Taekyun confused about what just happened. Our dude studies the ground carefully and announces something's wrong. Juho asks if it's a trap. He confirms it but thinks there's more to it than that. Juho warns everyone to stay alert. Kang-hee agrees but then turns to Juho, asking if he became awakened recently. When he says yes, Kang-hee makes a sarcastic comment about how nice it must be having an S-rank watching his back. Soo-hyun interrupts by grabbing Kang-hee's shirt. Kang-hee starts sweating and claims he was just joking, but before he can finish talking, Soo-hyun throws him aside to save him from a massive energy beam crashing down from above. Soo-hyun yells for everyone to scatter as multiple energy beams attack them. A huge spiral of energy surrounds the entire area, scaring everyone. The space around them suddenly transforms into a pirate city, shocking all the raiders. The raiders find themselves in what looks like an underwater city. The place resembles Atlantis with its beautiful design, making them wonder what kind of dungeon this could be. Juho notices something strange, that he can breathe normally and doesn't feel like he's actually underwater, even though they're completely surrounded by water. Soo-hyun confirms this is definitely a dungeon environment. Taekyun points out how quiet everything is. Instead of a magnificent Atlantis, the place feels more like a ghost town. The silence makes everyone uncomfortable. Moyoung suddenly alerts everyone to look ahead. They all focus their attention on a large shape floating through the water toward them. Even Mir becomes alert, watching the approaching threat carefully. Kang-hee starts trembling and mentions feeling some kind of chill. Taekyun confirms he senses the same disturbing feeling that's been bothering him since they entered. What they see next sends chills through the entire group. Kang-hee immediately orders everyone to prepare for battle as the threat moves closer. The floating ship reveals itself to be filled with numerous lich creatures. One of the lich steps forward and begins laughing horribly. It welcomes them, calling it hunting time. The creatures start approaching while others laugh and declare it's party time. Several lich jump from their ship to attack. Soo-hyun instantly draws his sword and releases a powerful strike using holy flames, cutting down the attackers. He realizes that while he expected only holy flames to work against ghost types, regular mana seems effective too. This means the other raiders should be able to fight without problems. Kang-hee boosts everyone's confidence, reminding them that their mana is strong enough to handle these enemies. He warns that anyone who retreats will face his wrath, since the lich might be numerous but individually weak. Our boy observes how well everyone handles the surprise attack. While he can't expect the same level of teamwork as his ACT squad, he decides to trust in each guild's coordination under their respective leaders. The situation looks manageable enough for him to focus elsewhere. He calls out to Juho, telling him he's leaving the ground battle in his hands. Soo-hyun then summons his phoenix and grabs onto its claws to fly toward the enemy ship. Juho comments that he knew Soo-hyun would do something like that. Mid-flight, our guy gets shocked when the lich leader points a gun at his phoenix. The attack sends him crashing to the ground. The lich leader then aims the weapon directly at Soo-hyun, who realizes this must be their commander. Multiple shots fire toward him, but Soo-hyun dodges them all before charging forward. He delivers a devastating blow that sends the leader's head flying off. The subordinate lich cries out for their captain. However, when the head hits the ground, it starts absorbing all the fallen lich around the area. Soo-hyun watches in horror as the leader's head regenerates, making him even more powerful than before. The creature declares its intention to devour all souls. Now much larger with multiple faces covering his body, the leader presents a terrifying sight. Soo-hyun realizes this ability to absorb souls for recovery and power means trouble. With hundreds of souls scattered around the battlefield, this could turn into a very long fight. Disturbing voices suddenly echo from the monster. Cries for help, pleas to escape, desperate wishes to live, expressions of exhaustion and suffering. The tortured souls trapped within the creature beg for relief from their eternal torment. Soo-hyun stares at the abomination and declares that its very existence bothers him deeply. The lich pulls out its sword and swings at our boy, who dodges multiple strikes by jumping around. He moves in closer to attack and delivers a precise slash that cuts the creature's arm clean off. However, the limb regenerates immediately in an explosion that sends him flying backward. The lich launches another powerful attack at a massive pillar. He dodges, but his sword gets stuck in the stone. He hangs from the blade's support while thinking about his options. The monster's strength isn't anything special, but its ability to recover makes things difficult. A long drawn-out fight won't work, and neither will a quick lightning attack. They're heading toward real danger at this rate. The lich recognizes the threat too. This troublesome fighter swings around holy flame power without fear, and regular attacks don't seem to affect him at all. But his mana will run out eventually. Laughing wickedly, the lich declares that Soo-hyun's end is coming soon. It releases flames toward the fighters on the ground below, affecting them with its power. Getting bored with the battle, the lich demands complete surrender. Energy surrounds it while numerous eyes appear all over its body. The lich boasts about having plenty of souls to draw from. Soo-hyun launches an attack, but it has no effect. He mocks him, noting that his power isn't so impressive anymore. It fires a beam attack that Soo-hyun barely avoids. Everything gets charred as smoke rises from the destruction. Down below, Juho watches the ship where the fight is happening, completely covered in holy flames. He worries about whether Soo-hyun is okay while witnessing the unmatched energy being released above. Our boy continues defending himself against the overwhelming attacks. Suddenly Mir's eyes light up as he looks at his master. He notices and wonders what's wrong. A powerful energy beam suddenly strikes the monster's head, causing it to burst into flames. The lich screams about the heat and starts shaking violently. Our dude realizes his mana has increased along with his physical abilities. This must be Mir's power at work. The little dragon grins at him proudly. The lich gets confused, wondering why this fighter's mana hasn't run out yet when it has absorbed so many souls. Soo-hyun recognizes that the lich is still alive, so he draws his sword and declares he'll keep killing it until it finally dies. He charges forward to attack while the ship flies through the water. A massive explosion of flames erupts from the vessel. Juho relaxes below and comments that Soo-hyun is doing just fine. He worries for nothing. Meanwhile, he delivers a devastating blow to the monster's already burning mouth. The lich curses, realizing it has used almost all its soul reserves and will die at this rate. Desperately, it begs Soo-hyun to wait and listen. The lich explains that the Lich King ordered it to kill everyone approaching the ship because his pet is aboard. When Soo-hyun demands to know who this pet is, the lich gets scared. Recognizing Soo-hyun's reaction, the lich insists it's just a servant who brings the king food. It doesn't enjoy this work. It only does what's necessary to survive. Before it can finish explaining, his attack destroys it completely. Once the lich disappears, Soo-hyun grins and thanks him for the assistance. Now he needs to kill whatever this pet is to clear the dungeon properly. Meanwhile, Kang-hee yells that they need to get to the ship immediately. He demands to know if everyone plans to just wait around while Soo-hyun takes all the credit for himself. Taekyun responds while bandaging another team member, explaining they can't abandon the injured who are still getting treatment. Since Soo-hyun hasn't sent any signals, they should wait for now. Kang-hee laughs mockingly and suggests Taekyun should just admit he's scared instead of making excuses. This angers him, and points out that he wants to grab achievements but can't understand the current situation. After how Kang-hee endangered everyone earlier, he questions how someone like him became a guild leader. When he demands to know what he meant, Taekyun insists he didn't do anything wrong. Juho stands quietly during this argument until Taekyun asks for his opinion. Joho admits that he's not sure but wonders if anyone has seen Mo-young lately. Taekyun realizes that not only is she missing, but the entire gambler guild has vanished. Kang-hee suspects they went to the ship to steal the credit, urging everyone to get moving. Juho finds it strange that they vanished without a trace. If they went somewhere as visible as the ship, surely someone would have noticed them. He suggests they all search for the missing team. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun stands on the broken ship, watching dark aura emerge in front of him with an energy core at its center. He remembers the lich's words about the pet being on this ship, and wonders if this is why they mentioned raising a kraken. The presence feels subtle but carries the Lich King's death aura. Our boy realizes Mir seems fine, and he's not affected thanks to his divine armor and magic resistance. However, most non-awakened people wouldn't survive this kind of deadly energy. Understanding dawns on him that this ship serves as the Lich King's nursery for the Kraken. The ghost captain and crew capture people, bring them aboard, then use their souls and thoughts to feed the Kraken's growth. Even if someone entered to kill the creature, they'd die from the death aura first. This setup was designed to raise something even stronger and keep it under the Lich King's control. The preparation was thorough, but the Kraken remains in a dormant state. In this condition, he can use all his mana to kill it while it's defenseless. He thanks the Lich King sarcastically, raising his weapon and noting that their seal might actually make things easier. As he moves forward to attack, two people from the Gambler Guild assault him from behind. His shield stops their advance, confusing them about why their sword couldn't penetrate his defense. He turns toward them and attacks, sending both flying. They jump forward to counterattack, but he dodges both strikes and moves ahead, releasing a beam attack on them. He reflects that he knew this wouldn't be easy. He expected trouble but appreciates that his timing worked out. Good thing he prepared with the Iron Turtle trait from the 21st floor. He challenges them to stop hiding and come out already. Mo-young appears, admitting she knew he'd figured them out. Behind her, various monster eyes gleam in the darkness. He points out how obvious their presence was since the smell of blood gives them away. He suggests they might as well announce to the world that they're from the Detritus Guild. He laughs and scratches his skin, revealing his true identity underneath the disguise. He acknowledges why the higher-ups targeted him. Even for S-rank fighters, seeing through their shape-shifting abilities wouldn't be easy. He dismisses their tricks as obvious. He lists their standard methods: assassinating awakened fighters in dungeons, creating outbreaks, and spreading terror. He wonders if they ever get tired of these tactics. He reveals their current plan, which is to kill him, assume his identity, then create an outbreak in the Blue Dungeon scheduled to appear in America while blaming everything on him. This revelation shocks him completely. He wonders how he knows all this information. It's supposed to be controlled even in America, with only a few people aware of it. Recovering from his surprise, he confirms his accuracy and declares it's finally time to reveal themselves to the world. He describes the coming bloodbath caused by outbreaks in each country, imagining how many people will die. The tragedy will be blamed on Soo-hyun, who supposedly killed all the S-rankers during dungeon raids. He calls it an amazing, noble plan. He smirks and points out that their plan only works if they actually kill him first. He questions whether they think they can accomplish this. He responds that he can talk all he wants since he's dead anyway. He attacks along with all his team members while Soo-hyun prepares to fight back. He reflects that these guys are probably the only ones who came to Korea. Higher-ranking members might have arrived too. He decides to trust Mir to watch his back as both sides move to attack each other. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a bald man on a phone call informs someone that he just arrived and the team has already entered the dungeon. Even if Soo-hyun survives, he can finish the job without any problem. The other person confirms she'll leave it to him since they're not ready yet on their end. The bald man glances at something and promises to call back later. In front of him sits Ji-yeon Park, surrounded by the dead bodies she killed. She acknowledges that he looks different from these weaklings. He actually appears strong. She smirks and mocks him, asking who else would dare to do it if not her calling him bald. The man snaps back, calling them dirty beings who couldn't even handle one girl. Stripping off his jacket, he declares what a shame they are. She informs him that every challenger before him said the same proud words, only to learn the hard truth later. He groans about finding more irritating pests in Korea, as if Soo-hyun wasn't enough already. Removing his glasses, he announces that this bug will be the first one he crushes. With that, she launches herself at him, ready to strike. Meanwhile, our dude is locked in battle with members of the Gambler Guild. Blades clash until his overwhelming energy cuts through his opponent. Two more rush him from behind, one of them being Mo-young, but his rear shield blocks their blows. Spinning quickly, he eliminates one of the attackers. Mo-young shouts to her team, ordering them to avoid fighting him head-on. She commands them to fade into the shadows and strike from hiding. The others acknowledge her orders and vanish, preparing to ambush. Our dude watches them disappear and thinks carefully. Ambushes are more dangerous than open combat, though he's confident in sensing threats. With Mir's aid, he has ways to manage hidden enemies, but the Lich King's death aura cloaks even their presence, leaving him dependent on Mir entirely. He asks his dragon companion if he can track their scent. Mir signals positively, and Soo-hyun feels reassured. He asks Mir to alert him whenever danger closes in. The small dragon swivels its head sharply, scanning for threats. Soo-hyun shuts his eyes, waiting calmly. When Mir points to the right, he attacks in that direction without opening them, striking down an enemy with precision. Opening his eyes, he's stunned by the accuracy. He realizes Mir's senses far surpass his own. The dragon then signals left, where Mo-young is creeping closer. Soo-hyun braces himself as the guild members realize their stealth isn't working. One suggests they retreat and use disguises, perhaps posing as gamblers before trying again. But Mo-young remembers Soo-hyun's battle with the Ghost King and dismisses the idea. If disguises worked, the Ghost Captain would have used them. This man is far stronger than she expected. From the start, killing him was never realistic. The death aura might drive him insane, but suddenly she notices something important about that same energy. A grin spreads across her face as the answer dawns on her. The enemies drop their invisibility and step into view before Soo-hyun. He wonders if they've given up on ambush tactics. They rush at him altogether while he reminds them aloud that direct combat won't kill him. With one clean strike, he cuts down an attacker. Another leaps forward while others slip past, circling behind. Soo-hyun spins, realizing they're no longer aiming for him. Their target is the Kraken. Panic grips him as he bolts at full speed, desperate to stop them. But Mo-young reaches the beast first, driving her sword deep into its body to awaken the death aura. The massive creature begins to stir before Soo-hyun can stop her. A massive fire explosion rocks the ship, sending smoke billowing everywhere. Mo-young gets launched through the air while laughing about wanting Soo-hyun. Her amusement turns to shock when the enormous Kraken materializes directly in front of her. One of its long tentacles wraps around her body and squeezes the life out of her. Soo-hyun lands hard, using a broken piece of the ship for support. After steadying himself, he greets the Kraken like an old acquaintance as the beast towers before him. He calls upon Mir's power, charging his sword with energy before launching a devastating attack at the creature. His thoughts race that the Kraken will remain unconscious briefly, giving him a chance to finish it off. However, he realizes his buff is wearing thin while Mir has just awakened and his abilities are not stable yet. Using such incredible powers without limits proves impossible, leaving the little dragon completely drained. He holds his exhausted companion, realizing he spent all his mana stopping the ceiling explosion and has no energy left. Both of them fall from the sky as he considers using his immortality to recover strength for another fight. Juho arrives running and shouting worriedly, catching Soo-hyun before he hits the ground. He scolds his friend for always forgetting how important his life is and trying to handle everything alone. He asks why Juho came here in the first place. He explains they had no choice but to board the ship after the Gambler Guild disappeared, leaving them with nothing to do underground. When the explosion happened, everyone had to escape, but his worry pushed him to come looking for him. He admits he should have acted more like a proper guild leader. After they land safely, he thinks about whether the Kraken will come after them. He doubts it since the beast needs time to heal its injured eye. Juho asks if they can really defeat something that enormous. All the guild members stare at the unconscious Kraken in disbelief. Kang-hee complains that with the guild leader gone, the gamblers missing, and Juho vanishing too, the whole situation is driving him crazy. Taekyun questions where such terrifying monsters even come from. Suddenly our guy appears behind them, startling everyone. He explains everything about the Gambler Guild. Juho finally understands why things felt off. It had been the Detritus Guild all along. Kang-hee angrily asks why he acted alone and ended up creating an even bigger problem. Taekyun points out that things look awful now and demands to know the plan. Our boy says the Kraken definitely has weaknesses, so it can be hunted if they cooperate. But he also admits the plan only works if there's unity from the start. Their silence makes him believe they're ready to follow, and sweat runs down their faces nervously. The unconscious monster begins to stir, and our guy immediately shouts for the first wave of attacks. Everyone prepares their powers. Then, at his command, they release their combined energy straight at the Kraken. Juho feels relieved, thinking the plan is working exactly how he explained, while preparing for the second wave. Soo-hyun had told them that the Kraken's weakness is its speed. Despite its strength, it must get close to attack. By keeping their distance and striking with magic, they can stop it from advancing. The strategy works well as the beast struggles to approach, though Juho notices its incredible toughness. They can't defeat it on their own, but that's fine because their job is only to stall until Soo-hyun recovers. While he rests with the help of some guild members, the others continue bombarding the Kraken with waves of magic. Juho motivates them to stay strong since the plan is clearly working. They just need to endure until their leader returns. Then, someone suddenly shouts about movement near the Kraken. Juho turns, expecting to see Soo-hyun back on his feet. But instead, his eyes widen in shock as Kang-hee and his entire guild charge recklessly at the monster for a direct attack. Taekyun nervously questions if this is really okay. Kang-hee confirms it is, but he reminds him that Soo-hyun definitely warned them not to approach the Kraken. Kang-hee grabs his shirt angrily, demanding if he would jump off a cliff just because someone ordered him to. Taekyun protests that the warning came because of the creature's toughness and healing abilities. They can't kill it alone. Kang-hee calls him an idiot, insisting he can't recognize obvious lies. He claims the Kraken is nearly dead and Soo-hyun just wants all the credit for himself. He threatens Taekyun's job if he doesn't shut up and follow orders, and Papillon Guild will be the one to capture this beast. They launch their assault as Kang-hee commands his team to attack without giving it time to fight back. One member worries about fire if they keep using their skills while others are so close. The guildmaster orders them to hold fire and watch for now. Kang-hee slashes at the monster with his sword, boasting that he thinks he's so special with his little power, and declares himself as the one who will kill the Kraken while continuing his attacks. Horror freezes him as he watches the monster regenerate from every slash he's made. He was certain his sword cut him, but suddenly the creature turns toward him and opens its massive mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. A deafening roar erupts from its throat. The terrible sound makes him feel sick instantly. He covers his ears while gasping for breath, realizing the cry is destabilizing his mana. He shouts for everyone to retreat immediately. The monster prepares to attack him, but our boy's strike completely distracts it. Kang-hee watches in embarrassment as he arrives, questioning his quick recovery. He explodes in anger, asking Kang-hee if he has a wish before he dies. Kang-hee, visibly scared, quickly insists this isn't the time to fight, but our boy punches him straight in the face, sending him flying backward. Taekyun, embarrassed, asks what they should do now. He orders everyone to return to the raiding party's position, warning that he won't be responsible if they get dragged into his battle. Holy flames flare around him as he summons his phoenix, commanding it to keep the Kraken busy. The fiery bird grows massive, wrapping the monster in burning light while attacking with powerful blasts. With the beast distracted, Soo-hyun charges in and swings for its eye, but misses. He realizes the creature must have dodged by instinct. That strike clearly enraged it. The Kraken thrashes with its tentacles, forcing our dude to admit that sneak attacks won't work while it's in this state. Facing its giant form, he decides his only option is to cut its legs off one at a time. Taekyun watches in disbelief, pointing out how their strongest attacks only managed scratches, yet Soo-hyun slices through limbs with ease. Nearby, Juho checks on him, noticing that many people are still dizzy from the monster's earlier roar. He suggests they leave the fight to Soo-hyun and focus on helping the injured instead. When Taekyun asks if that's really okay, Juho explains it's obvious there's nothing more they can do. Soo-hyun will handle the Kraken and finish the raid on his own. As he observes Soo-hyun's relentless battle, Juho admits that before meeting him, he felt confident in his skills. He even believed he'd reach S rank within 2 years, maybe sooner. But now, watching Soo-hyun, those thoughts feel foolish. Taekyun warns him to think about what that really means. Right now, Juho might not feel the weight of it, but Soo-hyun has the presence of someone who could become the greatest awakened in the world. If Juho keeps chasing after him, there may come a day when the pressure breaks him. He explains that light that shines too brightly burns away everything nearby. If Juho isn't sure he can handle that, he should think about joining their guild, where he'd easily stand out among criminals like them. Joho takes the words calmly, admitting he already understands that much. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun keeps cutting the Kraken's legs one by one. As the severed limbs crash down, he declares the fight is finally over. The monster opens its mouth wide and he leaps forward for the finishing blow. He dives inside just as the jaws snap shut, releasing a beam of holy energy that tears the Kraken in two. Flames explode across its body as it splits apart. He then comes out from the wreck, frowning at how bad the blood smells. Standing on the dead monster, he proudly shows his victory. Everyone stares in shock at the dead Kraken. The raiders burst into celebration, cheering about their victory. However, Juho remains silent, muttering something about damage from hearing certain things. Our boy approaches from behind and questions what he means. Juho jumps, startled by the sudden appearance, and complains about being scared like that. When he presses for details about what he heard, Juho brushes it off as a joke. They walk forward together toward where Taekyun stands. Our dude notices something different about Juho's behavior, but can't pinpoint what it is. Since the raid is finished, Juho casually suggests they head back and compliment Soo-hyun's performance. This casual tone puzzles Soo-hyun, who wonders where Kang-hee went. Juho explains that after getting punched, Kang-hee passes out and is lying unconscious nearby. Soo-hyun mutters about finishing what he started while cracking his knuckles and heading toward the unconscious man. Kang-hee partially opens his eyes, confused about passing out. He recognizes him standing over him and wonders what happened to the Kraken. When everyone stares at him with serious expressions, he realizes embarrassingly that he must have defeated it. He immediately launches into discussing reward distribution, claiming Papillon Guild suffered more losses than Red Devil's Guild. Soo-hyun interrupts, questioning if that's really all he has to contribute. Kang-hee insists it's natural to allocate rewards now that the raid is over. Soo-hyun's expression darkens as he repeats his question about whether Kang-hee has anything else to share with the group. Terror overtakes him and draws his sword and points it at Soo-hyun. One strike from our boy's blade shatters the weapon completely. He knocks Kang-hee backward while explaining that his selfishness could have gotten someone killed. Kang-hee grits his teeth but falls down anyway. He grabs his hand, offering him one last chance to make things right. When Kang-hee responds predictably, he tightens his grip. Kang-hee screams for release, threatening to report this assault on the raid leader to the association once they escape. Soo-hyun calmly invites him to try while correcting his misunderstanding about leadership roles. He explains that raid leaders don't just make plans and direct battles. They carry additional authority due to their responsibility for everyone's lives. When someone like him puts his own benefits before the team's safety, the leader has full power to pass immediate judgment. He raises his weapon and declares his intention to execute this authority, shocking everyone present. However, Juho quickly draws his sword and places it on Kang-hee's shoulder. He questions him disappointedly about whether this is really how he handles frustration, calling him dangerous. He responds that if Kang-hee repeats this behavior when no one's around to stop him, innocent people will suffer. Therefore, he needs to instill proper fear. He notes that Kang-hee has lost the trust of all the guilds anyway, making future work prospects unlikely. Clapping his hands, he declares it's time to finish cleaning up and leave. His thoughts turn to what the raid accomplished, discovering Mir's abilities and learning about the Lich King's movements. He should verify there aren't any other threats he doesn't know about and investigate Jeon Park's situation. Each Detritus Guild officer represents a powerhouse in their own right. Meanwhile, several hours before Soo-hyun's successful dungeon completion, a fierce battle raged between Jeon and the bald man. He launches an attack that spreads smoke everywhere before throwing a punch at her. She immediately activates her darkness assimilation ability, which allows her to merge with shadows for a brief period. This nullifies all attacks while enabling movement as pure darkness. She escapes his strike and materializes behind him. Declaring the fight over, she prepares to attack from his blind spot. She lands on the ground, shocked that he blocked her attack so quickly using only his hands. Behind his head, he admits with honesty that she surprised him, since he never expected her to have such a skill. On top of that, she even managed to hurt him. Things are starting to feel exciting. She answers that his bragging only makes her want to beat him badly. Using her assimilation power, she jumps straight at him. He shouts in amazement about an assassin charging face to face and lifts his fists covered in metal to strike while wrapping herself with green energy. Inside, he feels sure of herself that what a fool she is. All her skills are focused on resisting physical damage, so her punches won't matter at all. She won't even leave a scratch on me. Her power works fast, but doesn't last long. It makes him feel some pain, but he figures out it must have limits, most likely a short duration. She rushes closer and throws a strong punch at him. He thinks about the thrill of a fight that could truly kill her. At the same time, he unleashes a deadly attack that she dodges. She notes how his ridiculously high resistance makes more attacks useless. Watching his punch, she realizes she has no choice but to use her special weapon. She pulls it out and swings at him, but he avoids it with ease. He asks if this is her hidden weapon, showing interest in what she can do next. His face lights up with excitement as a huge blast goes off in front of him, leaving him amazed. It's been a long time since he felt a kick like this. His eyes open wide with joy, This girl is insanely fun, and he wants her to keep entertaining him. She demands to know what he is trying to achieve here since the fight is already over. What else is left except wasting strength? He refuses to quit, saying the winner hasn't been chosen yet. He pushes her to keep fighting while she only shrugs at him. Filled with anger, he curses him for ignoring his words and charges to attack. If she has lost her will to fight, then he will force it back into him. He gets ready to hit, but as he throws his punch at her face, his body suddenly freezes. He is completely shocked as he realizes he cannot move at all. He begins gasping for breath, demanding to know what is happening. Then he falls backward, dropping to his knees before her. She steps forward and reminds him that she already told him it was over. While he struggles to breathe, she strikes him again, sending him crashing hard onto the ground. His resistance skills are gone. Forget about mana. He cannot even bring together his basic strength anymore. She notices the curiosity in his eyes about why his body won't move. She explains that this is her so-called secret weapon he talked about earlier. Although there are limits to how often she can use it, the blade has the power to mess up a person's inner mana flow. Now that his mana is twisted, it will keep crushing him from inside. The fight had already ended the moment she used it. She grabs him by the collar and says it's her turn to ask him about something. With a serious look, she demands to know who his master is. Her fists keep landing blow after blow as she demands information about his superior. His mouth bleeds, but despite his injuries, he manages a twisted grin. He claims ignorance about any boss, then casually suggests she consider joining the Detritus Guild instead. The offer comes with a twisted perk that she'll get to kill plenty of people. The suggestion sends her into a rage. She draws her sword and prepares to end him right there, but Mr. Kim's firm grip stops her hand just in time. He urges her to calm down, explaining that despite her justified anger, this man holds valuable information as a Detritus Guild officer. Killing him will destroy their chance of achieving their ultimate goal. His reasonable words help her regain control. She apologizes for getting so worked up, then acknowledges that his presence confirms the intel they've received is accurate. Mr. Kim agrees, noting that time is running short and they need to prepare quickly. The injured officer complains about the interruption, claiming things are just getting interesting. This only reignites her fury, causing her to lunge at him again. Mr. Kim uses the moment to point out how the officer's very presence proves Soo-hyun's intelligence is reliable. The first blue dungeon in America has opened exactly as predicted, which means the terrorist attack on the blue dungeon is likely real too. The officer's shock at their knowledge is obvious. He wonders desperately how they've discovered the plan. Meanwhile, she questions how our boy has obtained such detailed information. The officer's mind races with growing panic. If they have joined forces with him, the situation is far worse than he thought. His inability to move means he can't warn the guild, and at this rate, his boss's entire scheme will crumble. He needs to buy time somehow and find a way to turn the tables. Suddenly, the officer starts laughing maniacally. She wonders if her beating has damaged his brain, but he assures her his mind is perfectly clear. He finds it hilarious that they are joining forces with the Detritus Guild to take it down. Mr. Kim demands an explanation for his amusement. The officer's response is calculated and sly. He suggests they think things through more carefully. Only a select few guild members know about the terrorist plan, questioning our boy being aware of it. His reasoning strikes a nerve. These two aren't the real threat, they are just flies buzzing around. Soo-hyun is the real threat, and they are all dancing to his tune, so he needs to make them suspicious of Soo-hyun while creating an opportunity to contact his guild. He proposes a deal with cunning confidence. They are all just players in Soo-hyun's game at this point. If they eliminate Soo-hyun first, he promises to reveal everything about the Detritus Guild. Mr. Kim's patience snaps. He draws his sword and points it directly at the officer, calling him a murderer whose words mean nothing. The officer finds this response amusing, pointing out that Soo-hyun has already betrayed the Detritus Guild once, and they have no guarantee that he won't betray them too. Once he does, they will not be even able to track down the guild hidden in the shadows. Mr. Kim suggests that they ignore the officer's obvious attempt to manipulate them against each other, but Ji-yeon takes a moment to consider the situation. She instructs Mr. Kim to summon Soo-hyun and their guild members. Despite what the officer is trying to do, they need to understand where Soo-hyun's information is really coming from. The officer's laughter grows more confident as he praises her sharp thinking. He promises to reveal whatever they want to know if they'll just eliminate Soo-hyun. Her response chills him to the bone. She makes it crystal clear that she'd rather die than work with a murderer like him. If Soo-hyun turns out to be part of the Detritus Guild, she'll kill him too and start over. Her singular goal remains wiping out the entire Detritus Guild, and as her powerful aura fills the room, she promises to chase them into hell itself. Later that evening, our dude arrives by car. Mr. Kim welcomes him. He questions why he's been summoned at such a late hour. Mr. Kim explains it will be easier to show him directly. As they walk inside, he wonders what has happened and if she has lost. When they reach the door, multiple sword points suddenly aim at him. He casually asks for an explanation for this behavior, addressing Ji-yeon, who appears in front of her in the form of a dark shadow. Our boy realizes this isn't ordinary concealment, it's a full assimilation into darkness. Normally, people can only use shadows to hide themselves, but she has managed to expand it wide enough to cover everyone, masking them completely. One by one, figures start stepping out, and she finally reveals herself. He admits that her skill is impressive. She brushes off his remark, while she mentions casually that the only reason she called him here was because of something amusing the bald man said about her connection to detritus. The officer greets him like an old acquaintance, while our boy responds that she doesn't look like the type who would fall for cheap tricks. She agrees, explaining that she never accepts things at face value, yet adds that what she has seen so far doesn't match the rumors. She moves closer, explaining that one thought has been circling in her mind: the intel he has about the Detritus Guild. Only a select few within the guild know about such matters, and him knowing as an outsider makes no sense. She demands proof that he isn't tied to the guild, and presses him to reveal his source. Our boy recognizes the bald man as Ethan, acting captain of Detritus and known for stirring conflict. He understands that Ethan's true goal is to pit them against each other. A simple answer could resolve this, but the truth, that his knowledge comes from a past life, would never be accepted. The odds of lying convincingly are low, and even if he pulls it off now, it will only trap him in Ethan's manipulations later, ruining his plans. When she demands an answer again, he thinks quickly and decides to regain control. He insists he can prove he has never been a guild member but refuses to reveal his source. He argues that trust between them should be enough, and that she only cares about whether or not he belongs to the guild. He offers to take her to his home to show her proof, but on the condition that she comes alone. Before she can answer, a blade grazes his throat. Mr. Kim warns that the offer sounds ridiculous, but our boy calmly points out that the decision should be up to the guildmaster. Other members argue against it, calling it a trap and too dangerous. Despite their protests, she glances at him and agrees, stating firmly that if he lies, she will stake everything on killing him. They arrive at his home, where his mother greets him with joy, scolding him affectionately for staying away so long. She notices Jiyeon and immediately assumes she is his girlfriend, fussing over her with excitement. Embarrassed, Jiyeon insists otherwise, but his mother cheerfully holds her hand and praises her beauty, only making the moment more awkward. Dinner is prepared in no time, and his mother urges them to eat heartily. Jiyeon tries to politely brush off the fuss, but his mother puts more food onto her plate until she can only thank her in silence. Watching mother and son chat so warmly, Jiyeon finds herself strangely at peace, eyes softening as she takes in the scene. Later, in his room, he asks her opinion of the food. She admits it was delicious, and he is glad. She then mentions his close bond with his mother, to which he agrees. He asks if she still thinks he looks like a member of Detritus. She responds carefully, saying that having loved ones doesn't prove innocence. He challenges that thought, asking if it isn't proof enough. Without hesitation, he pulls off his shirt, catching her off guard. She accuses him of showing his true colors out of desperation, but he explains calmly that Detritus members always brand themselves with the guild mark. By showing his bare skin, he proves he carries no such mark. He even jokes about removing his pants if she still doubts him, which only flusters her more. Annoyed, she tells him to drop it, admitting that she'll trust him. She reasons that anyone truly tied to Detritus would never keep family close, as those people are incapable of caring for anyone. She admits she made things too complicated. He then asks cautiously about her past with Detritus. She avoids giving details, reminding him that their bond is based on mutual trust and that she doesn't owe him every answer. He lets it go, mentioning instead that he hoped getting closer might lead to full trust one day. She laughs softly but falls quiet. Suddenly she starts telling her story of 2 years ago, when she herself hadn't been part of any guild. She begins sharing her past. From childhood, people constantly praised her beauty and wisdom, creating an image that drew others with all sorts of expectations about who she should be. However, once they discovered her odd personality, they grew disappointed and walked away. Even her parents abandoned her for simply being herself. This pattern taught her a harsh lesson. She would never truly belong anywhere. Time moved forward, and she eventually became an awakened. That's when a man approached her one day, introducing himself as Ki-hyun Kim and explaining he'd been observing her for some time. Her immediate rejection came swift and firm. He quickly grew embarrassed, clarifying that he wasn't trying to hit on her. Instead, he wanted to form a party since the agency had just opened this dungeon. She wouldn't need to worry about registration fees anymore. Many awakened had gathered, but without leadership, it remained every person for themselves. Teaming up is much better than going alone. She declined his offer outright, leaving him feeling awkward. His friend called him from behind, giving him an excuse to leave. Later, they all entered the dungeon together despite her refusal to join officially. During the monster battles, he struggled more than expected with his opponent, but when he glanced over at her, she had already defeated all her monsters. Other party members took notice, with someone commenting on her incredible kill count. A girl nudged Ki-hyun, recognizing her as the one who'd rejected his party invitation earlier. He confirmed this, noting that with such skill, she could probably handle everything alone. The girl admitted she'd much rather hang out with someone that pretty than the sad bunch they currently had, gesturing toward their male teammates. One of the boys protested at this. Ki-hyun seemed lost in thought, prompting his friend Woo-shik to check on him. Ki-hyun admitted she just looked so incredibly alone to him. As more monsters appeared, Ki-hyun found himself in one-on-one combat with a creature that had just launched an attack. He barely managed to block it, but his weapon slipped from his grip during the struggle. She noticed his predicament and shouted a warning about the monster attacking from behind, but Woo-shik arrived just in time to save him from the sword strike. Woo-shik checked if he was okay, and Ki-hyun confirmed he was fine while apologizing for his lack of concentration, admitting his distraction. Before he could finish explaining, Woo-shik smacked him, teasing that it was obvious he still had that girl on his mind. He urged him to chase after her now before he ended up regretting it later. Flustered, Ki-hyun blushed but smiled quietly, encouraged by his friend's words. Meanwhile, deeper in the dungeon, she fought with surgical precision. Reflecting on those times, she admitted she hadn't wanted to die, but she hadn't particularly cared to live either. In the middle of battle, a monster came at her with everything it had. She tried to counter, but her strength faltered. She fell hard to the ground, realizing she was never able to put her full heart into her attacks. The massive creature loomed over her, weapon ready to strike. She closed her eyes, repeating to herself that it was fine, that she had no regrets, and prepared for the end. The monster swung, but in the same moment its body exploded apart. She opened her eyes in shock, and Ki-hyun stood there, weapon still trembling in his hands. He reminded her that going alone was always dangerous. That moment stayed burned into her memory. As she tells it, she admits this was the first time she met the person who made her want to live. Ki-hyun, smiling, asked her to join his party again. Though stunned, she returned the smile and walked past him, leaving him to chase after her with laughter, taking her silence as a yes. From the shadows of a cave, unseen eyes watched them both. After they clear the raid that day, she runs into Ki-hyun again in another dungeon. He acts surprised to find her there and keeps pressing her to join his guild, though she turns him down each time, realizing now he's changed from party to guild. He follows her everywhere, showing up at every dungeon she enters until asking to join becomes the rhythm of her days. His persistence wears down the edges of her resistance, and eventually she takes his hand and goes with him. Once she signs up, she slides into the group slowly, learning names and routines. The mood shifts around her. Some kids tease, some praise, and someone jokes about being disappointed in her for finally giving in. Woo-shik nudges Ki-hyun about how it went, and Ki-hyun shrugs that it went smooth enough, though they all tease him to hurry and make a move. She floats through the chatter, noting that these new connections finally give her a sense of belonging she's never had before. They fight together more and more. In a routine monster sweep, someone pats her on the head to thank her for covering their flank, and the gesture turns into something softer over time. Small moments gather into something more. An afternoon where they share ice cream even though it's cold, him insisting it tastes good anyway, and them laughing over the absurdity. Then the world shifts. A breaking bulletin announces a new dungeon appearing in Suwon. News anchors flash a report about a missing vacant in a nearby town and warn that strange things are happening in the engine. She and Ki-hyun sit beneath beautiful trees, watching the update, and her chest tightens. Being next to him makes her heart race for reasons she doesn't want to untangle. He smiles and, with a gentle touch to her hand, suggests going somewhere together after tomorrow's raid, just the two of them. She flushes, surprised and delighted, and answers yes without thinking. For a brief, bright moment, the future looks simple and warm. The second bulletin follows fast. Officials now report that the death of an awakened inside a dungeon appears not to be the work of a regular monster, but of another awakened, a killer. The warning to be careful lands like a cold stone, and none of them realizes in time that this is the last slice of normalcy she will get for a long while. They finish the raid and breathe relief as the last monster falls. Ki-hyun, upbeat, declares the job done and imagines their little date. She feels anxious but hopeful, trying to steady herself for their date. Before they can leave, a man in a government jacket steps forward, says he's leading the murder investigation, and asks for their cooperation. Ki-hyun steps up, ready to help while the group leans in. One of the government agents draws a blade wrapped in flame and attacks, and she reacts instinctively, blocking strikes that would have cut through most fighters. Others murmur surprise at how quickly she intercepts and absorbs the blows. She feels outpaced though. On the surface everyone seems equal, but this new threat operates a level above. Ki-hyun senses it too. The fight presses harder, and panic leaks into her movements as she worries she won't keep up. Now the assassin shifts his stance, suddenly decisive. The stutter of his earlier indecision snaps into something else, and in the middle of combat he tells her, without hesitation, that his mind has changed, and now he wants her to join the guild he's forming. The guild recruitment conversation begins when she wonders about joining his organization. His response comes with clear intentions to accomplish something specific, though his current resources have limitations. This drive leads him to establish his own guild, which he has already named Detritus. An evil smile spreads across his face as he describes the guild as a perfect gathering spot for completely insane people. The flames covering her shoulder provide a resting place for his head as he makes his observation. Her insanity levels more than qualify her for membership. His invitation comes with a simple request to help grow their organization together. When she considers refusing, his response comes after a brief pause, warning her that rejection will result in her death. This threat triggers Ki-hyun's protective instincts, causing him to launch an attack from behind with confident words about preventing such an outcome. The mysterious man's evasion skills prove superior as he effortlessly dodges the surprise assault. The other guild members join the fight by directing their energy attacks toward him, which only earns an annoyed response about their interference. Ki-hyun checks on her condition, receiving confirmation that she remains unharmed. However, she recognizes the extreme danger this opponent represents and decides to create a distraction so the others can escape. Ki-hyun refuses to abandon her, emphasizing their bond as comrades who fight together. His battle strategy involves coordinating with Hyunjun and Yeonjun to use everything they possess against their enemy. Realizing their combined strength might not suffice, Ki-hyun chooses to draw the attacker's attention by engaging him directly while shouting instructions. The confrontation about his intention of killing Awakened receives a casual response. The man sees no need to explain his reasons before delivering a devastating punch. Blood flows from Ki-hyun's mouth as he manages to grab hold of his opponent's hand, creating an opening for the others to strike while ordering Jiyeon to maintain her distance. Their coordinated attack using a special technique leaves them shocked when they discover their blade hasn't cut deep enough into his neck. The minimal blood flow reveals the attack's failure, which reminds Jiyeon of Ki-hyun's earlier contingency plan involving Wushik. Wushik materializes behind their enemy and unleashes a powerful fire attack that creates a massive explosion. The resulting smoke cloud gives them hope until the man emerges from the blast zone, protected by a metal weapon that sends chills through Wushik. His nasty smile accompanies his declaration that their amateur tricks have reached their limit. Sometime later, consciousness returns to Jiyeon as confusion fills her thoughts. Her last memory involves fighting that dangerous man before everything goes black, likely from a blow to her neck. Concern for her teammates' safety dominates her thoughts until she notices Ki-hyun's half-dead form in her arms. His relief at seeing her conscious brings some comfort, but his severely injured state alarms her. Her pleas for help from the others receive no response, leading to a horrifying discovery. Every member of their group lies dead around her. The shocking scene leaves her speechless until the enemy's voice breaks. His comment about their friendship bringing tears to his eyes reveals his twisted satisfaction with the massacre. Her grief transforms into rage as she blames him for the slaughter and vows revenge despite her pain. Ki-hyun's intervention prevents her reckless charge as he grabs her hand and urges her to flee. The bracelet he presses into her palm represents her only chance for solo escape. Despite his weakened condition, he prepares to make a final stand by retrieving his weapon and positioning himself between her and their enemy. Her protests fall on deaf ears as he shouts for her departure before rushing forward in his last attack. This sacrifice allows her to become the sole survivor of that terrible day, though her escape comes with the heavy burden of being the only witness to her friends' deaths. The present moment finds her sharing this tragic backstory, explaining how she spends every day since then hunting for traces of their killer without success. Her desperation shows as she clutches the necklace, demanding the truth about the detritus leader's identity. Our boy agrees to reveal the identity after seeing her emotional state. Drawing from his past life memories, he discloses that the Detritus Guild's boss holds the distinction of being a first-generation awakened individual. Meanwhile, where a young celebrity draws crowds of enthusiastic fans, their requests for autographs meet with polite refusal due to his tight schedule, though he happily accommodates photo opportunities. A reporter's inquiry about his movie salary donations receives confirmation that he plans to donate anything. This man is China's A-list actor, Jianfeng Huang, the brain behind the Detritus Guild revealed by our boy. Her silent listening ends with a sudden realization about his enemy's identity. Tears begin flowing as memories of her dead friends flood back, and she understands that this leader has murdered everyone close to her. The crying stops abruptly as her expression turns deadly serious that finally, she has found the path to vengeance. His immediate concern about her rushing in without proper planning shows his worry. Her response comes with reassurance that she won't act recklessly. She figures there must be valid reasons that him, despite knowing the identity, haven't acted yet. Her desire for revenge doesn't cloud her judgment or ruin everything through spiteful actions. Despite her calm words, Soo-hyun notices her trembling hands and realizes how hardly is she keeping herself together. His explanation reveals that Jianfeng Huang conceals his awakened status from the public. The man even employs transformation skills to hide himself during guild activities, showing extreme caution in all his operations. Meanwhile, at the photo session, Jianfeng thanks everyone and hopes they enjoy the film while wishing them safe travels home. The crowd's enthusiasm brings a smile to his face, but his eyes suddenly sharpen with annoyance about them being bothersome. Back in their planning session, our boy outlines their strategy. Since they already know the target's identity, avoiding actions that might push him too hard is crucial. Worst thing that can happen involves him fleeing to the Tower of Trials, making carefully planning essential. Their ultimate goal requires the complete destruction of the guild while he prevents detritus terrorist activities within the Blue Dungeon. She and the Reaper Guild will ambush their headquarters. Elsewhere, Jianfeng inquires about Ethan's whereabouts from his subordinate. The man reports that Ethan hasn't arrived yet and remains unreachable, suggesting he has been defeated. The girl considers this outcome for the best. Her companion corrects her as the real issue isn't Ethan's attitude, but the possibility that he has leaked information about their organization. While looking at photos on her phone, she wonders what Soo-hyun could accomplish with such intelligence, dismissing him as small time. The man insists they can't let their guard down since Ethan's defeat proves Soo-hyun's strength. His warning about maintaining vigilance comes with a crucial observation that if Ethan has been defeated, it means Soo-hyun possesses significant strength. Her confidence remains unshaken as she doubts she could lose. This conversation reveals her identity as Chloe Lafferty, leader of Star Guild and executive of the Detritus Guild, while her companion is Mac River, another Detritus executive. Jianfeng adjusts his hair and agrees with Chloe's assessment. Though disappointed that Soo-hyun isn't dead, he views it as a minor setback. Their approach will continue unchanged, removing everyone in their path. Without even glancing up, he asks them about their excitement regarding the moment when Bright City will be destroyed. While going to US in plane, Hak-jun sits quietly as Soo-hyun's request has brought him here. Our boy and Ji-yeon occupy seats in front of him while Mr. Kim sits beside him. The intimidating appearance of his seatmate and Ji-yeon's unapproachable demeanor discourage Hak-jun from attempting conversation. At that time, our boy's phone shows dungeon documents from the association, and his analysis reveals only one significant change from his past knowledge: that's Busan's Green Dungeon. Relief fills him knowing the future hasn't completely altered, though vigilance remains necessary. Hak-jun's curiosity about their destination prompts him to ask why they are traveling to the United States. He realizes he has forgotten to explain the Blue Dungeon situation, leaving Hak-jun shocked about this crucial detail. Upon arrival at the airport, Hak-jun's excitement contrasts with his earlier anxiety. Soo-hyun notes this excitement, and he tells him that overseas travel and flying are completely new experiences for Hak-jun. When asked about previous visits to America, Soo-hyun almost mentions his past life before catching himself and denying any prior trips. Hak-jun's question about this being the world's first Blue Dungeon and why he hasn't heard the news prompts an explanation about information control. The US government wants their own attack squads to handle the situation, leading them to conceal details from the public. Concerns about potential outbreaks meet with complex reasoning about America's awakened population. Despite having the world's largest number of awakened individuals, most rank B or lower, creating perceptions of weakness among other nations. This Blue Dungeon represents an opportunity to demonstrate both quantity and quality in their awakened forces. Hak-jun's persistent worry about innocent people getting hurt due to pride receives agreement by our boy as he explains that prioritizing ego over safety is incredibly foolish. Behind them, Ji-yeon contacts Mr. Robert, who expresses surprise about her visit to the United States. She promises brevity due to the complexity of the situation, focusing specifically on the Blue Dungeon matter that requires discussion. Their meeting with Mr. Robert begins with warm welcomes and expressions of gratitude. The medical guild leader Robert Williams greets him with particular enthusiasm, confessing his admiration and honor. Meanwhile, in our boy's mind, past memories surface in his mind about his notorious reputation for greedily pursuing dungeon-clearing rewards, giving him an idea about potential manipulation tactics. Ji-yeon steps forward to offer translation services since she assumes he can't communicate in English. However, he interrupts her efforts by addressing Robert directly with his straightforward proposal about participating in the Blue Dungeon raid. This revelation about his English fluency surprises Hak-jun. Robert, while acknowledging that somehow they'd discovered the classified Blue Dungeon information, emphasizes the difficulty of their request. The United States maintains a strict policy against requesting awakened assistance from other nations, though Robert's initial outreach creates different circumstances. His counteroffer involves splitting the rewards in half, which immediately captures Robert's attention. His internal calculations work overtime. S-rank awakened individuals typically earn rewards equivalent to entire guild profits, and their current attack squad desperately lacks S-rank members. Partnering with this powerful individual could transform them into national heroes, though half the rewards still seem insufficient for such a valuable alliance. His diplomatic response acknowledges the enticing nature of the offer while expressing concerns about government approval. Our boy's knowledge about the two S-ranks currently stationed in the US attack squad shocks Robert completely. Further manipulation comes through predictions about the medical guild becoming national heroes once news spreads about contracting an S-rank awakened during their time of need. Robert's mind races with confusion about how this stranger seems to read his thoughts so accurately. His apparent reconsideration of his demands creates false urgency as he pretends to consider approaching other guilds instead. This psychological pressure works perfectly as Robert grabs his hand and agrees. Our dude makes the final deal that if any American S rank returns from the tower, he will participate under the medical guild without fee. However, if none return, he will receive all rewards and authority from the raid. Robert's confidence in his S-rank members' return makes this seem like an advantageous deal, causing him to accept enthusiastically. The contract preparation goes smoothly as Robert gathers the paperwork and names Ji-yeon as their middle person. He can barely hide his amusement since he already secured victory with his clever betting plan. His knowledge of the future gives him an unfair edge, making success in these talks certain. Robert feels satisfied once the contract is signed, convinced that at least one S-rank will return. This would make the deal a huge win for the medical guild. But his confidence is misplaced. Days pass after the signing, and only 3 days remain before the blue dungeon opens. Robert keeps checking his phone, growing restless as none of his S-rank members return. Just as his past life memories warned, not a single one comes back. Only 2 days are left until the raid. Meanwhile, Chloe updates Mac River with intel that Soo-yeon will be part of Medical Guild's raid. Mac River reacts with dark satisfaction, saying their enemy is walking straight into death. Jianfeng also finds this news amusing, raising the tension for the fight ahead. The final day arrives. Everyone on Soo-yeon's side finishes their preparations to wipe out the Detritus Guild. The long-awaited moment has come. The brutal LA forest is chosen as their meeting spot. Arriving early, Jordan Rogers, the vice leader of Maximum Guild and an S-rank awakened, appears ahead of schedule. He asks about Soo-hyun, but guild members admit they haven't seen him yet. Jordan speaks of his eagerness to meet the rookie genius, but a familiar voice interrupts. Chloe mocks him, saying his standards must have fallen if he's excited about a mere newcomer. She arrives with Mac River at her side. Jordan defends Soo-hyun, reminding everyone he's the only awakened to ever clear the 10th trial. He suggests Chloe should spend less time on makeup and more on research. Chloe fires back, calling him nothing more than a lower-floor awakened and taunts him about being afraid of losing to a rookie. Jordan reminds her that the dungeon requires at least 5 S-ranks, so they can't afford to be picky. Chloe smirks and points to Mac River, saying she brought strong machinery. She then questions Jordan's own resources, making the exchange even sharper. Jordan while placing a calming hand on Mac's shoulder. He praises his unique skills and wishes him luck, but he can't resist provoking Chloe further by calling her an old lady. Chloe explodes with rage, threatening to kill him if he says it again. Blue energy bursts from her body. Jordan answers by summoning his flames, creating a deadly standoff. Onlookers whisper nervously, hoping someone will stop them, but no one dares step between two powerful awakened. The tension spikes when Soo-hyun finally arrives. He politely excuses himself as he walks up to the two combatants. Chloe's fury only grows. She warns that she'll rip him apart right now, while Jordan eggs her on to try. Mac River shakes his head at Chloe's temper, worrying their mission will fail if she loses control. Just as he considers stepping in, a commanding voice booms through the area, ordering both to stop. It's none other than our hero releasing an overwhelming aura. He reminds everyone about their true purpose, that's clearing the dungeon rather than engaging in petty conflicts. His powerful mana presence overwhelms Jordan. Then he introduces himself calmly, while making it clear he'll join any continued fighting if necessary. It causes Jordan to back down immediately, expressing his unwillingness to battle. His suggestion that Chloe should also cease her aggressive behavior meets with Mac River's support as he approaches from behind and urges her to calm down. Still, Chloe's fury remains evident as both Detritus members depart, though Mac River can't resist glancing back at our dude. Soo-hyun's recognition of the assembled awakened matches his past life experiences. All the elite fighters have gathered as expected. However, uncertainty clouds his thoughts regarding Jianfeng's potential actions. Two possible strategies exist for the Detritus leader: participating in the Blue Dungeon as he'd done previously, or remaining with Star Guild at the Detritus headquarters. His internal hopes favor the first option, apologizing silently to Ji-yeon. Mac River's conversation with Chloe reveals their shared experience of Soo-hyun's overwhelming power. Her confirmation about feeling controlled by his mana leads to Mac River's understanding of Ethan's defeat. This realization forces them to postpone Jordan's elimination to focus on removing him first. Jordan walks up to our dude with an apology after the earlier clash. They shake hands and introduce themselves properly, with Jordan sounding hopeful about clearing the dungeon without losing too many people. His positive outlook feels far too light compared to his more grounded view. Soo-hyun warns him not to underestimate a blue dungeon, but Jordan doesn't take it seriously. Soo-hyun explains that clearing a blue dungeon always comes with heavy losses, and survival should matter more than pride. Jordan listens, but still shows confidence in his elite squad. He talks proudly about their strength before stepping into the glowing portal, leaving Soo-hyun thinking that Jordan doesn't realize how dangerous things really are. Hakjun rushes in, all fired up after spotting Jordan. He can't believe he's about to enter a dungeon alongside the man who once cleared the world's biggest green dungeon, and even with Chloe, the Ice Witch, here too. His excitement shows as he was worried before that this isn't a green dungeon but a blue one. But now, he admits the strong awakened eases his worry a little. However, our guy doesn't agree with him. Hak-jun looks puzzled by his mixed signals, but he already knows most of them don't understand how deadly blue dungeons truly are. Soon the announcement comes that the raid will officially begin. Everyone gathers near the teleportation portal. Soo-hyun thinks about all the dangers waiting ahead. The Detritus Guild is planning a terrorist attack, and if monsters spill out because the dungeon isn't cleared, the world could face another disaster like the second outbreak in Anyang. He reminds Hak-jun of what he told him before arriving. Hak-jun confirms that he remembers. He stresses once again to stay sharp, expect the unexpected, and fight from the very first step inside. The moment they enter, the system's voice rings out. The trial has begun. To escape, they must either find the exit gate or survive for 10 days. The shocking condition leaves everyone stunned. Jordan urges the team not to panic and tries to steady the mood, but he also asks Chloe about the companion she brought along. She answers in frustration that she doesn't know where Mac River went, adding more unease to the group. Hak-jun stares around wide-eyed, overwhelmed by his first time inside a blue dungeon. Jordan notices another problem. Both Soo-hyun and Mac have vanished. Their disappearance right at the start raises alarms even for Jordan, who rarely loses composure. Chloe looks shaken too, though whether it's from Soo-hyun's absence or her companions, no one can tell. Before anyone can think more, a swarm of crow monsters bursts into the sky, forcing all awakened to brace for battle. Meanwhile, Mac River darts through the air, moving incredibly fast. At first, he wonders if Chloe or Jordan could have caught up, but the truth comes clear when he lands and sees Soo-hyun already behind him. Our boy compliments his speed, admitting he almost slipped away. Mac River demands to know why Soo-hyun is here. The answer shocks him. Soo-hyun mentions investigating the dungeon, but switches the word to assassination. That slip reveals he knows too much about their secret plans. When Soo-hyun casually points out that Mac River ranks just below Jianfeng and even hints at the guild's strategy, Mac River is rattled. He can't believe how deep his knowledge runs. Panicking, he asks who Soo-hyun really is, but the response cuts into him harder. Soo-hyun notes that Mac River can't even control his emotions properly, which is bad for an assassin. Fear creeps in even as Mac River tries to cover it with threats. Suddenly, Mac River bursts forward, wind wrapping around his body as he shoots into the air at terrifying speed. He boasts that no one can catch him and screams threats about killing the entire squad inside the dungeon and wiping out LA along with them. Soo-hyun stays calm, draws his sword, and quietly apologizes for what's about to happen. His sword straight and fast, cutting Mac River down mid-flight. Watching him fall, he informs him about the end of his foolish plan. The fighters are going at it with these crazy chimpanzee monsters. Chloe keeps blasting them with her ice powers while Jordan burns them up with his fire. Hak-jun can't believe how well they work together as Chloe basically protects everyone with her ice shields, and Jordan hits like a truck with those flames. The other guild guys are doing okay, but these two are just on another level. Out of nowhere, this monster jumps at Hak-jun from behind. He feels it coming and throws his weapon right at it, knocking the thing down. He's thinking there's no way he's gonna lose to these things. Jordan watches Hak-jun fight and thinks the kid just needs a little more polish to become really dangerous. Once all the monsters are dead, Jordan stretches and goes on about how this blue dungeon isn't as tough as everyone made it out to be. Chloe agrees, and Jordan gets all excited, claiming their squad is probably the strongest ever. Chloe nods and mentions that a team like theirs could handle pretty much any dungeon, but then she remembers something she forgot to mention. Jordan's wondering what weird thing she's gonna come out with when this voice booms through the place, announcing that the raid is gonna fail. Jordan spins around, totally shocked as this huge explosion goes off. Smoke gets everywhere and people start screaming about getting hurt. One guy's holding his arm, another one's freaking out about the random explosion. Hak-jun barely dodges this weapon falling on him and wonders if some new monster showed up. Someone explains that Chloe and Jordan's crazy strong powers crashed into each other and blew up. While everyone's watching those two fight, somebody yells for Star Guild members to help with the injured guy in his arms. He starts screaming at them to quit sitting around and actually do something. They come over, but instead of helping, they kill the guy in a moment and start attacking everyone. People are getting confused, wondering why their own allies are trying to kill them. Hak-jun's totally lost about what's happening. Someone tries to jump Hak-jun from behind, but he dodges and takes the guy out. More of them come at him, talking about how tough he is while they team up against him. Hak-jun realizes Star Guild just turned on them and remembers they never got along with Maximum Guild anyway, but this feels way different. He thinks back to how our dude mentioned fighting would start right when they got in the dungeon, wondering if he saw this betrayal coming. Right now though, he just needs to stay alive, so he pulls out his weapon and gets ready to fight. Meanwhile, Chloe froze Jordan's right arm solid during their fight. Jordan's cursing himself for being careless since he can't use his good arm anymore. Even though they don't like each other, he knows Chloe isn't dumb enough to mess up a mission over some stupid rivalry. This whole thing must have been planned from the start, but he can't figure out why. Chloe starts laughing like crazy and screams about how badly she's wanted to kill him, then attacks again. Jordan realizes he can't keep stalling. She calls him an idiot and points out he can't block her attacks with just one arm while this intense energy surrounds her. Jordan knows she's right but figures his fire beats her ice in a straight fight, so he's got one shot to end this. He charges forward, putting everything into one massive attack. Chloe makes a bunch of ice blocks to block him. Jordan's attack smashes right through them as he yells about how her weak ice is going to burn up. The ice breaks apart, but Chloe surprises him by covering herself in flames, making him realize she's got both fire and ice powers. She turns into ice and breaks free, laughing about how she tricked him into getting close. Now Jordan's completely frozen solid. He manages to get out one question that even with all their bad blood, does she really think Star Guild can handle a blue dungeon by themselves? Chloe can't believe how slow he is and calls him an idiot for not being able to understand it. She reveals that they want the whole raid to fail, which leaves Jordan completely stunned. Jordan gets really mad because he can't believe what she just said. He warns her this place is the blue dungeon, which means big trouble for everyone if they mess up. The problem gets worse because no strong fighters are left in America right now, so help from other countries would take too long. This means Los Angeles gets destroyed first, then the whole country falls apart. He offers her anything she wants, hoping she'll change her mind. As an answer, she claps her hands while sounding excited. His words actually make her happy because she can picture all those people dying. She pulls her shirt down to show a tattoo on her chest, which explains why she's so twisted. Her scary laugh fills the air, making Jordan see she's completely evil. The way she stares at his face makes him feel cold inside. She admits that scared faces make her really happy, especially when she causes fear. This sick idea hits Jordan hard because normal people don't enjoy watching others suffer. Her promise about watching America burn while his face shows terror makes him shake with fear and anger. Something inside him knows he has to stop this crazy woman somehow. Up above them, her guild members are killing everyone else. She watches the fighting with a smile because they're winning easily. She wonders where their secret leader is hiding since nobody has seen him during the whole fight. She calls out to him, saying the battle is almost done, and he should come out. His hiding starts to bug her because it creates problems. The mess makes her think about what happens next. If things go wrong, people will blame her and the Star Guild instead of him. This worry makes her doubt if he'll stick around when trouble starts. She thinks about leaving after they finish the job because trust only works when both people care. Someone walks up behind her, which makes her think Mac River finally came back. She figures Soo-hyun must have been stronger than they thought since the fight took so long. Her friendly greeting stops working when she turns around because Soo-hyun stands there instead, looking sorry about being late. Seeing all the dead bodies everywhere makes him realize how bad things really are. Bright flames dance around his hands as his power fills the whole area. Fear hits her like a truck because beating Mac River should have been impossible, even though she knew that guy was really strong. The proof burns right in front of her though, showing Soo-hyun's power has gotten scary strong. She yells at her team members, telling them to forget everyone else and kill him first. Hak-jun blocks their path with his big weapon, saying nobody gets to leave. She quickly makes ice walls to protect herself, but his power breaks through them easily as he gets closer. Watching this happen, she gets frustrated because she can't handle him by herself. She admits to herself that his strength is too much, and her boss being gone makes her worried. She tells herself maybe he's waiting for the right time. To give him that chance, she uses her magic to make a huge ice monster that blocks Soo-hyun's way. She admits our dude is strong but says this monster won't be as easy to break as the walls were. Ice spears float in the air as the big creature stands up, but Soo-hyun barely cares, going through the monster's attacks like they're nothing. She laughs at what she thinks is her chance, and grabs his sword with her hand, saying she'd never be stupid enough to fight a monster like him alone. The ice creature grabs Soo-hyun and lifts him high up. She yells at her boss, telling him to attack now, but nobody answers her call as she's looking forward to it. Far away at the Star Guild building, Jianfeng stands with a mean smile, looking very satisfied about something. Blood drips from her wounded shoulder as she cries out for her boss to finally appear. She tries to make an opening in the fight, saying that if they join forces, they can finish their opponent once and for all. Coughing and bleeding, she keeps shouting his name again and again, but no one answers. The truth sinks in. Her boss has abandoned her. Tears roll down her cheeks as she realizes she's been betrayed. Inside the golem's giant fist, Soo-hyun watches it all and grows more certain of what he suspected. Gathering his power, he breaks free from the crushing grip and lands smoothly on the ground. The boss is truly gone, leaving no trace behind. Back at Star Guild headquarters, a subordinate confronts Jianfeng about the failed mission. He demands answers, why the plan fell apart and why Jianfeng returned like this. He explains how Jordan and Chloe fought while disguised as members of other guilds, which revealed a key detail about Jordan's real strength. But the truth disappoints him. Jordan doesn't seem nearly as powerful as everyone thought, making the idea of defeating him feel too easy, without any real satisfaction. Before the conversation continues, a familiar voice cuts in. He instantly recognizes the terrifying magical pressure from the newcomer, and unease spreads through him. The overwhelming presence makes him rethink taking risks, which explains why he pulled out of the earlier battle. Their talk gets cut short when another subordinate rushes in with alarming news. The terrorist plots against different countries have been fully exposed. The perpetrators are already caught by the associations. Panic spreads as they realize their secret plans are no longer hidden. But Jianfeng reacts in a shocking way as he laughs. His subordinate stares at him, confused at how he can laugh in such a serious moment. Then, without warning, Jianfeng makes his decision. He kills both subordinates on the spot, their bodies collapsing on the floor. He explains that running this fake guild was fun for him, but their incompetence risked exposing who he really is. Since he intends to keep up his acting career, he can't afford any loose ends. Meanwhile, Jordan wakes up and immediately asks about Chloe and what happened with the dungeon raid. His teammates tell him it's all over. Chloe and the rest of the Star Guild members have been captured. Jordan doesn't understand since it looked like they lost. But then he learns the truth that Soohyun arrived just in time and saved them all from certain death. Somewhere else, Soohyun updates Hakjun about what happened. He explains that the suspicious figure tried to run as soon as he appeared, leaving him no time to explain and forcing him to act fast. Hakjun feels bitter, upset about being left behind in such a critical moment. Their talk is interrupted when Jordan approaches, still weak from the ordeal. The air grows heavy as Jordan wrestles with everything he just learned. Even though he already knew about the fake guild's plans, he keeps blaming himself for his own weakness that nearly cost them everything. Finally, he lets go of his pride and thanks Soohyun sincerely. He admits that Soohyun's actions not only saved them, but also stopped what could have been a huge disaster across the whole country. His gratitude feels genuine as he acknowledges the sacrifice. Soohyun, feeling awkward with the praise, brushes it off and suggests they focus on the mission ahead. But their relief doesn't last long. A new enemy creeps from the shadows, its face hidden as it locks onto them like prey. Suddenly, it hurls a massive stone straight at the group. Without hesitation, our dude summons his phoenix. The fiery bird bursts forth as he makes a bold declaration. Jordan, confused, questions what he means. But before anyone can react, the phoenix erupts in an explosive blaze. He clarifies that saving America isn't finished yet. The real battle is only beginning. The explosion lights up their faces as they brace themselves for what's to come. The blast starts everything. The shock spreads through the area, and Jordan reacts in confusion, while Soohyun explains that his warning about survival was not meant for the others, but for the blue dungeon itself. High in the trees, another beast keeps watch, and soon more of them rush out from every direction. Different animal forms appear, charging together to attack. Jordan unleashes his flame energy, but no matter how much damage he causes, the monsters keep coming. Our boy explains that forest dungeon beasts usually rely on sheer numbers. Jordan dashes forward, realizing that burning them all together is the only way. Both of them prepare their powers. Holy flames rise from his hand, and Jordan's fire energy burns alongside it. Their powers merge, colliding with the enemies in one huge strike. Hakjun stares in awe, calling everyone to stay in formation and press forward. Their teamwork builds momentum, and the group begins overpowering the wave of monsters. But the disguised boss monster that appeared earlier starts giving orders from the shadows, pointing out weak spots and directing the creatures. Jordan clears a path with his fire again, but this time the monsters slip past him. His eyes widen as he sees them aiming not for him but for the injured. 10 of the beasts rush toward the wounded guild members. Cries for help break out. Just as death feels close, Soohyun steps in and cuts them down, saving them. From hiding, the boss grows irritated, whispering that Soohyun is in the way. He commands a crow-like monster to strike first and finish him off. Suddenly, the beasts line up against Soohyun, roaring as they gather their energy. Before they can hit, a violent explosion rips through them. The bodies burst apart. Soohyun realizes the truth that it is the boss's ability. He senses the power of mutation, like the defense of a kraken, and knows taking repeated blows will become too dangerous. Hakjun rushes to him, worried, but Soohyun stays calm and explains that the blast came from the boss. He identifies the enemy as a troll druid, a disguised monster with control over animal-type beasts. It is not only smart, but also skilled in magic and capable of many tricks. Our dude admits the situation looks bad, but protecting both the injured and the Star Guild survivors is the only way until the association takes them in. He promises to face the boss monster directly, knowing that once the druid is killed, the remaining beasts will scatter. Jordan protests, pointing out that if the boss really controls the monsters, all forces will be turned on Soohyun, and no matter how strong he is, carrying that weight won't be easy. Soohyun responds firmly. Jordan once called him a hero, and although he always hated the word, feeling it only carried a burden, this time it felt different. Hearing it from them made him happy. With that thought, he smiles and decides to try being a true hero, no matter the cost. Jordan lowers his head, embarrassed, realizing he is not the hero of America. The real one stands right in front of him. The countless beasts gather, forming a wall of threats, but our boy charges forward. Pulling out Mir, he whispers that it is now their turn. The system responds instantly, granting him blessings of the divine dragon. His speed rises, his strength grows, and his resistance against magic increases. Holding his sword with blazing energy, he cuts down monster after monster with unstoppable strikes. The boss monster watches silently, his cold eyes narrowing. He declares that the hunt begins now. Dark energy spreads across the entire dungeon, as his voice commands the beasts to keep pressuring the humans. All remaining forces are sent to chase Soo-hyun down, while the endless fight continues. After killing another monster, Soo-hyun perches on a tree branch. Looking at the remaining monsters, he guesses that he has taken down half of them so far. He had expected such a scenario where every monster would come after him, but now, seeing the massive horde, he estimates there are about 200 to 300 of them, which means it will take him a while to eliminate them. So the first thing he needs to do is divert their attention. For this purpose, he uses his new skill, Doppelganger, which allows him to create 4 copies of himself. Each copy moves forward in the same manner. The boss monster looks confused, seeing more of him. Mir is quite happy to see his master split into 4, imagining more cuddling from 4 masters. The boss monster stares intently at each copy of Soo-hyun, wondering which one is real. Then he decides to hunt them all and orders the monsters to attack every copy. When a swarm of monkey monsters charges at him, Soo-hyun realizes that his diversion strategy isn't working. He raises his pet, who happily breathes fire on them, eliminating them all. This catches the boss's attention, and he immediately recognizes the real Soo-hyun among the copies. He orders his monsters to go after him. The monsters rush forward, but then the boss is suddenly ambushed by Soo-hyun, who hurls blue flames at him. The boss quickly blocks the attack. Soo-hyun understands that taking him down won't be an easy task. Once again, he is surrounded by monsters, and with Mir's help, he burns down most of them. After a while, both of them grow exhausted. He sends his pet back to the inventory to rest, deciding he can handle the rest of the battle himself. Then he turns toward the horde of enemies and challenges them, declaring that they will soon learn who the real prey is. With that, he rushes into the fray. Basically, a blue dungeon comes at the 5th scale according to its difficulty. This measurement shows that the higher the number on scale, the more dangerous the dungeon becomes. By that standard, this dungeon, he is currently in that appeared in LA, is considered the most dangerous blue-level dungeon. While slashing through the monsters, Soo-hyun recalls another dungeon outbreak that happened because of a failed raid. During that outbreak, rankers from around the world gathered to contain it, and they ultimately succeeded. His distraction costs him as a monster bites his neck. In the next moment, the boss activates his magic, creating a massive explosion. The last thought swirling in Soo-hyun's mind is that the chance of clearing this dungeon solo is 0% before he loses consciousness. His unconscious mind drifts to memories of his past life, where the world crumbles in front of him. That was the time when he couldn't protect anyone. Even after the blue dungeon outbreak, he failed to protect humanity. In those days, a question kept nagging at him. What use was the title of hero if he could only protect himself? He had become such a hollow shell that sometimes he remained unmoved even when people cried for his help, because all he could feel was the crushing burden of duty. In his unconscious state, he concludes that Sungin is someone who cannot be a hero because of this weakness. But then, he remembers the faces of his loved ones and friends, reminding himself that Soo-hyun is different, because he has people to protect. From the ground, golden energy begins to emanate around him as he resolves to become a true hero. With his regeneration ability, his health restores, baffling the boss monster, who is clearly frightened and tells him to go back. His regeneration threshold also increases. Soo-hyun looks at the boss and asks why. After declaring him a mere prey, he now wants his prey to retreat. With his physical abilities surging, Soo-hyun smashes his fist into the boss, sending him flying. He declares that now it's time for him to do the hunting. The desperate boss begs his monsters for protection, but grows confused when none respond to his call. Looking around, he is baffled to see that his minions have already been wiped out by Soo-hyun's team. Jordan declares that they are not fools. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun steps forward, reminding the boss that he left no minions behind to protect him. The boss trembles in fear, stammering that he doesn't want to die. Raising his sword to finish his enemy, Soo-hyun retorts that his victims must have felt the same. With a swift strike of his blade, he kills the boss monster. As he does, he wonders if the lightning he feels in his hands and sword comes from his determination to correct his past mistakes. He silently thanks the true owner of his current body, believing it was that man who gave him the chance to redeem himself. The boss screams in pain while Soo-hyun remains resolute, vowing to remember the second chance he has been given because of the real Soo-hyun. Meanwhile, Ji-yeon stands with her team in front of the Detritus Guild headquarters. Her guild members protest, questioning why they are waiting instead of attacking, but she remains silent. Her thoughts drift back to her conversation with Soo-hyun when he made a request of her. When she asked what it was, he explained that she already knew. He wanted to take down both the dungeon and the Star Guild. His request was for them to wait until he came out of the dungeon, so that together they could destroy Star Guild, because there was a chance one of them might encounter Jianfeng Huang. The request angers her, as he is still asking something like that from her even after knowing her story. She darkly deadpans that only she will stain her hands with Jianfeng's blood, and she won't tolerate even his interference. Soo-hyun admits that Ji-yeon is truly strong, but reminds her that she can't take down Jianfeng alone. Jianfeng is a first-generation awakened, which has given him a long-accumulated strength equal to hers. There is a real chance she could lose her guild members if they face the Star Guild and Jianfeng on their own. That isn't what Su-hyun wants for her, not even for the sake of revenge. Now, in the present, Ji-yeon knows that even if she doesn't care about her own life, she can't risk her guild members' lives like that. At that moment, her guild members grow restless, and one of them turns to Seok-jin, who reassures them that she must have her reasons. At that moment, a sudden explosion shakes the building, shocking everyone in the Reaper Guild. Ji-yeon wonders whether someone else has discovered Star Guild's true identity as the Detritus Guild and launched an ambush against them. Meanwhile, inside the Star Guild building, a member is pleading for his life before Jianfeng, assuring him that he will not reveal his true identity. Ji-yeon's eyes catch the scene, and she immediately recognizes Jianfeng. Jianfeng politely declines the man's request, saying it wouldn't be fair to the dead to spare only his life. Then he kills him as well. Standing over the corpses, he declares that his guild is finished today and asks his fallen members whether they have any complaints, but no one is alive to answer. In the next moment, Ji-yeon attacks, but Jianfeng blocks her blade with his bare hand. He is taken back by her attack and flings her away with force. Ji-yeon, however, feels almost crazed after waiting so long for this moment. Jianfeng studies her with curiosity as she darkly declares that, no matter the cost, she will kill him. Even under her threat, he remains unfazed, casually asking about her identity. Meanwhile, our boy pulls a massive gem from the boss monster's body. He is happy to find it, already planning to sell it to a merchant who would surely like it. But his plan goes to waste when Mir suddenly eats the gem, despite his master's protests. At that moment, the sound of his comrades' footsteps echoes across the ground. They are shocked to see that he has defeated so many monsters, including the boss. However, Su-hyun is more concerned about the gem his pet just swallowed. Hak-jun reminds him that they are done here and casually compliments both of them on their good work. Jordan adds his own compliment, still surprised that Su-hyun managed to kill the boss monster. Su-hyun replies that he has to, if he wants to live up to his title as America's hero. Still, he points out that they need to find the exit. Hak-jun answers that they already have. Jordan explains that they were able to discover it while chasing the escaping monsters. That's the reason they arrived late. Then Su-hyun tells them to hurry up, while reminding them that they also need to hand over the members of the Detritus Guild to the government. Jordan adds that these members deserve death, but they are keeping them alive while protecting them from monsters because of handing them over. Su-hyun then playfully asks Jordan to send the medical guild's prophet to him, already imagining the furious face of Robert at such a demand. He never really wanted the prophet in the first place, but only wished to teach the guildmaster a lesson for trying to fool him. Jordan agrees to share his own prophet with him anyway, since Su-hyun was practically the one who cleared the dungeon on his own. After that, Su-hyun asks Jordan for one more favor, because the fight is not yet over. Thinking about Ji-yeon, he points out that she also needs help. At that moment, Jianfeng is trying to figure out Ji-yeon's identity as she attacks him relentlessly, her rage seeping out with every strike. That alone makes him realize that she cannot be an assassin, as assassins are trained to control their emotions, yet she is charging at him head-on. Activating his power to strike back, he concludes that she must know him. He kicks at her, but she swiftly dodges, irritating him with her evasive skills that allow her to move like a shadow in the darkness. He also notices that she can amplify her strength astronomically. Even so, he decides to take advantage of her overwhelming emotions. So he makes his next move by messing with her head. Dodging her attacks, he tries to lure her into revealing the reason behind her grudge against him. He provokes her by shifting his face into different people, watching her reactions to uncover the truth. But none of the faces gives him any clue, and she keeps striking him without hesitation. He tries several times, yet she doesn't falter, until he finally changes his face to resemble the assassin she knows. Her movement halts instantly. Smug, he realizes which face he was wearing when he killed her beloved. On the other hand, she is livid, vowing to kill him. He casually comments that he has done many bad things with this face, then points out that her rage-driven will to kill him is keeping her going. But in her oblivion, she fails to notice that her relentless attacks are draining her strength. Taking advantage of her weakening state, he throws a punch at her, but she blocks it, grabbing his hand firmly. Looking closely at her, he finally recognizes her, and then suddenly he bursts into laughter. At that moment, he finally takes on the face of her beloved, and Ji-yeon's knees weaken as she collapses to the ground. He realizes he must be right that she has come here to avenge Ki-hyun. He comments on how annoying Ki-hyun was, then recalls her remaining party members. One by one, he calls their names while morphing his face into each of her fallen comrades. The cruel display brings tears to Ji-yeon's eyes as she declares that her friends were good people, whose memories should never be tainted by someone like him. With that, she grips her blade tightly. But Jianfeng is not done with his twisted act. He shifts into Ki-hyun once again, this time mimicking his last moments, pleading for Ji-yeon's life and offering to die in her place. Then, with a wicked smile, Jianfeng remarks that it was such a shame she had to witness this. Ji-yeon's face turns ashen as she watches him mockingly reenact everything. He bursts into laughter, delighting in the broken look on her face. That expression excites him, and he admits this is the reason he cannot abandon acting. Now that his identity is exposed, he claims he has no choice but to kill her. Yet he points out that Suyeon also knows about him, suggesting she should kill Suyeon together with him. His words leave her stunned. He rambles about Detritus Guild falling apart and their attempt to build a new guild. She thinks he is too lost in his own performance to notice reality. He insists that if she joins him, they can keep seeing each other, and her life will be spared. However, he overlooks one important detail, Jiyeon standing silently behind her. Jiyeon grips her weapon, planning to strike when the moment comes. She controls her emotions, waits patiently, then lunges at him. Her blade stops just short of his throat. The plan is flawless. Even though her blood burns with anger, she manages to hide it and creates an opening for her trump card. But one mistake ruins it as memories of Ki-hyun's past suddenly surface in her mind. That hesitation weakens her hand, pulling the weapon back slightly. He snaps in rage, calling it his second rejection, and retaliates with a violent strike. Outside, people whisper in fear as flames rise from the building. Murmurs spread that a terror attack must have happened. Taekyun asks Mr. Kim if they should have gone with Jiyeon, but Kim insists she can handle herself, ordering them to focus on evacuating civilians. He glances at Reaper's Guild nearby and questions why Jordan is there. Jordan explains that Suyeon asked them to cooperate with the evacuation. Kim notices Suyeon's absence, and Jordan answers that something urgent must have come up. Inside, Janfeng lifts Jiyeon by the throat, smirking. He acknowledges that she lasted longer than anyone else against him, but dismisses it as a waste of time. He prepares to finish her. At that moment, Suyeon smashes through the wall, causing an explosion, and rushes to Jiyeon's side. He checks her condition and reassures her that he will keep his promise. Janfeng, startled, realizes the man before him is Suyeon. The thought excites him, and he claims he has so many questions to ask. Suyeon draws his weapon and turns the moment back on him. He mentions he also has something to ask, that whether Jianfeng enjoyed acting like someone he wasn't. Whether he enjoyed saving people only to betray them, pretending to be important while humiliating and killing others. Jianfeng stays silent, and Suyeon presses again. Jianfeng grins with an evil smile, admitting he never tires of these stimulations, even when they fade with time. Suyeon warns that he can give him a different kind of stimulation, one far worse than his little play, and swings his sword. Jianfeng erupts with power, his body twisting. Black spots spread across his skin, his ears stretch into tentacles, and his form mutates into a monster. His roar shakes the air as he vows to slaughter Suyeon into pieces. Suyeon watches, recognizing the transformation as Dragon Human Chi, a rare skill that turns a human into a dragon. He knows it is one of the strongest powers in Awakener history. Jianfeng, however, only gained it by chance, and Suyeon mocks his arrogance. The monster charges. Suyeon responds by summoning the phoenix. Jianfeng laughs bitterly, mocking him for daring to use fire against a dragon. He unleashes a torrent of blazing energy from his mouth. Suyeon counters, raising Mir and ordering him to show the power of true dragon flame. Mir bursts forth, releasing flames so pure that Jianfeng falters, stunned that such a small dragon could surpass his breath. Mir grows frightened after unleashing the attack, so Suyeon quickly recalls him. The system grants a blessing from the divine dragon, strengthening Suyeon further. He smiles proudly, noting that Mir always does his part no matter the cost. Jianfeng rushes at him with fury, spitting that Suyeon should not be standing before him. But Suyeon's blade glows with mana, his grip steady, as he answers with calm strength that he feels otherwise. He slashes one of Jianfeng's legs, and before the dragon can steady himself, the other leg is cut as well. The strength he once carried fades, and disbelief fills him. He cannot accept that even after unlocking the power of Dragon Human Chi, he is still losing to this boy. The strange uneasiness he had felt earlier now makes sense. It had been fear. Rage bursts out of him as he yells that Dragon Human Chi is the strongest force alive and no one can mock it. Our dude doesn't flinch. He explains that the only reason Jianfeng was allowed to live this long despite his exposed identity was simple. He could vanish to the Tower of Trials anytime he wanted. That meant he could crush someone like Jianfeng whenever he pleased. With that, he drives his attack deeper, cutting down Jianfeng's last defense. Outside, chaos spreads. Someone calls to Jordan, pointing at the burning building that is now collapsing in pieces. Jordan orders everyone to evacuate as smoke swallows the air. Inside, Jianfeng lies battered before our dude. Struggling to breathe, he demands to know why this is happening, asking if there is some hidden grudge. Our dude answers calmly that he simply doesn't like him. Then, with a sharp gaze, he announces that the final preparations are complete. Jiyeon appears, her aura blazing strong. Jianfeng, drained and broken, stares at her in confusion. Our dude reveals that he had promised someone this fight, and therefore he will not lay a hand on Jianfeng any longer. He leaves the rest to her. Sitting back, he warns Jianfeng that if he defeats Jiyeon, he will allow him to walk away, but if he runs, there will be no mercy. Jianfeng, unwilling to bow, steadies himself and takes on Ki-hyun's disguise once again. He laughs, pretending the danger has already passed. Charging forward, he counts on Jiyeon's hesitation, believing she will falter at the thought of striking Ki-hyun's face. But this time her eyes hold no fear. As her aura sharpens, she makes it clear that hesitation has already been cast aside. She has waited far too long for this moment, and one slip of doubt was enough. Jianfeng swings with powerful force, trying to crush her head on, but she draws her blade and meets his strike. Their powers crash together, shaking the ground. From behind, our dude observes, noting that Jianfeng holds more raw ability than Jian. She fights with everything she has, blocking and countering, refusing to yield. At that moment, our dude's mana flares around her, empowering her movements. Jianfeng cannot understand what is happening and falters. She uses the chance to dash in, striking his face and knocking him back. Furious, Jianfeng spits out insults thinking it was our dude is doing. But our dude only smiles, clarifying that the strike was Jian's alone. Before Jianfeng can recover, Jian dives with full speed, her blade glowing. She drives him backward, forcing him to stumble. Desperate, Jianfeng tries to widen the gap, but Jian soars into the air and gathers every ounce of strength. She believes with her whole heart that this is her moment. Dropping from above, she thrusts her weapon straight toward his chest. Jianfeng panics and summons a shield of energy, memories of his guild and his past flashing in his mind. He screams at her to stop, trying to force her back with sheer will. His words, however, only make her push harder. Her blade tears through his guard, nearly severing his hand. His rage explodes as he shrieks at her like she is beneath him, but none of it matters anymore. Jian, steady and relentless, cuts him down without hesitation. The building lies in ruins, smoke rising everywhere. Jian stands in front of it, her breath short and shaky, and her strength finally gives out as she collapses to the ground. Soohyun walks over and notices the necklace that Kihyun once gave her lying nearby. He picks it up and gently places it in her hands. She clutches it tightly and breaks down, sobbing miserably. Seeing her like that, he feels a pang of sadness but decides to step away, thinking she needs time alone. As he turns, his own body reminds him of its limits. His fatigue level reaches 97, and he knows that he will collapse. The incident wraps up quickly, though the shock spreads far beyond. News breaks that a massive American guild, known as Star Guild, is actually a criminal organization. Under the name of Detritus, they had been killing Awakeners in secret. Thanks to Jordan and the Reaper Guild, the truth is finally exposed. Chloe and the others caught in the Blue Dungeon are handed over to the American Association. Investigations continue, as there are still businesses and guilds tied to Detritus. The scale of their corruption is far larger than anyone expected, and authorities struggle due to the lack of information. Soon after, another revelation makes headlines that Jianfeng, the Chinese Hollywood star, is unmasked as the guild master of Detritus. Chloe, who also held the title of Star Guild's master, admits his crimes, revealing how Jianfeng had used disguise skills to join dungeon raids and slaughter countless Awakeners, only to donate part of his fortune afterward to bereaved families. Meanwhile, Soohyun rests in a hospital bed. His mother Juho and Hakjun sit nearby, watching the news. Juho mutters that Jianfeng is inhuman, while his mother shakes her head, horrified at how a person could commit such acts. Hakjun adds that he must have already known much of this inside the dungeon. Juho agrees, saying Soohyun never tells them anything, even though he carries it all on his shoulders. The weight of the moment grows heavy, and Hakjun decides to break it. Grinning, he grabs a pen and starts scribbling on Soohyun's face. His mother scolds him, demanding to know what he's doing, but he jokes that it's frustrating how secretive Soohyun is. Juho joins in, laughing as he draws alongside Hakjun. Both of them enjoy their prank, teasing that even a hero who ended all this mess can't defend himself from a little doodling. His mother snaps and smacks them both in anger. Still, they leave scribbles across his face with words like idiot, hero, demon king of overdoing it, and more. Not long after, Jiyeon arrives. She recognizes him immediately as the one her subordinate had mentioned, the one who secretly sent a list of Detritus's remnants. She shows him a paper, wondering if he deliberately passed on that information so others could take revenge themselves. After all, if those people had only been caught by the American Association, prison would have been the end of it. She admits she has many questions about where he even got that kind of knowledge, but chooses not to press further. Instead, she smiles and mentions she has something else to say today. For now, she'll let it go. Before leaving, she grabs a pen and adds another word across his cheek, which is thanks. Then she slips away. Far away, a plane soars toward Golden Tower. Inside, a man and a young woman share dinner. He asks her about the wine, and she shrugs, saying wine always tastes the same, dull and empty, but marvels at the technology keeping the ride perfectly smooth. He explains they used massive amounts of ether stones for this structure, probably around 10% of America's total supply. She calls it a ridiculous waste of money, but then shifts the topic, asking if he truly plans to go through with the ranking game. The man, Godin Lohan, smirks with confidence. He reflects that he has always believed himself to be the best, but the world does not see him that way. There are too many S-rank Awakeners praised as heroes, their names crowding the spotlight. The world feels too small for so many so-called legends. That is why, through this ranking game, he intends to prove once and for all that he alone stands at the very top.